Amen. Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor, pursuant to Section 38 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, to lay upon the table the case report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner in the matter of an investigation into allegations of wrongdoing. This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, un message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, has his signature.
His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31, 2018, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons, February 16, 2017. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur Général transmet à la Chambre de Commerce.
Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada sends the main estimates for funds necessary for the administration of the Federal Public Service ending March 31st, 2018, and pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act of 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons on February 16th, 2017.
The documents, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table a document on behalf of the Minister of Finance in both official languages entitled Report on Federal Tax Expenditures.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit, first aid. The committee has studied the bill and recommends that the House of Commons not proceed further with this bill. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, Sexual Assault. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to stand in the House to introduce a bill to address the need to build more confidence in our judicial system when it comes to the handling of cases involving sexual assault and sexual violence. Too often, those involved in these cases come away with a feeling they've experienced not just a judgment on their case, but a judgment on their character.
I believe that to respond to the situation, we need to start with the people responsible for supervising the judicial system of Canada. For the moment, in the federal justice system, there is a lack of transparency when it comes to the way and the frequency in which judges are trained when it comes to matters involving sexual assault.
For everyone involved in these difficult cases, and I hope my colleagues from all parties will take the time to consider the steps we propose here and support my legislation, the Judicial Accountability Through Sexual Assault Law Training Act, or what we like to call it, the JUST Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you'll find consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Carleton, that all questions necessary to dispense of the motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March the 7th, 2017, at the expiry of the time for oral questions.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Income splitting is a basic tax fairness measure because it ensures that families making the same income pay the same rate of tax, pay the same amount of tax. And that's why I'm pleased to table a petition today signed by people from my constituency calling for the reinstatement of the family tax credit, which was unfortunately canceled by this government when they took office. Thank you.
Député de Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to rise this morning to present two petitions. The first addresses the crisis of homelessness. It's from constituents within Saanich Gulf Islands, and they have asked this House to consider the national homeless strategy as proposed by the Canadian Federation, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as a model for dealing nationally with homelessness. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, also from residents within my constituency, but also from a goodly number from Ontario, are calling for action to protect Canada's pollinators by banning, as other jurisdictions have done, the use of neonicotinoid insecticides. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Honourable député de Rosemont Petite Patrie.
Honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition to table for the metropolitan region, the riding of Mount Royal, that is asking for something, which is that the percentage of seats in the House represent the percentage of votes obtained by those parties during the election. And so I would like to join my voice with these Canadians. The honourable member.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, opposition motion, debate on the opposition motion concerning impact of carbon taxes presented by Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. McColman, moves that given A, the Liberal election platform states that government and its information should be open by default and data paid for by Canadians belongs to Canadians. B, the Department of Finance has indicated that a federally mandated carbon tax will cause higher prices to cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices. C, such regressive taxes cause low-income people to bear a larger burden as heat, gas, and groceries form a larger portion of their family budgets. And D, the Department of Finance has produced numerous calculations of the impact of these taxes on low and middle income families and their effect on the gap between rich and poor. An order of the House do issue for a copy of the Department of Finance's documents titled Impact of a Carbon Price on Households' Consumption Costs Across the Income Distribution, and Estimating Economic Impacts from Various Mitigation Options for Greenhouse Gas Emissions, and any other documents that calculate the cost of carbon taxes on Canadian workers, businesses, and families. The honourable member for Carleton.
I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Brantford-Brant. This week we learned the story of an Ottawa area senior who said he can no longer afford to heat his home or fuel his car, so he is giving up both. Rick Russell even put up a sign on his house declaring, quote, "Another senior loses his home due to high energy costs," telling reporters he can only afford a home without heat or heat without a home. He's not alone. Disabled grandmother Kathy Katula broke down into tears at the Prime Minister's recent town hall meeting, demanding to know how she would pay his new carbon tax on her home heating when she's already struggling with $1,000 a month electricity bills imposed by the provincial Liberal government in Ontario. The Prime Minister gave her a warm hug, but unfortunately not warm enough to heat her home. These are not isolated cases. The 2016 Ontario Association of Food Banks report entitled Energy Poverty said, quote, "Since 2006, hydro rates have increased at a rate of 3.5 times inflation for peak hours and at a rate of 8 times inflation for off-peak hours. 60,000 Ontarians have had their electricity cut off for failing to pay their bills," the report noted, adding that many food bank clients struggle with electricity bills of $300 to $700 a month. The food banks themselves say they are struggling to afford the electricity for their massive refrigerator systems. Ron Dunn, the executive director of Windsor's downtown mission, has had people come to him and plead, quote, "If you can help me with food, then I can pay some of this hydro bill before it gets cut off." These increases are the direct result of the Liberal Green Energy Act, which forces consumers to subsidize millionaire turbine and solar investors who sell overpriced, unneeded, and unreliable electricity to the government. While millionaires have prospered, Ontario has the worst poverty record of any province in Canada since the McGuinty Wynne Liberals took power. Between 2003 and 2014, the poverty rate dropped by 1/3 in British Columbia, the Prairies, Atlantic Canada, and Quebec. It didn't budge in Ontario. Over the same time period, Ontario had the largest increase in the percentage of the population earning less than half the median income. It also has the worst record for middle-income growth across the country. Ontario's Auditor General calculated that the government subsidies of wind and solar power companies will cost consumers like Kathy and Rick $170 billion, making the Ontario Liberal Green Energy Act likely the single largest wealth transfer from the poor and middle class to the super rich in Canadian history. Now, the national carbon tax will do to gas, groceries, and heating costs exactly what the Green Energy Act has done to electricity. A Statistics Canada official recently testified at the House of Commons Human Resources Committee that increases in fuel, food, and other basic necessities necessarily increase the number of people living below the poverty line. Even carbon tax supporter Nicola Rivers admitted that the tax will raise the prices of gasoline by 11 cents a litre, electricity by another 10%, and natural gas by over 15%. Annually, it will cost $1,028 per person, or $4,100 per family of four, according to the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. And this month, the Fraser Institute released proof that British Columbia, which has the least damaging carbon tax in the country, will still take a $870 million net tax increase from British Columbian taxpayers. That is to say, the average family of four in British Columbia will pay $728 more in carbon taxes than they get back in offsetting tax relief. And that is the least damaging carbon tax in the country. We know that the burdens of these taxes fall disproportionately on the backs of those with the least for a number of reasons. First, we know that Stats Canada data shows that poor households spend roughly a third more of household income on the basic necessities that will be taxed, like gas, groceries, and heat. While wealthy households still buy these goods, they constitute a much smaller share of a wealthy household's income, and therefore the percentage tax increase is actually higher on those who are poorer, which is the very definition of a regressive tax. Second, the carbon tax will generate billions of dollars in new revenue for the government. Who will get that money? The answer is those who can afford to lobby for grants, rebates, and corporate welfare, under the guise, of course, of saving the environment. I return to the rebate that you can now receive if you can afford to buy a $150,000 Tesla car. So I guess Rick Russell, who's now had to give up his truck, if he wants to get back any of the money he's paying in the carbon tax, he will have to find $150,000 to buy one of these fancy Teslas or Mercedes-Benz electric vehicles, and then he can get $15,000 back. In reality, those wealthy enough to lobby for these rebates will get all the money back, as is so often the case with the theory of trickle-down government. Those at the top end up with the most. So that's why I filed an access to information request to find out how much poor and middle-class taxpayers will pay under the new Liberal carbon tax. And I asked for the government to provide documents such as briefing notes, analyses, projections, and emails regarding the impact of a $50 a ton price on carbon or a carbon tax on the Canadian economy. Please include any analysis on the price of carbon, on the impact on the consumer price index, median incomes, low-income household incomes, the poverty rate, the employment rate, and the unemployment rate. The response was ominous. Quote, imposing a carbon tax will lead to costs that will cascade throughout our economy, said this Finance Department document, referring to two tables that would tell how much households would pay. But those tables are blacked out. These tables would break down the cost of the carbon tax by income quintile for the very poor, the middle class, the upper income, and the rich. Now, the government says it wants to reduce the gap between rich and poor. Shouldn't they then jump at the opportunity to release data on the tax's impact on income inequality? Unless they have something to hide. Could it be, Speaker, that after running an entire election campaign on the supposed promise of taking more from the rich so that they could give back to the poor, that the government is doing precisely the opposite, and worse, trying to cover it up? The most basic principle of parliamentary democracy is that people must consent for the taxes that they pay through the assembled parliament. The Bill of Rights of 1689, which established the parliamentary system that we know today, through the mother parliament in Britain, had as one of its basic principles what would become no taxation without representation. Quote, levying money for or to the use of the Crown without grant of Parliament is illegal. Simply put, government cannot tax what Parliament has not approved, but you cannot approve what you do not know. And therefore, there cannot be taxation without information. This motion calls for the immediate release of that information. Now, these may seem like abstract concepts, but they are real to people like Kathy Katula and Rick Russell and others who have no money to influence government or pull its levers. Two people seeking no program or welfare, merely asking for government to get off their backs and out of their pockets. They pay the bills. They have the right to see those bills. This motion would give them the chance. Anyone voting against it would take that right away from them. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to vote for this motion to bring the light of day. To pass this motion in the House of Commons is to stand for our duty to represent the common people here in this House of the commoners. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if there's any policy issue in which the Conservatives can clearly demonstrate that they have lost touch with Canadians, this has got to be it. Even Patrick Brown, the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party in Ontario, has recognized that we need to have a price on carbon. Provincial governments across Canada, with one exception, Mr. Speaker, governments around the world have recognized the price on carbon. Only the Conservative Party of Canada inside the House of Commons has lost touch with reality on this issue. My question to the member is, why does he believe that the Conservative Party is the only party, it seems, in North America that tends to want to say no to a price on carbon? Do they not care about the environment, Mr. Speaker? Why won't they listen to what Canadians have to say on the importance of the environment?
Before the honourable member for Carleton gives his answer, I just want to remind everyone that I'm sure the member for Winnipeg North appreciates the coaching he's getting from the other side, but it's just not the way things work around here. It makes it very difficult for us to hear what the answer is. So I just want to remind everyone to tone it down and wait their turn, and they'll have a chance to speak. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, even many of the supporters of carbon pricing that the member refers to say that their plan would return to taxpayers in the form of rebates and income tax cuts, everything collected through that price on carbon. The only way to test that proposition is to know what people are paying in the first place. The government has that data. They have tables that demonstrate the cost to each family broken down by income quintile. If they are so confident that Canadians will get back in corresponding tax relief and other measures what they pay in new taxes, then they will release that data. But they won't release it because they know this is a net generator of money for politicians and government that will be disproportionately flowed down to the richest people who are able to purchase the influence in order to get their hands on the money. And they know that that money will come out of the pockets disproportionately of those with the least. This is a wealth transfer, another Liberal wealth transfer from the poorest to the richest. And he laughs. But if I'm wrong, release the data and prove me wrong. Exactly.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for bringing forward this motion. But I have a question for the member from Carleton. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if he would also entertain, I noticed that requests for documents of the government are rather narrow scope. They're wanting information on what the impacts to Canadian families might be of imposing a carbon tax. But would he also consider amending his call and asking for information on the costing of the failure to take action to address or mitigate climate change and the cost in the delay in that action? Very important that we look at this in a holistic way. I'm sure the member, through Mr. Speaker, is aware that most nations around the world have committed at Paris to take action to reduce. The International Energy Agency has called on this government and all governments to move towards investment in clean energy and reducing greenhouse gases. So I'm wondering if he would give consideration to broadening his request for information from the government also about the other side of the cost of not taking action on addressing climate change.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the premise of the member's question is that the carbon tax is about the environment. Now, the government could try to make the case that it is about the environment if it would release data to show whether the tax is revenue neutral. If, in fact, it is a revenue generator, that is, it brings in more money to government coffers than it returns through corresponding tax relief elsewhere, if it does not do that, then it is merely another tax grab. It has nothing to do with the environment. It's just meant to fund more bloated bureaucracy and more handouts to the wealthy and well-connected. Now, one way to elucidate all members of the House of Commons on that question is to release the data. The government has very detailed tables containing the real cost by income quintile. That is the real cost on the very poor, the middle class, and everyone else. This motion today merely asks them to remove the black ink from those tables and release the data so Canadians know what this tax costs them. I ask for the member's support for that motion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to get up and speak today because what we're calling for today is pretty simple, and it was just articulated by my colleague. We're asking for transparency, and let me quote from the motion itself, that the Liberal election platform stated, and I quote, "Government and its information should be open by default." So if there is no reason not to provide the data, then the data would be provided by default. And what we're facing here today, what the government is facing, is a question to answer why. Why is the information, why are the tables blacked out and redacted from the report that we're requesting simply to show the effect of the carbon tax on various levels of individual in our society, and also, frankly, on business in terms of the effect that this will have on the competitiveness of business. Now, in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about some of my constituents who employ a lot of the people in the manufacturing sector within my community. And some of the meetings I've been having with constituent business owners about the rising energy costs and what the carbon tax will mean from their own rudimentary calculations based on the percentages that the federal government has dictated to the provinces to say we will phase in over time. One such company, Mr. Speaker, is in the manufacturing of very large pieces of stainless steel product that go into large installations of things like dam gates, things that are very unusual. They're one-off projects around the world. In their production facility, when you walk the production floor, they employ just over 400 people in good-paying, well-paying jobs. On the production floor, you'll notice 6 enormous furnaces. These furnaces heat the metal to shape the metal to be made into the final product. Now, Mr. Speaker, back in the 2008 election, we had been threatened with a carbon tax by the Liberals in that election. And in that election, they were campaigning that they would bring in a carbon tax. And the owner of that business came to me at that time and calculated the effects of what that carbon tax would be, and it was at basically the same rates that exist today. And the way he expressed it to me, because of the amount of natural gas he uses in heating the product and shaping it, which is an enormous amount of money, was he explained it to me this way. He said, if this tax comes into existence, a carbon tax like this, it will mean $9,000 per employee per year in extra overhead costs. Now, he happens to as well, or this company happens to own 2 other manufacturing facilities, one in Michigan and one in Ohio. 400 well-paying jobs in my community are at threat over a carbon tax if you just do the basic thinking on this and use common sense. So when I talk about the impact of what this will mean to business, already businesses facing the prospect of the competitive rates that will start to come into effect in the United States, and they will start to look at their options because basically they have to compete on an international level. And so when we don't know the effect of what the carbon tax is on the Canadian population at large, but also on businesses, it's absolutely wrong that we cannot get that information when it's available in writing from the Finance Department in terms of what it will do. But this is the most damning quote, probably, that again forms part of what we're asking for today. is to say that the Department of Finance indicated that the federally mandated carbon tax will cause higher prices to, quote, cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices for everything. So, Mr. Speaker, what this means is exactly what my colleague was driving at, with the examples of individuals who are disproportionately affected because they're at the lower end of the income scale. And there are many people right now in Ontario, my friend as well, quoted 60,000 people have had their hydro cut off by Hydro One in Ontario. Now, what we're witnessing over the last week in the legislature of Ontario is trying to get answers to questions like, why does the CEO of that corporation make $4 million a year as his income, whilst the same type of corporation in Quebec, the CEO makes $400,000. And if you watch what's happening in the answer to those questions, there is no answer because they do not know how. The other part of that equation is all of the people who work at Hydro One in Ontario have been taken off the sunshine list. In other words, there is no transparency to the type of incomes that they are earning as employees. Again, Liberals hiding transparency. This is exactly what another huge broken promise, exactly what they promised Canadians they would not do through the campaign of the last election. And of course, we found out early on that the $10 billion deficit was just thrown out the window because we had a majority and we can do whatever we want, and so now it's $30 billion. Electoral reform, the same type of promise made, promise broken. And we can go on and on about the types of promises they made and how they were broken. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the projected effect will be on seniors. $1,208 per person on a carbon tax. This is the statistic that's given to us by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. They estimate it will be that $1,028 per person, or $4,102 per family of four when fully implemented in 2020. Does the government agree with this figure? Is it higher? Is it lower? Why won't they say? Why won't they release the data that they have that should be open and transparent by default to all Canadians to see? What's being hidden today? That's what we're driving at today here in this motion. We're driving at being transparent, exactly what they said they would be, and now they've had a change of heart and they're doing differently. When we look at this in every community, the ones that were mentioned by my colleague from Nepean, of people actually having now to decide between whether they can afford to even have an automobile or afford groceries to eat over paying their hydro bill. Another example of this was asked again in the legislature of Ontario, and it was the question of an individual who had his hydro bill arrive, and he had consumed $4 worth of hydro in the period that was measured by the hydro bill, generally speaking 30 days. Yet there was a charge of $100 on there for all of the other charges added up, the Global Adjustment Fund, the delivery charge. And the question was asked, how is this individual charged $4 for consuming the consumption amount of hydro and $100 was not? The Wynne Liberal government will not answer that question. So we're in a crisis situation in the province I come from. We're in a crisis situation that's real for the people who are at the lower end of the economic scale. And Mr. Speaker, what we're striving to do today in opposition is ask this Liberal government to be transparent, to do what they said they would do, provide us with the data because we believe that data right now is being covered up and hidden by this government, and we're asking today and asking for the support of all parliamentarians to live up to that promise.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud my honourable friends for their acknowledgement and concern of Canadians of lower and modest income, including seniors in Canada that fit into that category. Now, of course, the carbon pricing that the government has put forward is intended to be cost neutral, and as such, the provinces are free to give back portions of that, all or some portion of those revenues generated to such groups as low and modest income Canadians. And I wonder if perhaps the member had some ideas about how best those funds might be returned to the members of his and other Canadian constituencies. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, the first thing that I appreciate the member's comments and trying to get into a space that really doesn't exist and is rather naive in the scheme of things, because when we look at what provinces are already doing who've implemented them, they've estimated their revenues and are putting them into their budgets as estimated revenues. In Ontario, it's $1.9 billion of estimated revenue from the cap-and-trade system, not coming back to taxpayers. In British Columbia, the federal government charges GST on top of the carbon taxes. We're getting income into our revenue streams through GST that the government has decided they'll take that additional funding and put it into operational funds. So my idea about carbon taxes, don't put it in place in the first place, because it makes us uncompetitive. It affects the lowest income people the most. We should just not go down that road at this time.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I would have to say, Mr. Speaker, 99% of which is irrelevant. He ranted on about what the provinces are doing. Well, we have certain jurisdictions, so do the provinces. If we want to talk about a jurisdiction in Canada that significantly raised costs for electricity, it's in Alberta, where the previous Conservative government introduced deregulation, which his party loves to tout, and astronomical increases in the cost of electricity, nothing to do with consumption. I'm wondering if the member could speak to the issue that I raised to his colleague, and that is, it's well known around the world, and certainly well known in this country, that the longer you delay action on reducing greenhouse gases, the higher the price. Sooner or later, that cost is going to be imposed on consumers. So does he not think that it would be useful? His government promised cap and trade, did nothing. They put in place a home energy retrofit program and then cancelled it, used the money to cover their deficit. Does he not think that it's time that measures were taken at the federal level to work with the provinces and territories to actually address climate change through programs like home energy retrofit?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
I thank the member for her question on this issue, and I'd like to correct some of the information that she talked about, because actually it was the Conservative targets that the current government used for the Paris Agreement. And we had set out a plan, sector by sector, of making progress towards achieving those goals. And they were put into effect. And to use the rhetoric that nothing was happening and that we don't care about climate change, of course we do. We just believe there's a better way to do it so that people in my community, the 400 plus people where $9,000 is going to be added to the overhead and make them uncompetitive, and that factory goes and locates in Michigan, will have no income and will be listed on the list of the unemployed in my community. We need to care about those individuals.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock. A very brief question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague's point, I mean, the Conservative government laid out targets. We laid out a plan with the reduction of greenhouse gases, using incentives, using other mechanisms other than a carbon tax. Now, those targets were taken and adopted by the Liberal government taken to Paris, signed the agreement, and everybody was happy because the Liberals were doing so much for the environment. And I find that kind of ironic because when I look at what's happening in the cities across this country and the reduction in greenhouse gases and all of the programs and incentives that are in place, that is a far better mechanism than taxing the poor. And I just want to get my colleagues' comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you for that question. We had set out in the previous governments realistic targets that could be achieved. Interestingly enough, and went about in sector by sector to put incentive programs in place for people to move towards those. It's using the stick or the carrot idea, and we believe as Conservatives the way to move forward is to get people to do it in a way that they agree with what's happening and that they agree to build it into their cost structure, be it an individual or their business. And so we went down that road. We implemented a number of initiatives that were working. The rhetoric that comes about the fact that we did nothing is absolutely false, and the record shows that. So what more do I need to say?
Reprise du débat, la secrétaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm pleased to respond to the question posed by the Honourable Member of Carleton. Our government knows the economy and the environment go together. That's why we are committed to making investments that will lead to a cleaner, more innovative economy that will not only help us achieve our goal of reducing emissions, but create well-paying jobs for middle-class Canadians and those that are working hard to join it. We are taking concrete steps to protect our planet from our children and our grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us today references information that bears no reflection on our plan. Our government plans to address climate change involves working with provinces and territories to determine mechanisms and impacts on various regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, as was noted during the First Minister's meeting last December, climate change is indisputable, as are the significant impacts it is having in Canada and around the world. We are already facing the social and economic cost of climate change, which poses significant risk to our environment, as well to our health, security, and future prosperity of our nation. This is why we have shown leadership by working together in close collaboration on behalf of all Canadians. We are working to develop a plan to grow our economy, reduce greenhouse emissions, and build resilience to the impact of climate change. Mr. Speaker, our government is approaching this challenge in a prudent and in a flexible manner. We are committed to collaborating with provinces and territories on climate change issues. We will ensure that provinces and territories continue to have the flexibility to design their own policies to meet their targets, including their own pollution pricing policies. Provinces are actively pursuing their own climate policy agenda and are introducing pollution pricing measures as a part of their plan. We have developed a planned Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution. Under the new plan, Mr. Speaker, all Canadian jurisdictions will have pollution pricing mechanisms in place by 2018. To facilitate this plan, the government has set a benchmark of pricing carbon pollutions, set a level that will help Canada meet its greenhouse gas emission targets while providing greater certainty and predictability to Canadian businesses. Each jurisdiction will be given a choice on how to implement carbon pricing. They can put a direct price on carbon pollution, or they can adopt a cap-and-trade system. We propose that in jurisdictions with a direct price on carbon pollution, the price should start at a minimum of $10 per tonne in 2018, rising by $10 a year to $15 per tonne in 2022. Jurisdictions with a cap-and-trade system will need to set their annual caps to achieve at least the same amount of emission reductions that would result from the carbon price in a price-based system. Cap-and-trade systems will also need a 2030 emissions reduction target equal to or greater than Canada's 30% reduction target. Each jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, will also have the flexibility to keep revenues to use as they see fit, whether it means giving it back to consumers, support their workers or families, help the most vulnerable, including communities in the North, or support businesses that innovate and create jobs for middle-class Canadians. Take the case of British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, where carbon pricing is revenue neutral. Since 2008, BC has proven that it is possible to reduce emissions while growing the economy and creating good-paying jobs. BC has the highest broad-based carbon tax in North America. Their carbon tax sets a transparent and predictable price on carbon while returning all revenues to BC individuals and businesses. The price signal creates a real incentive to reduce emissions across the economy. Again, Mr. Speaker, jurisdictions have the freedom to use the revenues from this source as they see fit. It is their choice. In the case of BC, it has meant that every dollar generated by the carbon tax is returned to British Columbians through reductions in other taxes. In fact, Mr. Speaker, during the period of between 2008 and 2015, the net benefit to taxpayers was $1.6 billion. And also, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that because of the very flexibility that defines the pan-Canadian framework, attaching a benefit or a cost to household or to individuals large is not as straightforward as the member opposite would have you believe. In fact, it's terribly misleading. Since each province and territory has the flexibility to design a system that works for them and to use the revenues as they see fit, much work remains to be done in the way of further analysis and modelling in collaboration with the provinces and territories before a relevant estimate can be provided. It's important to understand as well, Mr. Speaker, that the memo being debated today and much bandied about by the member for Carleton was written before the current government was in office. Its data is no way reflects our government's pan-Canadian collaboration and flexible approach. It won't help him or anybody better understand the impact of our plan, Mr. Speaker. How could it? It was drafted a year before that it was even hatched. Its release could cause confusion for Canadians, industries, and provinces and territories, and our partners around the world about Canada's actual plan and the cost associated with it. That's not something to toy with. That's my opinion. Members opposite may feel differently. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, as the member well knows, the professional public service manages access to information, the Government of Canada, and applies certain restrictions to information that is released according to the rules set out by the Access to Information and Privacy Act. The impartiality and non-political nature of this process is important and must be upheld by all members of this House. It is in Canada's best interest that we not undermine these carefully considered decisions by partisan barbs. Pour résumer, Monsieur le Président.
In summary, Mr. Speaker, a tax on carbon would give Canada an advantage, allowing it to set up an economy based on clean growth. It would make Canadian businesses more innovative and competitive. It would create new and stimulating job opportunities for middle-class Canadians. And it would reduce pollution, which threatens the quality of our air and our oceans, as well as the health of Canadians. Together, we will be able to build an economy that is based on clean growth, which is good for our health. It would also be based on prosperity and collective safety for this generation and the next. The government's approach, Mr. Speaker, will be reviewed in 2022 in order to confirm that it is effective and to set future prices. This review will also take into account measures taken by other countries. As far as our country is concerned, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that Canada is in a position of strength. We are in a very enviable financial situation, and our debt to GDP ratio is well below the average for G7 countries. This means that we have a certain amount of leeway when it comes to carrying out our long-term vision, which is, of course, to ensure that Canada's economy works for middle-class Canadians. Because when the economy is working for the middle class, it's working for everyone, Mr. Speaker. Introducing measures that support the middle class is what the Canadian economy needs, and it's what Canadians deserve. This is what Canadians asked for, and it's what we have been providing them with, and what we will continue to provide them with in the future, Mr. Speaker. On January 1st, 2016, nearly 9 million Canadians had more money in their pockets thanks to our middle-class tax cut. This measure was not only the right thing to do, it was also the smart thing to do for our economy. Cutting taxes for the middle class and the other measures that went along with that helped build a fairer tax system that will allow all Canadians to have opportunities to succeed. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, the government reduced taxes for the second tax bracket, lowering it from 22% to 20.5%. Single people who benefit from this tax cut will obtain a tax cut on average of about $330 per year, and couples will save an average of $540 per year. Furthermore, only high-income earners in Canada, the top 1%, will have to pay more taxes because of the introduction of new personal income tax rates of 33% for those earning more than $200,000. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the government put the limit for TFSAs back to where it was before, taking it down from $10,000 to $5,500 starting on January 1st, 2016. This change in the TFSA limit reflects the government's objective of making the tax system fairer and helping those who need it the most. Combined with other savings accounts, this limit of $5,500 for TFSAs will allow most individuals to meet their needs when it comes to savings, and they will be able to do so effectively. Furthermore, indexing the annual TFSA limits was brought back. And another cornerstone, Mr. Speaker, of the government's plan to help the middle class and those working hard to join it was introducing the Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit helps parents provide for their children, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Child Benefit is simpler and more generous than the former child benefit system, which it replaced, and it is also entirely tax-free. Furthermore, it is more effective at targeting the people who need help the most. I believe that the many people who receive this benefit agree with me that this benefit is necessary and appreciated. With the launch of the Canada Child Benefit, which is much better targeted, around 300,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. In fact, there are 300,000 more children not living in poverty in 2017 compared to 2014. So this is a reduction of about 40% compared to 3 years ago. Since the Canada Child Benefit was introduced in July 2016, 9 out of 10 families are receiving more money than they did under the previous benefit system. This represents an increase of around $2,300 per year on average. Parents with children under the age of 18 will receive up to $6,400 for children under 6 and $5,400 per year for children aged 6 to 17. This additional money might be used to buy school supplies, groceries for the family, or warm coats for the winter. But however it's used, the Canada Child Benefit helps parents defer some of these high costs of raising a child. And, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit will be indexed to inflation starting in 2020. This will help families continue to count on this additional aid long term. Their benefits will be indexed to the rising cost of living.
As on pricing carbon pollution, our government has achieved other goals through collaboration with our provinces. We have reached an historic agreement with provincial governments to enhance our Canada Pension Plan. This project was undertaken given our knowledge that 1 in 4 Canadian families approaching retirement, 1.1 million families, are at risk of not saving enough to maintain their current standard of living. And the risk is highest for middle-class families, Mr. Speaker. Families without workplace pension plans are at an even greater risk of undersaving for retirement. In fact, a third of these families are at risk, Mr. Speaker. Saving more through an enhanced CPP will mean Canadian families are more confident about their future and about their ability to secure a dignified retirement. La situation...
Young Canadians tend to have higher debts than previous generations, and in most cases, they will live longer than previous generations. So this is a particularly concerning situation, Mr. Speaker. They are facing the challenge of having enough savings when they retire to be able to retire comfortably. And fewer of them actually have a job that will allow them to do that. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the measures that our government has taken demonstrate our commitment to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. We have taken action to enhance the CPP. We cut taxes for the middle class, and nearly 9 million Canadians are benefiting from that change. We set up the Canada Child Benefit, which provides financial assistance to 9 families out of 10. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work hard for Canadians in order to build an economy that is stronger and fairer, and that will allow all Canadian families to prosper.
If it's a real, relevant, and factual debate the member from Carleton is looking for, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we can use our time to talk about those numbers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Bravo.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Louis.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her contribution to the debate. Mr. Speaker, the motion is very clear. It's to make public a study conducted by the Government of Canada about the impact on family of the carbon tax set up by the Liberals. I'll remind you that the government is very discreet when the news isn't good. For 10 weeks, the Minister of Finance kept for himself the study of his public servants, and $1.5 trillion in 2050 is the debt we're going to have, and we're not going to have a budget balance before 2050. That's why he kept it to himself for 10 days. But the question is, if the Liberal government is so proud of its carbon tax, saying that it's going to be great, why did the Liberal government refuse to make public a study about the real, direct, concrete impact of the carbon tax on all Canadian families? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague yet again for his question. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it is people who are working at the Access to Information program, I'm sorry, I don't know the French term, who evaluate the requests and eventually choose which information to release. They do very professional work that is not political, and they're the ones who make the decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretaries. It's my first time to speak to the debate today. I have to say it was a breath of fresh air to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary. My criticism of the Liberal government is that they are not doing nearly enough to price carbon at rates that are competitive in the world. Starting at $10 a tonne is too low. British Columbia already has $30 a tonne carbon tax. And contrary to the misinformation, and I will say, with all due respect to my colleagues, disinformation coming from the Conservative benches talking about a Fraser Institute study that has been entirely discredited. The government of British Columbia, its finance minister and finance civil servants have no possible way to explain the Fraser Institute propaganda. Our tax in British Columbia is revenue neutral, and the problem with it is Christy Clark hasn't raised it every year on year as was under the original plan of her ideological soulmate, previous Premier Gordon Campbell. So in this debate, we should talk about real impacts on real families, and a revenue-neutral carbon tax in British Columbia of $30 a ton has not hurt our economy. We continue to lead nationally, and British Columbians want our Premier to raise our carbon tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention and the work that she continues to do in this field.
Mr. Speaker is committed to creating a cleaner, more innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects our environment while creating good jobs for middle-class Canadians. At the first Ministers' meeting that was held in December of 2016, most provinces and territories agreed to implement a Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. The framework includes a pan-Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution, such that carbon pricing will be implemented across the country by 2018. Under the pan-Canadian framework, provinces and territories have the flexibility to choose between the two systems, and it's their choice to do so. We encourage provinces to really take the lead in this. We want them to be the drivers in this, and we are there to support the work that they're going to be doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. One thing that I am very concerned with the Liberal government is the very slow action or complete inaction on a lot of climate issues. And one thing that they could do very easily, very quickly, is bring back the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit program that was initiated by the Conservative government in previous years. Was very successful. For some reason, the Conservatives stopped it just when it was really doing good things. Hundreds of thousands of Canadian families took advantage of this. It reduced energy costs by 20%, greenhouse gases by 3 tons per year in every household, and it leveraged 4 times the investment across the country for every dollar the federal government put in. And instead, in the pan-Canadian framework, it's all shuffled down to the provinces to maybe do something about retrofits in homes. And I just want to ask the member why the government hasn't brought this back. It's such an efficient, no pun intended, way to get the country doing good things on climate action. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, I would like to thank my colleague for his question and again to thank him for the work that he is doing in this file. Mr. Speaker, for us this is a first step. This is an approach that we wanted to work on with provinces and territories. Carbon pricing, the revenues generated from it will remain in the provinces and territories that they are generated in. It's provinces and territories that are going to make decisions about how that's used. Every province and territory can use the revenue from carbon pricing as they wish, including to deal with consequences on vulnerable sectors and to support climate change objectives and clean growth objectives. It is up to territories and provinces to make the choices necessary to meet their own needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Riverbend, yes.
Help you out there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it just shows how out of touch this government is by the comments that this member is making. We hear constantly in this House about how great their new policies, the CPP increase, the carbon tax, are for jobs, are for people. We just heard a passionate speech from the member from Carleton who indicated the number of people in Ontario who are losing jobs. Just in Alberta alone, last month, 25,000 full-time jobs were lost. 8.8% of people are unemployed in the province. And we're told that a carbon tax is what Albertans are asking for, what Ontarians are asking for. How can this member send the House and say that a carbon tax is exactly what this country needs right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and this government is saying, this member, I should say, is saying that the environment and the economy go hand in hand, and we cannot keep putting our head in the sand about the issue of climate change. It is this government, Mr. Speaker, that is here to help middle-class Canadians and those that are most vulnerable. It is this government, Mr. Speaker, that has increased or that has put in place the the Canada Child Benefit Program, sorry, Mr. Speaker, that has helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians really get out of poverty. And it's that party opposite that has voted against that policy that we brought forward. It is also our government, Mr. Speaker, that has put in place an increase in the guaranteed income supplement. When I hear them speaking about the seniors and how that we've done nothing to help them, we have done actually a lot to help our seniors, and we are going to move forward in that direction because we care about Canadians and we want to make sure that they get the help that they need to support them in their times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is related to part of the arguments that we hear from the opposition Conservatives is this, in fact, revenue neutral? And I'm wondering if my colleague can just pick up on that particular point. We know, Mr. Speaker, that what we've seen nationally is strong national leadership working with provinces. In fact, Ottawa does not receive any revenue from this. It's the provinces that will get the revenue. And I'm wondering if my colleague can further explain that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Absolutely. Our government is committed to working with provinces and territories, and we've done so with many fronts, let it be the Canada Pension, and the list goes on. And for this situation as well, we made sure that we consulted with provinces because we want to make sure that they're the drivers in all this, that they're going to determine where that money is going to be invested and how can it better help their province. We want them to take the lead, and that's exactly what we're doing and what we're proud that we've done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for her speech. Two things. How can a government claim that spending money and putting things toward relieving and toward helping seniors and others while borrowing those money that they don't have any idea how to pay it? The second thing, is the honourable member aware of the final report last week about the revenue neutral carbon tax in British Columbia, which is it was reported that the government generate over $450 million out of this. So where's the revenue neutrality in this thing? And I hope that she's aware of that, and I hope that she would admit that this is true.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 30 seconds or less, if possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I always appreciate his interventions. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making sure that we help middle-class Canadians, and we have committed in doing so in our platform. And as we form government, we are continuing to move forward. We are the government that has put in place the guaranteed income supplement for low-income seniors. We are the government that has put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program. We are the government that has lowered taxes for low-income Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to help middle-class Canadians, and we are going to continue to go forward with that plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to advise you I'll be splitting my time with the member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, interesting debate this morning. I look at the motion and I look at the speeches and I wonder, has anybody in here actually read the motion? The motion tabled by the member for Carleton is in essence a call for an order of the House that this government deliver on its duties and commitments for openness and transparency, although the ask, one has to say, is narrow in scope. The member has previously raised in this place his frustrations with the government providing significantly redacted documents allegedly providing analyses of the impacts of the proposed carbon tax on low and middle-income families. The documents the member seeks to have released include reports titled, in quotes, impact of the carbon price on households, consumption costs across income distribution, and secondly, in quotes, estimating economic impacts from various mitigation options for greenhouse gas emissions. But it needs to be noted, Mr. Speaker, that they've also asked for any additional documents that the government may have prepared or have in its possession or use public funding in order to analyze the implementation and the costing of the carbon tax. It should be noted as well, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my questions to some of the colleagues in the place, that the motion does not call for release of any analyses documenting the cost of failing or delaying action to address climate change, including impacts associated with mitigation costs already experienced in this country. It may be noted that Natural Resources Canada commissioned such a report decades back, documenting climate impacts across sectors of the economy and across regions of the country. I recommend a read of that document by everyone in this place. The motion also does not call for any measures to mitigate the costs associated with private investment in reducing greenhouse gases, such as the Home Energy Retrofit Program, installation of solar panels, and so forth. I wish first to speak to the matter of the duty and commitment for open and transparent governance, including full disclosure of documents. As the motion states, the Liberal Party was clear in its election platform on its commitment to restore openness and transparency in government. By way of example, Mr. Speaker, from its platform, in quotes, "Together, we can restore a sense of trust in our democracy. Greater openness and transparency are fundamental to accomplishing this," end of quotes. In quotes, at its heart is a simple idea: transparent government is good government. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians, end of quotes. Once elected, the government issued a policy document entitled Open and Accountable Government. Under this policy directive issued by the Prime Minister, they undertake to ensure a policy of openness and transparency and respect for the role of Parliament. To quote, in quotes, "In our system of government, Parliament is both the legislative branch and the preeminent institution of democratic accountability. Clear ministerial accountability to Parliament is fundamental to responsible government and requires that ministers provide Parliament with the information it needs to fulfill its role of legislating, approving the appropriation of funds, and holding the government to account." And, Mr. Speaker, that is the most important role that we have on both sides of the House. This mantra is again repeated in the mandate letters issued by the Prime Minister to his ministers. For example, the mandate letter to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change repeats this mantra of openness and transparency. In quotes, "We have also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government. It's time to shine more light on government to ensure it remains focused on the people it serves. Government and its information should be open by default. If we want Canadians to trust government, we need government to trust Canadians. Canadians do not expect us to be perfect. They expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest," end of quotes. Again, from the Liberal platform, I'll share some of the actions this government committed in the election. We'll work together to establish national emission reduction targets and ensure that the provinces and territories have targeted federal funding, flexibility to design their own policies to meet these commitments, including their own carbon pricing policies. These targets must recognize the economic cost and catastrophic impact that a greater than 2-degree increase in average global temperatures would represent, as well as the need for Canada to do its part in preventing that from happening. And, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what is being asked for in this motion, the deliverance of the document so that all sides of the House can make a determination on whether or not the government is moving appropriately and cost-effectively in the measures it's introducing. In the mandate letter to the Environment Minister, she's then specifically mandated to ensure that any reduction targets recognize the economic cost and catastrophic impact that a greater than 2 degrees increase would deliver. Certainly, the Minister of Environment and Finance is mandated to undertake a cost estimate of delayed action. It would be nice if we could have that revealed as well. Certainly, the Conservatives, when in power, did not reveal and did not advertise the fact that even before their mandate, Department of Natural Resources had done in-depth analysis showing considerable impacts across our country already occurring more than 15 years ago. So, although the member does not request the release of information on the economic costs of mitigating that damage or failing to take action or delaying, it would be useful as well. What we differ with in the Conservative Party in this motion is their persistence. First, in refusing to recognize that climate change even exists. Secondly, that Canada has inappropriately committed to do its part to prevent catastrophic climate change, including by imposing a price on carbon. It's clear that the Conservative Party continually does not support any kind of measures that would be in place to put a price on carbon, including the measures chosen to date by the Liberal Party. Third, in refusing to accept that world leaders are taking action, including embracing a transition to a cleaner energy economy. And fourth, that credible entities such as the International Energy Agency have called on all nations, including Canada, to expedite this transition to investment in clean energy. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we need full disclosure of any considerations, studies, assessments, or estimates on the cost or policies or measures for greenhouse gas reduction, including the proposed carbon tax and including other measures which have not come forward yet, which will be needed, Mr. Speaker, in order to deliver on their commitments in Paris. But the starting point must be towards delivering on our nation's commitments to reduce greenhouse gases. We committed one thing in Paris, and we have targets that come from the previous regime which are not going to deliver on our commitments in Paris. And to do that through a just transition. If there's one topic that we have not heard, either the Conservative members of this place or the Liberals members, is the need to start moving on action on a just transition. If we are going to move from an economy largely based on the oil and gas sector, we are going to need support to the people who work in those communities, the communities that they live on. There are many workers who are working in the oil and gas sector, including those working in the oil sands sector, who started their own organizations. They're calling on this government to actually finance their retraining and to finance the actual deployment, not just research, on renewable energy and energy efficiency. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, this motion is frankly all about openness and transparency, and I grow tired of hearing that their access to information requests are done independently. I too have had documents refused that in fact I knew were already publicly released. So I think it calls upon the government to rethink and to commit to our previous bill that called for improved access to information, including for members of this place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I think we have seen a very open and transparent government on the environment file, in fact, on all files, and that has been a default position of this government. And when we take a look at what we're debating today, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should go back to the Paris Agreement, something that happened literally months after we became government, and this particular Prime Minister went to Paris. There is an agreement that was achieved, comes back to Canada, works with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces, territories, Indigenous people. We come up with through national leadership, a plan to deal with the carbon pricing as one of the things that's good and healthy for Canada's environment. And my question to the member is, would she not acknowledge that as we move forward, that we need to continue to work with the stakeholders? And that seems to be lost on a lot of the discussions that we're having. That what Ottawa should be doing, or continuing to do, is to demonstrate strong national leadership on the file, but we also need to get the buy-in from the other stakeholders, like our provinces and so forth. Maybe she can provide some comment in terms of just how important that aspect of it is.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. I'd like to spend 20 minutes responding, but I won't have the opportunity. There were a lot of promises made by the Liberals in the election, and one of those is that they would immediately restore and strengthen Canadian environmental laws. And those include the environmental assessment process, where in fact stakeholders, the communities who are impacted resource developments, would have a voice in how those proceed, including the calculation of what the greenhouse gas emissions would be. It's nice to talk about working with the provinces and territories. What we are now evolving with this government is a federal model where the federal government sits back and says, it's your job, provinces and territories. I have yet to see a federal plan from this government on how exactly they're going to deliver on their commitments in Paris, or is it going to be another Kyoto?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Edmonton Strathcona, not for recent work, but for decades of work for the environment, and for understanding the climate crisis and the urgency of it. That's one of the things that's absent from most of the discussions in this place. We tend to have what I regard as a most unfortunate, ill-informed focus day after day on carbon taxes, as opposed to discussing the imminent threat that we are going to be too late to avoid the Paris commitment to avoid 1.5 global average temperature increase, and to focus on the fact, and it is a fact, it is not opinion, that the current federal target falls well below our Paris goals and is in fact incompatible with Paris goals. So I want to thank my honourable colleague and give her an opportunity to speak to the enormous cost to Canada and to future generations if we don't move more aggressively.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member, of course, we all recognize in the House her hard work on the environment file and on climate. I look forward to speaking with her on these matters at the University of Ottawa tomorrow evening. It's already documented, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned a report that was issued by Intercan even before the Conservative governments took power, and I've seen nobody taking any measures to distribute that report. Major impacts on agriculture already, major impacts on our cities and our towns across this country, significant impacts on the Arctic. We already know that the costs are rising, but what we're doing is we are dragging our heels. I would like the Liberal government to step forward and start working with us in this place and with Canadians on what is their actual fulsome total plan to actually meet those Paris targets. We're waiting. Time is running out.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for her excellent speech and her very pertinent answers to questions. Today we are debating a motion from the Conservative Party, the official opposition. It's a rather bizarre construction around various themes here. We feel that there's a trap around this formulation. Many things are mentioned that can be linked, but they could also be completely separate debates. There's the access to information issue and transparency, heating costs for homes, and climate change. All this mixed together in order to have a debate that can head any which way, really. So the first issue, I want to talk about all three. When it comes to transparency and access to information, I must take a few moments to point out that it's ironic. It's great irony to have a Conservative motion asking for access to more information. It's better to laugh at it than cry when you know the track record of the Conservative Party in this regard. During the years when Mr. Harper was Prime Minister, the Conservatives had had a good idea to create the position of Parliamentary Budget Officer. That was a good idea. It was a watchdog, someone who'd verify budget forecasts and government spending, the impact of various programs and measures, the cost of them. But once they created the position, they prevented the Parliamentary Budget Officer to have access to the figures and the data. So the Parliamentary Budget Officer had to use the Access to Information Act to get hold of the figures he needed from the government department. So we had a completely opaque and closed-off Conservative government. In 2014, we were told by journalists the Access to Information Act has never been in worse shape in the whole history of Canada. That's important because that's how a government is accountable to the citizens. How is the money spent? How can you evaluate its impact? Does it really help people or not? If the government makes decisions, but this remains in a little closed box, how are the citizens of a democracy able to decide on the positive or negative aspects of the decisions that are made? Allow me to remind the House that, generally speaking, under the Conservative government, the Access to Information Commissioner gave a report card like children get in school. She gave an average of D to F on the quality of access to information. Department of National Defense, Department of Transport, nothing serious was done about that. Another reminder of the facts. The Access to Information Act says that there has to be disclosure within 30 days whenever there's a request. The Conservative government has a record. There was an access to information request to DND that took 1,100 days, 3 years before the person got an answer. That's longer than the siege of Leningrad. In 2013, the Access to Information Commissioner, Suzanne Legault, told us, and I quote, "I know no other federal legislation that's so completely disregarded by government authorities. And this is the Access to Information Commissioner who said this in 2013. Now, today, the Conservatives are trying to teach us a lesson and lecture us about access to information. That makes me laugh, I must admit. But they're turning their coats. They are in opposition. But the Liberals, too, now that they're in power, they've changed their tune as well. And that's interesting. Pat Martin, our former colleague here in the House, had a piece of legislation to improve access to information. And the Prime Minister at the time supported it. But now that he's in power, he's doing nothing. For years now, the NDP has been asking that the Access to Information Act be improved and modernized to have more open and accessible data for associations, organizations, citizens, opposition party, and the media too. And today, it continues to be extremely difficult. We have a Liberal government that, despite its great promises, that this was a new way of doing government, restoring citizen confidence and trust, now they're still mired in this culture of opaqueness and secrecy. That's not the point of the motion, but one could talk about their fundraising activities as well, which are based on private invitations to give privileged access to ministers and the Prime Minister. That's not the kind of politics that were promised during the election campaign. Now, with regard to words are all very nice. When it comes to energy costs, the Conservatives are right to be concerned about that issue because it's a real tragedy for many families in many provinces. I understand my colleague's concern. He's from Ontario, and there are heating costs that are making many families and individuals in a very serious situation. But there should be a good public system, and that's part of the solution. And places where that exists, such as Quebec, and we're lucky, we have something regulated and controlled. And we're also lucky because we have a lot of rivers, so our energy is renewable. And that's important when it comes to the next issue, that is climate change. But we can't use the tragedy or difficulties of energy costs in some provinces as an excuse to attack measures that are important in and of themselves and that are necessary for our contribution to reducing climate change. When it comes to the cost of energy, and now the Conservative silence surprises me. They are the ones who abolish the program, but the Liberals are silent about it as well. How come we cannot restore the eco-energy program for renovations, which I think was a win-win-win program? My colleague mentioned it earlier. Why don't we have that anymore? It worked. It worked on three fronts. It reduced costs of heating for families because there was better insulation, there's less energy loss through the roof, the doors, the windows. Secondly, it reduced greenhouse gas emissions because it reduced energy consumption in all places where heat is from coal, still today, and oil and natural gas. And then thirdly, it creates jobs because many small businesses and workers go and change these doors and windows and add insulation. So you're reducing heating costs, you're reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and you're creating jobs. What did the Liberal government do? Nothing. Silence. Nothing. And that's really unfortunate. We in the NDP want to hammer this home. It's a good program that should be restored. Third point, climate change. We see the Conservative trap here that are using the excuse of heating costs and transparency to attack something that is necessary. That is our contribution to what is probably the biggest challenge of our generation, fighting global warming to a point that is coming to the point of no return, and that may lead to enormous natural disasters. For 10 years, we had a Conservative government that did nothing about this, and some members of Parliament, some members of the Cabinet denied human intervention in climate change. That's absolutely incredible. Al Gore, the former U.S. Vice President, won the Nobel Prize. Why? Because of his fight against climate change and global warming. Because if ocean levels rise by 1 or 1.5 or 2 meters, that will create such huge movements in population that it will lead to conflicts. There will be places where there will be floods, too much water, others will be deserts. So all those changes have to be attacked on all fronts, and we want action from the Liberal government.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. With regard to the increase in sea levels, it's not just the level going up by 1 or 1.5 meters or more.
Go above 1.5 degrees global average temperature increase. And this is something that we don't like to talk about, but in the Paris negotiations, I sought out scientists and said, what do we tell people is the difference between 1.5 and 2? Well, certainly the low-lying island states will not survive if we go above 1.5. And we lose large chunks of the Arctic, but as well we're basically playing Russian roulette with hanging on to land-based ice, such as the Greenland ice sheet or the Western Antarctic ice shelf. And if we lose either one of those, I'm glad every member here is sitting down, it's 8-meter sea level rise for each event. Now, we don't know when that will occur, but both ice shelves on the Greenland ice shelf, it's ice on land. The Arctic ice melting doesn't lead to sea level rise. It disrupts all our climate globally. But ice on land, we're playing Russian roulette with catastrophic levels of quite sudden loss of coastlines and major urban areas. And I ask my friend for any comment he might have on the urgency of the crisis.
The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the leader of the Green Party for her question and comment. I was pretty worried before, but now I'm panicking, frankly. That's why we need a federal government that's serious about this issue. You will recall that the Liberal government under Jean Chrétien had signed the Kyoto Protocol, and later we found out through a former chief of staff that this was a PR operation. It was supposed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 6%. Why? What happened? 30% increase of greenhouse gases. So nice words, but no action. Today we're told we're going to have a carbon tax, but I remember an excellent intervention by this colleague. That was completely insufficient to achieve the measly objectives of even that government. A professor of taxation in Montreal told us that price on carbon is insufficient to change anything at all. It's interesting. It was Ms. Marois-Risky who criticized the Liberal government for the measures that were not well adapted. It'd be nice if they listened once in a while. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. He managed to discuss the 3 main issues in the Conservative motion here. But I'd like to hear his views a little more about the incredible yada yada from this Liberal government that promised anything and everything during the election campaign. They probably didn't expect to be in government, and now they're improvising. They're improvising by saying, well, here, these targets by the Conservative government are fine. We can achieve those. We won't achieve those. We know it won't be sufficient. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands explained that. So how can one explain that today we end up with a government that brags about everything it does, but when it comes time to do something, nothing ever happens? The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, We have a government here that is into selfies and self-promotion and appearances. But when it comes time to deliver the goods, nothing. Of course, I could talk about electoral reform, but I will abstain from discussing my favorite topic. Now, this was a major Liberal promise: green infrastructure, social infrastructure. The Parliamentary Budget Officer reminded us recently this had been announced. They had bragged about this, saying we're going to spend $13.5 billion on infrastructure. Only $4.3 billion has been spent. So what does that mean for the citizens? That means social housing that was promised isn't there, additional buses aren't there, investment in our roads, in everything that helps our economy. Well, they talk about it, but they don't deliver the goods. And that's deplorable, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we will continue to hold this government to account. Resuming debate.
Well, member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Lakeland. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure on behalf of the good people who live in the Eastern Ontario riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to participate in today's debate in support of the motion to put forth by my fellow Conservative colleague from Eastern Ontario, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Carleton. As someone who successfully ran against Stéphane Dion's 2008 carbon tax platform, this debate is a trip down memory lane. I remember very clearly the Liberal candidate who ran against me, there's been so many I forget all their names, showing up at an all-candidates meeting with a block of firewood, claiming her party had no intention to carbon tax firewood. Her more rabid supporters even claimed that her party would never ban the burning of firewood. I invite Canadians to read the joint statement made on June 29th by the Prime Minister, the previous U.S. President, and the Mexican President. In addition to pledging to bring in carbon taxes, is a promise to get rid of firewood from being used to heat homes in rural communities. Ban the burning of firewood. The Liberals hid their carbon tax hidden agenda in the last campaign, having learned the lesson of poor Stéphane Dion, who was so recently kicked under the wheels of the broken promises bus of the Liberal Party. So it's no surprise the Liberal government refuses to be open and transparent with Canadians and provide the information my colleague, the member for Carleton, has been requesting and is being requested in today's motion about carbon taxes. In the province of Ontario, a regressive carbon tax is not something new. The carbon tax in Ontario was authored by the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, Gerald Butts. Taxpayers pay it every month as an item on their electricity bill. The Toronto Liberal Party calls it a global adjustment. For Canadians who may be curious as to exactly what the Liberal Party is hiding from Canadians about the destructive nature of carbon taxes, I turn to Canada's national broadcaster, the CBC, and an excellent article on its website entitled "Be Afraid. The brains behind Ontario's energy disaster are now running the country." The author then asks, phasing out coal, a feverish pursuit of green energy, new tax regimes, where have we all heard this before? Posted December 7th, 2016 by Graham Gordon, it sets out in clear language the carbon tax controversy in Ontario and what Canadians can expect with the same person in charge in Ottawa. Quoting the CBC, "It is uncontroversial to call Ontario's energy situation a disaster. As a Liberal Premier herself has conceded, Ontarians are now having to choose between paying the electricity bill, buying food, or paying rent." The article then clearly points out who is responsible for the carbon tax on the electricity fiasco in Ontario: the Prime Minister's top advisor, Gerald Butts. It was former Premier, Dalton McGuinty's and his Liberal team from 2003 to 2012, including his former Principal Secretary and policy guru, Gerald Butts, who set Ontario onto this financially bleak, dead-end road. And now, Butts is headed on the same path, leading not to the Premier, but the Prime Minister on the way down. But Butts was, according to the Toronto Star, the man they called the brains behind the operation and the policy architect of the Liberal government since 2003. Butts departed from McGuinty's government in 2008, but not before he and the Ontario Liberal team set the stage for the ill-fated Green Energy Act, in part by signing on to dubious wind power projects and its crippling, inefficient renewable energy standard offer program. Let's be clear, as the CBC pointed out, Butts himself takes credit for initially enacting and seeing through those energy policies. As the Toronto Star reported in 2012, on his biography page at the World Wildlife Fund website, Butts cites how he was intimately involved with the McGuinty government's environmental initiatives. Another Canadian press article made it clear that Ontario's energy policy was Butts' design. McGuinty's plan came from a senior advisor, Gerald Butts. Butts has graduated to the halls of Parliament Hill as the Prime Minister's own principal secretary, leaving behind a province still paying the price, literally, for his tenure. His promise to eliminate coal, for example, a worthy gambit if done fiscally responsibly, cost Ontario consumers an extra $37 billion between 2006 and 2014, according to an Auditor General, and is expected to cost another $133 billion from 2015 to 2032. Now, let us read what else the CBC had to say about Gerald Butts. Now he's doubling down via the Prime Minister on his green energy gambit by promising to enact carbon pricing regimes, tax, on all provinces by 2018 and phasing out coal by 2030, even as our neighbor and biggest competitor, the United States, moves in the opposite direction. How Team Butts sees a carbon price Canada competing against the U.S. on an off-kilter playing field confounds most people's common sense. The federal Liberals, under the stewardship of Butts, has already run a projected $30 billion deficit in its first year in office. This after promising a $10 billion deficit for each of the first 3 years, a $60 billion broken promise. Phasing out all coal by 2030 will have a cost that will add to the deficit. This sounds awfully familiar, no? Forcing carbon taxes on all Canadians by 2018 will, in theory, be a revenue generator for Canada, yet it also promises to eat up more of Canadians' paychecks and potentially trigger businesses to flee to greener and cheaper pastures down south, a phenomenon that is of real and pressing concern for the Ontario's government. The CBC article finishes with the following warning for all Canadians. The architects of Ontario's energy fiasco are now stationed in the Prime Minister's office. The whole country should be wary of the financial disaster of that province being replicated nationwide. So what could be in the Finance Department's own documents that are so damaging to the Liberal Party's flagship policy of carbon taxes that they're afraid to share it with Canadians? Canadians need to look no farther than the report of Ontario's Auditor General on the new set of carbon taxes brought in by the Toronto Liberal Party under the direction of the Federal Liberal Party to get an idea of what the documents reveal. According to the nonpartisan Auditor General, cap-and-trade carbon taxes, which kicked in at the beginning of 2017, will cost Ontarians billions of dollars in additional heating and transportation charges, lead to even higher electricity rate increases than are already expected, send billions of dollars out of the Ontario economy, and vastly overstate any environmental benefits. The AG's report adds to what other critics of carbon tax policies have been saying all along. The biggest winner from the policy will be Toronto, which will have the power to create and distribute any number of credits it wishes and use any revenue from the program to fund a suite of pet projects that have little to no environmental benefits. The Auditor General highlighted that carbon taxes in Ontario come at a major cost for the province's households and businesses, which are already struggling from the fastest electricity rate increases anywhere in North America. Between 2017 and 2020, households and businesses will be burdened with even higher taxes. The annual direct and indirect costs to the average household will rise $285 by 2019. Households that drive more miles will pay more. The impact on rural and northern households, which are already suffering from high energy costs, either have not been analyzed by the province or like the Liberal Party in Ottawa, the information is not being released to consumers. Cap and trade carbon tax pricing will make electricity price hikes worse for industrial customers, also according to the Auditor General. While perhaps the province will use the billions of dollars in proceeds from its carbon credit auctions as a subsidy to lower hydro bills, by 2030, large industrial customers will experience a 7% increase in their electricity rate that is directly attributable to cap and trade carbon pricing. This price hike is over and above the increases the province has already laid out in its long-term energy plan. Contrary to the vapid talking points prepared by Gerald Butts for the Minister of the Environment, carbon taxes are bad for the economy. In Ontario, the Liberal carbon tax on electricity has eliminated over 400,000 good, well-paying jobs in the manufacturing sector. Carbon taxes hurt the less advantaged the most. Carbon taxes lead directly to higher commodity prices, higher electricity bills, and a reduction of job opportunities. The Minister of the Environment should throw away her silly PMO Gerald Butts talking points and take a look what's really happening in Europe. In Germany, German households paid a renewable surcharge of 7.2 billion euros in the latest year.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a treat listening to the member across the way. You know, as I was listening to her today, one of the thoughts that came across my mind is one of her former colleagues, Patrick Brown. Patrick Brown served with the member on this side of the House for a number of years. Then he decided to run for the leadership of the Conservative Party in the province of Ontario. Patrick Brown today says that the Conservative Party's position is in favour of a carbon price on carbon. Mr. Speaker, that's what the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party is saying in the province of Ontario. But he's not alone. There are many Conservatives across this country that have said it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, you get all political parties across this country saying a price on carbon is a good thing. It's good for the environment. It's good for Canada. You have countries around the world that are saying it, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, why does she believe that the Conservative Party in the House of Commons, the only entity that I'm aware of that is actually opposed to carbon pricing? What is the logic behind the Conservative Party saying that they are in opposition? And yeah, there is one province, one leader, Saskatchewan. I'll give the member that. But why is it that she believes that the Conservative Party here is so much alone on this particular front?
Before I go to the Honourable Member, I just want to, I don't know what it is, but every time the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North gets up, the Conservatives just want to help him out and shout answers to them. I just want to remind the Honourable Members that there is a process, and shouting across the hall or the floor is not the process. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
In addition, all of consumers' indirect costs are rising as industry must pass on their rising costs to consumers and product prices. So similar to the 20-year industrial wind turbine contract signed by the Liberal Party in Ontario, because Germany has signed on to green energy subsidies that guarantee prices for 20 years, costs will rise even higher. And as more green energy schemes are signed on to by the Liberal Party in Ottawa, the future looks even bleaker for young people. It is poor young families, the working and productive middle classes, and the elderly who are most hurt by carbon taxes, as we've seen in Ontario. And now there are some observers who claim that the problem with out-of-control electricity prices in Ontario is a result of an unfortunate mix of Liberal greed and incompetence. The situation with British Columbia carbon taxes is no better, according to GEMCO, a not-for-profit corporation formed by Canadian energy companies to demonstrate industry leadership in the development of market-based approaches to greenhouse gas emissions management. The BC carbon tax shifts the tax burden from large, profitable, and particularly resource-extracting businesses to the public sector, small, less profitable businesses, and low-income families.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure if the Honourable Member heard the question. She seemed to be continuing with her speech. But I do want to ask, in the previous Parliament, the Conservative government cancelled the extremely important and very popular home retrofit program. And it was a very successful program. I think most parties agreed that this was a very successful program. And it actually reduced energy use, it reduced emissions, and it saved money. Seems like a win-win-win. So I'm wondering if the member would support reinstating that program.
Well, member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And carbon taxes are before income tax operating expenses and at least partially deductible from royalties payable by resource extractors, while families pay more after-tax income. The revenue gap in BC's income to carbon tax shift is about $600 million, and there's nothing revenue neutral about this. It was further demonstrated that BC carbon tax credit payments to low-income families were far less than the gross amount of carbon taxes collected from the same families. There was no recycling of tax revenue to low-income families.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to my colleague from Carleton for leading this motion today and for all his work on behalf of taxpayers and all Canadians, but especially on behalf of the most poorest and vulnerable among us, the people who are struggling to make ends meet every day. This Liberal carbon tax is already making things so much worse for families and for businesses across Lakeland, Alberta, and Canada. Before the Liberals unilaterally announced they will force a carbon tax on all of Canada, the Finance Department completed analysis on how the tax will impact everyday Canadians. Both documents were released through an access to information request, but much of that information was redacted and blacked out. It's clear there's information contained in these reports that the Liberals do not want Canadians to see. And Canadians can be forgiven for asking what the Liberals are hiding, just like when the Liberal members rejected a Conservative motion to study the impact of the carbon tax on the natural resources development in Canada in committee. But of course, we know why they're keeping facts from us, why they're resisting releasing this information to Canadians. It's because the Liberals don't want us to know how damaging it will be for businesses, for families, for communities, and for the poor. This reckless cash grab will harm small businesses. A local business owner from Lakeland runs a family-owned trucking operation near Bonnyville. At a town hall, he explained the price of everything will rise and the cost of fuel his trucks will increase dramatically. He fears he'll have to lay off up to 4 staff from his already small group of employees. Trucks that are in perfect working condition will sit empty as he won't be able to afford to run them. Like him, business owners across Alberta are warning consumers and clients that they'll have to pay for this increase in operating costs, which will happen to almost all businesses across all of Canada, small, medium, and large, most of which ship and receive goods that are transported by trucks. Businesses will have no choice. They will have to figure out how to cover off these cost increases through higher prices, through layoffs. The Liberals pledged to be an open and transparent government. In fact, the motto on the Liberals' website is openness, transparency, fairness. But how is unilaterally forcing and then hiding the true cost of this new tax on everything open, transparent, or fair? School boards will need to cope with millions of dollars in extra bills. Alberta school boards have requested an exemption from the tax, warning about the possibility of mass layoffs without it. The answer? There could be a rebate in the 2017 budget from the provincial NDP. But school boards are already facing the additional burden of this new tax. The Elk Island Catholic School Board in Lakeland will incur an additional $82,000 in increased costs for the remaining school year, and $143,000 next year, specifically for transportation and infrastructure costs. School board trustees question the ability to budget for replacement school buses in the future. Rural and small-town kids biking and walking to school is not an option. Municipalities will also struggle with this tax. The town of St. Paul worked to keep spending as low as possible this past year, knowing the carbon tax would make it even harder to stay in the black over the coming years. The town of Vegreville did a projection of what the carbon tax will cost based on their fuel usage, and it will increase the town cost by $36,438 in 2017 and up to more than $54,000 in 2018. These are significant costs for small towns, for municipalities, for counties. And all Canadians will feel this pain. A Lakeland resident recently shared a bill on Facebook which showed an extra cost of $778 on a single truckload of energy products that was delivered to his home. This is the biggest tax hike in Alberta's history. It's not environmental policy. The federal Liberals and the provincial NDP are manipulating caring for the environment, a priority shared by all Albertans, all Canadians, all parties, and it's crass and disingenuous to suggest otherwise, to justify this cash grab, falsely claiming it will earn social license and reduce emissions. But Alberta has always actually been a leader. Alberta, in fact, was the first jurisdiction in all of North America to regulate emissions and to apply a targeted $15 a ton carbon levy specifically on heavy industrial emitters, only on heavy industrial emitters, including oil sands producers. That was in 2003. Alberta leads Canada with biofuels and off-gas capture projects in the north and with wind and solar projects in the south. This all started more than a decade ago, yet here we are with both provincial and federal politicians falsely claiming that this new massive cost increase of everything for everyone will suddenly stop extremist and foreign-funded activists and protesters, international attacks from competitors, protecting their own competitive bottom line to try to push Canada out of oil and gas development and get pipelines built. It's nonsense. Federal and provincial representatives instead should tell the truth unabashedly at every opportunity, in every situation, across Canada and to the world. Alberta produces the most environmentally and socially responsible oil and gas in the world and operates under the highest standards and the most stringent regulatory regime of any country on the planet. The result has been innovation and energy development that has been the driving force of Canadian prosperity and government revenue for many decades, increasing the standard of living of every person in every community, benefiting every province and every region. Alberta has earned its social license many times over. So has all of Canada. And I notice repeated misrepresentations, especially from the Liberals, also from the NDP, throughout this debate, of economists and Conservatives who support carbon taxes for emissions reduction. The fact about those economists is that they almost always also promote equivalent regulatory and red tape reductions and equivalent reductions in corporate and personal taxes. Those economists are usually proponents to shift taxation from personal and corporate taxes to consumption and carbon taxes entirely. Those same experts, like an economist who helped develop the Alberta NDP plan, also say carbon taxes have to be about $150 to $200 a ton to be punitive enough to cause significant emissions reduction. But that's not what the Liberals are doing. No government in Canada is proposing that, which makes the point. This scheme is a cash grab. It's not about environmental stewardship or emissions reductions. Yet what they are doing will be disproportionately harmful to rural, remote, northern Canadians, to agriculture and energy-based communities, and to the most vulnerable, those who can least afford it, to the unemployed, low-income Canadians, people on fixed incomes, the working poor. The fact is, neither the U.S. nor any of the other top 6 major oil and gas producing countries in the world are even proposing or adopting carbon taxes because they know it would be harmful to their economies and bad for their people. It's stunning that the Liberals would force Canada down this road, regardless of the way it will seriously undermine our competitiveness. Even in the case of BC, often hailed as the best example of the carbon tax, every year since 2010, BC emissions have increased. There's been no significant reductions in gasoline purchases. It's not at all the case that the options are A, a carbon tax, or B, do nothing, as the argument is often framed. That's a false choice to justify a revenue generator that will increase everyone's cost of living, the prices of all goods and services, and will hurt the most vulnerable, the people who can least afford these higher energy costs because they're a higher proportion of their income. I oppose the carbon tax for these reasons, and because it will not do what its proponents claim. Bad policies which undermine competitiveness, increase costs, and hamper productivity with excessive red tape will deter investment and innovation. It's private sector investment that will generate the development of alternative and renewable energies long into the future, and it's conventional oil and gas companies that are already leading that way. We shouldn't kick them while they're down. We should be having fact-based conversations about environmental policy and outcomes. We all strongly believe in protecting the environment and in economic development. But we should be clear what's actually being proposed in Canada right now. The Liberals' carbon tax isn't about the environment. It's not about emissions reductions. It's a cash grab. And the Liberals need to tell Canadians how much it will end up costing all of us and the damage it will do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. And I just want to remind the side that I'm sure the Honourable Member doesn't need any help when he's asking his question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I say, that we have provincial Liberal governments, provincial Conservative governments, provincial NDP governments that all came to the table and have agreed with the Prime Minister and this government that now is the time for us to have carbon pricing. Now, the member made reference, Mr. Speaker, to, well, what about the school division that's going to need more money as a direct result? And she somewhat answered the question by making the statement that it is going to be the province that will hopefully, maybe, it's up to the province to determine. What we have done is we're saying that, look, we believe that the time is now for a price on carbon, but the revenues generated from that is going to the provinces. Ottawa's not getting any money out of this, Mr. Speaker, and you will find provinces will deal with the issue that the members have raised. My question to the member is, does she not agree that with the price on carbon, that it is best that the revenue goes to the provincial jurisdictions? This way they are able to address some of the issues that the member has raised today.
Member for Lakeland.
Well, no, because I oppose a carbon tax. But the minister or the member seems to have a foggy memory of what happened there. In fact, at the beginning of a debate about meeting targets in the Paris Agreement, the Prime Minister stood up before any debate occurred, before any MP could have a say, before anybody could represent their constituents, before anybody had any ability to consider a policy proposal or the impacts on their communities, the Prime Minister stood up, preempted that entire debate, and announced his government would be forcing a carbon tax on every community and every person in Canada from coast to coast to coast. That happened on the same day when provincial environment ministers were gathered together for a meeting where they thought they would be negotiating a framework of the federal government about how to deal with environmental policy and with international commitments going forward. And I don't know what the member recalls about that. Perhaps he's been so long in here it's affecting his memory. But environment ministers walked out. A number of environment ministers.
And comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here, I would say that the Conservatives' selection of facts is somewhat pitiable. I would like to know what is the member's perception when they talk about transparency. It's your carbon capture and storage strategy, which had cost Canadians a fortune. How much did that cost as a mistake, as a technological error that led to no results because nobody followed up on it? What did that cost Canadians?
Well, the debate, of course, is over the impact of the carbon tax on all Canadians, and the Liberals refusing to release the information, the facts to Canadians about what the carbon tax will cost them. And so we all know what happened. Without debate with members of Parliament, without consultation with provincial governments, the Liberals announced that they would be forcing a carbon tax on every person in every community in Canada. That's the focus of this debate. Canadians are entitled to that information. If the Liberals believe all their words about fact-based, evidence-based decision-making, about consulting with Canadians, about caring for poor people, for the middle class, for small businesses, for families, from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. They would release this information. They would reverse the decision to force every Canadian and every province to undertake a carbon tax which will harm all of us, increase the cost of everything, and undermine Canadian competitiveness internationally, and do untold damage, which individual government rebates and token amounts mailed out a couple of times a year that don't help people pay their bills when they actually have to pay them, and will never cover all of the costs that this carbon tax will incur.
Bravo. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from LaSalle, Imard Verdun. Madam Speaker, it's great, with great pride that I stand up, and great privilege that I stand up to speak today on something that's very important for the future of Canada, for the future of our economy, and for growing the economy, and as we say, for strengthening our middle class and those hoping to join it. Madam Speaker, putting a price on pollution is the most efficient way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reach our objectives to protect the environment while stimulating investments in low-carbon innovation and creating a sustainable, clean growth economy. The pan-Canadian approach to pricing pollution will give Canadian businesses, investors, and consumers a clear, predictable basis for decision-making, confidence that the price of pollution in Canada will continue to increase over time in a gradual and predictable manner, will encourage businesses and consumers to invest in clean technology and fuel while avoiding major disruptions. It will also encourage businesses to invest in research into low-carbon technology, which will better position them to compete in a low-carbon economy. A strong, predictable, and rising pollution price sends an important signal to markets, informing consumer choices and investments in infrastructure and innovation. Some people claim that pricing pollution is not good for economic growth, but emerging evidence indicates that pricing pollution and economic growth go hand in hand. The World Bank recently stated that early evidence suggests that a price on pollution is not, and I repeat, is not an impediment to economic growth. To cite just a few examples, British Columbia's direct price on carbon helped reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the province between 2008 and 2013, at the same time as the provincial economy grew faster than the rest of Canada. British Columbia's growing clean technology sector now brings in an estimated $1.7 billion in annual revenue. Similarly, in Sweden, GDP and industry have grown, while its emissions have dropped under the world's highest direct price on pollution, which currently stands at €137 per tonne. The Canadian industry and investors know that pollution pricing will foster innovation and create new jobs prospects, those jobs that we know the middle class needs and deserves. That's why more than 30 Canadian companies have come out strongly in support of a price on pollution by joining the World Bank's Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition, and it is why many leading corporations, including Suncor, Canadian Tire, and General Electric, account for an internal price on pollution in their investment decisions. In our discussions with Canadian industry leaders, since being elected, a common theme emerged was Canada's business leaders believe that pollution pricing is one of the most economically efficient ways to reduce emissions, to stimulate the market, to make investments in clean innovation, and to be positioned to compete in the emerging low-carbon global economy. TD Bank's Chief Environmental Officer, Karen Clark-Whistler, says her company believes that a strong, low-carbon economy is not only key to reducing carbon emissions, but also makes good economic sense. We believe pricing pollution has the potential to play a huge role in building the low-carbon economy. The impact of the pan-Canadian approach to pricing pollution in terms of costs on households and businesses will vary by province and territory, depending on the differences in energy and fuel consumption and electricity generation mix across provinces and territories. It will also depend on the pollution pricing design approaches taken by individual provinces and territories, as well as decisions made regarding how revenues from pricing pollution will be used. An illustrative model conducted by Environment and Climate Change Canada estimates that the average increase in the annual cost of energy to households in Canada would be $290 when the backstop pollution price reaches $50 per tonne in 2022. This captures the increase in the fuel price, approximately 12 cents per litre of gasoline, and a modest reduction in the amount of energy used by the average family. It is important, however, to recognize that these type of projected impacts do not take into account the significant gains in innovation, competitiveness, and economic growth that pricing pollution is likely and will generate. Also, in accounting for costs to households, it's important to account for the ways in which each jurisdiction chooses to use revenues raised from pricing pollution. For example, Alberta's pollution pricing system includes rebates for low and middle-income households to offset the cost of the carbon pollution levy. 6 out of 10 Alberta households are expected to receive these rebates, and the rebate amount for a household with 2 adults and 2 children is now as much as $540 per year. Alberta also provides small businesses a cut in the tax rate by 1/3, from 3% to 2%. Further analysis on households, businesses, and sectors will become available as each province and territory establishes its pollution pricing systems. At a macro level, significant economic impact analysis has been done to support the Pan-Canadian plan to price pollution. According to modelling estimates produced for the federal, provincial, and territorial working group on carbon pricing mechanisms, the economic impacts of pricing pollution will be modest. I repeat, modest, Madam Speaker. The working group considered 3 scenarios. First, a price on pollution starting at $15 a tonne in 2018 and rising to $30 a tonne in 2030. The second scenario, a price starting at $30 a tonne in 2018 and rising to $40 a tonne in 2030. And third, a price starting at $30 a tonne in 2018 and rising to $90 a tonne in 2030. These 3 scenarios were designed to broadly illustrate the impacts on the economy of pricing pollution at various levels of pricing rather than to reveal the impacts of a specific policy proposal. For each of these scenarios, the working group projected very modest reductions in the annual rate of GDP growth. Indeed, as the working group's report concludes, the projected impacts are so small that they fall within the range of forecast error for GDP projections. Furthermore, the projected GDP growth reduction estimates provided to the working group are likely to overestimate because the modelling tools used do not capture the full range of likely benefits from pricing pollution. What are the benefits? Including direct benefits from innovation, the development of new technologies, market opportunities, improved health from reduced emissions, and other benefits due to the avoided costs of climate change. For more details, please see the report published by the government on December 9th, 2016, Economic Analysis of the Pan-Canadian Framework, available, Madam Speaker, on the Government of Canada's website. External modelling analysis including 2 studies published in 2006 by Environics and a 2016 study by Clean Prosperity supports the Working Group on Carbon Pricing Mechanism's conclusion that pricing pollution at levels comparable to the illustrative scenarios assessed or at the 2020 federal benchmark price of $50 per tonne would not, and I repeat, would not have a significant negative impact on GDP in Canada. The impacts of a changing climate are already being felt, Madam Speaker, and the costs of inaction are much greater than the costs of addressing climate change. The National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy concluded that the cost of climate change could represent approximately $5 billion per year by 2020 in Canada, and depending on the levels of continued global emissions growth, could rise to a range of $21 to $43 billion per year by 2050, or even higher under more extreme scenarios. The Insurance Bureau of Canada recently cited estimates from the Parliamentary Budget Office related to the financial costs of natural disasters, driven in part by climate change. Between 1970 and 1994, the federal government paid out an average of $54 million each year from its disaster fund, adjusted to 2014 dollars. By contrast, the Parliamentary Budget Office estimates that weather events connected to climate change over the next 5 years will cost the federal government $900 million annually. That is $900 million that could be spent on social programs, skills training, and education. Madam Speaker, we must address climate change. The Government of Canada is committed to continue to work with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous governments to ensure clean growth and address climate change. By acting now and acting together, we will build a better Canada for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I'm hearing a lot of information, research, studies, information that the government has on its website describing the conditions of climate change and why this is also necessary. So I'm just wondering, since he's so willing to share all of this information, would he not see that there is value in sharing the information that was withheld and redacted on the report that our member requested of the government?
Our member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague from Yorkton Melville for that question. And what I would say is I'd actually recommend that the member look at the Government of Canada website, and I'll be more than happy to send a link on the economic analysis of the Pan-Canadian Framework, which is actually published on the Government of Canada website. And what I would like to add, if you look across globally, those economies that have embraced pricing mechanisms and renewable energy, for example, with Germany, with an unemployment rate of about 4%, a strong budgetary surplus, a strong manufacturing sector, the economy and the environment can go hand in hand. And other countries have proven this, and we're going to go that way. And that's a direction this government's going to go in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask through you the member a question about the Liberals' commitment to action on climate change. What we've mainly seen is downloading of all responsibility to the provinces. The government, the federal government here seems to have no plan. They have a framework. I mean, I'd always worry when I see the word framework, but they have no plan to actually do concrete work themselves to tackle climate change. And one of the topics that has been brought up today is the eco-energy retrofit program, a program that was brought in by the past Conservative government. It was very successful, so successful that they cancelled it. And I'm just wondering if the member would comment on whether he would support the present government bringing that program back, a program that allowed Canadians to invest money in their homes, to make them more energy efficient, reduce greenhouse gases, bring jobs to communities, and a win-win solution all around.
Our member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague for that question. And what I would say is, if you look at our framework and look at the approach that the Government of Canada has taken, where we've sat down and worked with the provinces and territories to come up with a pan-Canadian framework, and each province and territory has a different electricity generation mix, different consumption mix. And what we've said to the provinces and territories, we'll work with you. We've come to an agreement. Each province has its own set of unique circumstances, that the revenues collected by pricing carbon pollution, which leads to a better, a stronger environment, a cleaner environment, and job growth, the revenues will flow directly to the province. So it'll be up to each individual provinces to use those revenues in the manner they see fit to make investments in retrofit programs, to make investments to help assist those that may be impacted by pricing carbon pollution. But at the end of the day, we have to come together and we're working together to build a stronger, cleaner, and more prosperous country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grassland.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his passionate speech here today. But last week in the House, it was mentioned from Ontario, recreation sites in the province of Ontario have received astronomical power bills in December and January, over $10,000 a month. Now, since the Liberals have taken away the sports tax credit and the arts tax credit to those coast to coast, Madam Speaker, I wonder what is the solution for Ontario recreation facilities as they are red in debt right now and are worried that they can't keep their recreation facilities open to the public?
Brief answer from the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, please.
Thank you for that question to my colleague. What I would say is we've introduced what's called the Canada Child Benefit, and this year alone, which will put in the pockets into Canadian families over $4.5 billion incremental new investment versus the old program under the prior government, and over approximately $2,300 more on average per family. 9 out of 10 families are better off to assist those families to put their kids into recreational programs, into arts and fitness programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable l'Honourable Secrétaire Parliament.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The most efficient way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reach our objective to protect the environment and create a clean growth economy. For this reason, it is a foundational pillar of Canada's action on climate change. The Government of Canada has demonstrated national leadership and has worked in partnership with provinces and territories to establish a pan-Canadian approach to pricing pollution. It is a core element of the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, released by Canada's First Ministers on the 9th of December 2016. Under this framework, pricing pollution will apply to a broad set of emission sources throughout Canada and with increasing stringency over time in order to reduce GHG emissions at lowest cost to business and consumers and to support innovation and clean growth. As affirmed in the Pan-Canadian Framework, provinces and territories have flexibility to design their own pollution pricing policies adapted to their specific circumstances. Provinces and territories can put a direct price on carbon pollution, either through a direct price on pollution like in British Columbia, or in implementing a hybrid system along the lines used in the Alberta model, or they can adopt a cap-and-trade system. A federal pollution pricing backstop will apply in provinces and territories that do not have a pollution pricing system in place that meets that benchmark in 2018. Pollution pricing revenues will remain in the jurisdiction of origin, and each jurisdiction can use those revenues according to their needs. This gives provinces and territories the flexibility to decide how to reinvest pollution pricing revenue in their economies to support their workers and their families and to minimize the impact on vulnerable groups. Pollution pricing systems create an incentive for households and businesses to reduce their consumption of carbon-intensive goods and fuels and to choose lower carbon alternatives. For example, households could choose to reduce fuel consumption by either using public transit more often or by replacing their vehicle with a more fuel-efficient vehicle. The cost of pollution pricing to households will vary by province and territory, depending in part on differences in energy and fuel consumption and electricity generation mix across provinces and territories. The cost to households will also depend on the design of pollution pricing policies introduced by each jurisdiction, as well as the decisions they make as to how to use the revenues from pollution pricing. An illustrative modeling scenario conducted by Environment and Climate Change Canada estimates that the average increase in the cost of energy to households across Canada would be $290 per year when the backstop pollution price reaches $50 per tonne in 2022. This captures the increase in the fuel price, approximately 12 cents per litre, and a modest reduction in the amount of energy used by the average family. Further analysis on the economic impacts of pollution pricing, including analysis of impacts on households and businesses, will become available as each province and territory clarifies the precise design of its pollution pricing system, including how it will utilize its revenues and as experience is gained. It is important to recognize that the goods and services purchased by low-income people are usually not more carbon-intensive than those purchased by higher-income earners. Accordingly, a direct price on pollution does not exhibit a greater burden on low-income families. However, because low-income earners spend a greater share of their income, they may be disproportionately impacted by any price on consumption unless specific measures are taken to compensate them. Now, Madam Speaker, there are a number of ways to protect low-income Canadians and vulnerable communities from price increases associated with pollution pricing. Revenue generated from pricing pollution can be used in a variety of ways. Under the pan-Canadian approach to pricing pollution, all revenues raised, as we have stated, will remain in the province or territory of origin. This gives provinces and territories maximum flexibility to decide how to reinvest pollution, the revenue from pollution pricing, in their own economies, and to work to support their workers and their families and to minimize the impact on other vulnerable groups. Provinces and territories can choose to use pollution pricing revenues to compensate low-income and middle-income families for higher energy costs, for example, while still maintaining an incentive to reduce energy use and thereby helping to reduce emissions. For example, British Columbia provides a tax credit for low-income families and has made its direct price on carbon revenue neutral carbon revenue neutral by reducing income taxes for British Columbians and for businesses operating in the province. Alberta's pollution pricing system includes rebates for low and middle income households to offset the cost of their carbon levy charged on fuels used for transportation and heating. The government of Alberta has estimated that 6 out of 10 households will receive a rebate to compensate them for the cost of the carbon levy. For example, the full rebate amount for a household with 2 adults and 2 children will be $540 annually in 2018, when Alberta's carbon levy reaches $30 per ton of carbon dioxide. This exceeds Alberta's estimate of the total annual cost of the levy for a household with 2 adults and 2 children, which is $508 in 2018. Alberta has stated that it will provide the full rebate amount for couples and families earning less than $95,000 per year and for singles earning less than $47,500 per year. The approach chosen by the province of Ontario is to include in its climate action plan investments that low-income individuals and households stand to benefit from. Ontario plans to spend $380 to $500 million in social housing retrofits, starting in 2017-18, in order to improve comfort for residents and save money for social housing providers to make other improvements. Ontario also plans to consider options for legislative and regulatory changes that lessen the impact of pollution pricing on all tenants who rent their housing, in order to make sure that pollution pricing does not get passed on to tenants who are unable to make changes to reduce energy use. In addition, Ontario plans to invest $45 to $75 million in post-secondary training and innovation to ensure the province has the capacity to build, maintain, and repair low-carbon buildings. This will include training for First Nations and Métis peoples. Low-carbon jobs and training partnerships will be established among post-secondary institutions and Indigenous communities. The Government of Canada is committed to working with all provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners in ensuring that vulnerable groups, including Indigenous peoples and low-income Canadians, are protected from any significant price increases resulting from pollution pricing. Madam Speaker, our climate is already changing. Canadians are already feeling the effects. In the past, in some dream world, pollution was treated as an externality that people did not have to pay for and that the market did not have to worry about. In fact, economists are telling us, no, it is time to internalize that so-called externality, make the price of pollution part of the market price of goods and services, and then let markets and governments take care of it. This is the approach taken by Patrick Brown, for example, who is the leader of the Conservative Party in Ontario. The changes have already begun, Madam Speaker. Extreme weather in the form of droughts and floods is increasing in frequency. North of 60 degrees, the average annual temperature has tripled compared to the global average since the middle of the last century. Snow, sea ice, glaciers, and permafrost are all in rapid decline. We must address climate change now for the well-being of our people, our communities, and our economy, and most of all, Madam Speaker, as a parent, for our children and our grandchildren. We can no longer afford to take action. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth of the matter is that Canada absorbs almost 4 times as much carbon as it emits. Because of the size of our country, our forests, our wetlands, our farmland, we absorb more carbon than we can create. At the same time, we are very aware in my province of Saskatchewan how important it is that we be good stewards of what we have. And when our provinces were approached by this government to take on more responsibility with taking care of our environment, they were given options, 5 options, before they were blindsided again by the government and told you have option 1 or option 2. Saskatchewan, our people respond to incentives, not punitive measures. And we were ready to continue on with what we're already doing in incentiveness towards innovation and research and making things better. Already where we do some of the best farming and the best industry in the country. Coal in Estevan was visited by the minister, and she made very little mention of it. I'm just wondering if the member would like to respond to my question. Why are we willing to sell our seniors' care off to a China company where some of the worst pollution exists when we could be selling them our innovation?
Parliamentary Secretary, I just want to remind members there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments, so if the members could keep their questions much shorter, that would be great. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I full well realize, Madam Speaker, that we lost 10 years on innovation and having an innovation policy with the previous government because they had none. And we missed an example.
I just want to remind members that when someone has the floor, to allow that respect for that person to answer. The member did provide the respect to while the question was being posed, so same would be greatly appreciated. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This carbon pricing plan that our government has worked out with the territories and provinces is coupled with an innovation agenda that is breathtaking, Madam Speaker. We are going to move ahead to make sure that we profit from the clean, green economy so that we can work with innovative people in Saskatchewan and other parts of the country in order to make all of this work.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech, and I'd like to ask him about the Liberals' commitment to climate change. We heard so much good words coming out of Paris, but now the federal government has adopted the former Conservative government's weak targets for greenhouse gas reductions, and these targets won't get us anywhere near the greenhouse gas reductions that we are seeking. And I'm just wondering where and when will we hear a concrete plan from the federal government on how we're going to meet those targets. Right now, we are putting it off, so our grandchildren will have to deal with this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question and his dedication on environmental issues. Madam Speaker, there are many steps that this government has to take in order to reach our climate change goals. I share the concerns raised by the honourable member. We have gotten the provinces on board with this pan-Canadian strategy. We will keep moving forward on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and hopefully at some point, Madam Speaker, we'll reach a point where we are satisfied with both the emissions lowering and the targets that are in place.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Much, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for the speech. I'm just wondering that the GST that's being charged on carbon tax that's already being implemented, will the government stop taking revenues from the GST to make it revenue neutral?
A very brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
The revenue neutrality, Madam Speaker, is something that will be determined by each province and territory. That's why they have the flexibility in order to create and craft the kind of program and policy they feel is best for their province or territory.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to advise you that I'll be splitting my time graciously with the member from Foothills. You're welcome. I want to, I want to turn this back into what we started at this morning, and it's a motion, an Opposition Day motion, that is not an indictment or an endorsement on the plan to price carbon, as the Liberals say, or as we like to say, tax, because, Madam Speaker, a tax is a tax is a tax. You can't hide it any other way. But this is a motion that deals with openness and transparency, the very foundation of which the Liberal government ran the last election on. The member from Carleton asked for information with respect to the pricing of the planned carbon tax that the Liberals were looking to implement. There was some information that came back, but the information on the cost was in fact redacted. And I somewhat chuckled in disbelief the day that the member from Carleton received that information to see that it was actually whited out. So the government, the Finance Department and the government know what the cost is. They know what the impact is to Canadians, but they're just simply not sharing that information. And that flies in the face of holding your hand over your heart, speaking to Canadians during an election campaign, talking about a Canada where better is possible, where we're going to be more transparent, more open, more accountable. And for the fun of it, Madam Speaker, I actually went back to the Liberal platform and looked at what they said. And they said, together we can restore a sense of trust in our democracy. Greater openness and transparency are fundamental to accomplishing this. A Liberal government will implement all of these proposals and go even further with new initiatives and expand Canadians' access to information. Well, they'll expand access to information, Madam Speaker, only when it suits them and it doesn't speak to the truth of the issue. And the truth of the issue is that this carbon tax that the Liberals are looking to implement across the country is going to cost Canadians. Now, in question period yesterday, I asked a question, and it related to the Barrie chapter of the Canadian Association of Retired People. And they recently had a seminar this weekend, and the basis of the seminar was heat or eat. That's how dire the situation has become for seniors in this country, particularly with respect to energy prices in Ontario. And, when seniors are celebrating their golden years of retirement after contributing so much to Canada, to our economy, it's awfully disheartening, Madam Speaker, when the prospect of a carbon tax is going to fall on them, and they're going to have to pay even more to heat their homes, even more for energy, and even more for everything else, quite frankly. And so in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil, there's a seniors community called Sandy Cove Estates. It's a 3,600 strong senior community, and oftentimes at night you'll drive through that community and see lights off, because for many of those seniors in that community, the reality is they are making a choice between heating and eating. And I know the member from York Simcoe knows that area well. There are good people who have worked very, very hard their whole lives, Madam Speaker, and many veterans as well that live in that community, many first responders, and they're having extreme difficulties right now in Ontario paying their high energy costs. And so to add a carbon tax on top of that is just unimaginable. And again, I said earlier, I don't want to make this an indictment or an endorsement on carbon taxes. You know, when I was a city councillor, I did my part, made decisions to invest, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, whether it was spending $11 million on LED lights, investing in LEED certified buildings. There are things that we can do, and we understand as Conservatives that, as the Liberals say often, that the economy and the environment do go hand in hand, but they shouldn't be adverse or adversity of each other, in adversity or in contradiction of each other, Madam Speaker. And so there are many things that we can do. And indeed, not being part of the previous government, but I know that there were lots of things that were done. I look at some of the stories. Jim Fraser, who has a small bungalow in Collingwood, Ontario, recently opened up his hydro bill. It was $700. Dave Purdon of Muskoka Meats got a hydro bill of $1,700. And you know what he had to do to pay for it? he had to slash his prices of his inventory by 50% in order just to pay his hydro bill. So when we talk about adding a carbon tax on top of that, how are these small and medium-sized businesses actually going to function? Another one, the butcher shop. Lawrence Vindham, who's a friend of mine, he's actually in the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte. He had to remove large freezers from his business because he couldn't afford his hydro bill anymore. So, he said, actually, he was quoted in the paper saying that he got chest pains when he opened up his bill. Talk about the stress of that, Madam Speaker. So, one thing we do know in the information that the member from Carleton received is that the proposed carbon tax, as stated in the Ministry of Finance report, will have a cascading effect on our economy. Economist Trevor Toome provides some estimates on the cost of carbon pricing in Canada, and he did this in Maclean's magazine in October of 2016. He said the direct cost to Canadians annually will be roughly between $1,250 and $2,500. And so those direct costs to homeowners include gasoline, home heating, electricity, and there's indirect costs as well to households that include natural gas increases, food production and distribution, public transportation, shelter costs, services, clothing. And he also said that further cost to household increases when revenues from carbon pricing are not channeled back to households. Some provincial governments just can't help themselves. And I know, we've heard the argument all day that it'll be up to the provincial governments to decide. Well, when you've got a situation like Ontario where there are billions and billions of dollars in debt, a lot of that is going to go towards paying or servicing that debt, any revenue that's generated, Madam Speaker. Let's not fool ourselves here. It's not going to go back to residents, homeowners, and businesses. And in fact, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation had to go to the UN, information that was provided to the UN to figure out just how much it would cost Canadians with respect to carbon taxes. And one of the things that the member from Carleton said this morning, we are representation by population. We are the ones that represent our residents. And if we can't get the information from the government, how can I go back to my residents in Barrie Innisfil or Foothills or Saskatoon, and how can we tell them how much this is going to cost if the government, in fact, won't release that information? Now, I gave you some examples before, Madam Speaker, of some of the businesses that are struggling in the current environment, and they'll have to absorb the impacts of the carbon taxes. But of course, how do they absorb those impacts, Madam Speaker? They pass them on to consumers. So already struggling seniors, already struggling middle-class families, those working hard to join it, will have to pay for the Liberal carbon tax. But again, we don't know what they're going to have to pay, because the government will not release that information. And again, that's the basis of what today's debate is all about. Release the information. If it's so bad, the member from Winnipeg North, if this is so bad, why not release it? Why redact it? Why black it out? Because they're not happy with the information, Madam Speaker. That's the answer to the question. They know that Canadians will not be happy with the information. Now, with respect to the impact on businesses, I have a business in my riding, LEI Electronics. It's run by Lionel Alone, partnered with Mark Satchu, and they do some great things when it comes to creating carbon neutral or zero carbon products. They have an alkaline battery that is carbon neutral that they sell around the world. And, one of the concerns, and I had them in at a round table, and they actually wrote me a letter, Madam Speaker, dated February 23rd, talking about companies who are carbon neutral certified. Think of the ridiculousness of this. They're carbon neutral certified, and yet they will be subject to a Liberal carbon tax. They're doing everything they can. Every bit of investment that they make in their company is to create carbon neutrality. They're actually going to have to pay for this. So finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the cost of Gerald Butts, Kathleen Wynne, Catherine McKenna, and Justin Trudeau green energy taxes over about $1,000 to every senior at the age of 65. Seniors will have to make decisions every day to be healthy or be warm or have a full tummy or to visit their grandchildren that live far away. I am receiving a tremendous amount of email correspondence about this carbon tax, and I will say, if I can't answer the question because I don't have the information, how are the Liberals answering those questions to their constituents, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Before I go to question and comments, I just want to remind the member that he's not allowed to mention the names of sitting MPs in the House. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the member's speech, and I appreciate that the Conservatives are trying to get information to fully cost what the effects are. But I think what is often not talked about in our political discourse is the effects and the costs of doing nothing. You know, where I come from in British Columbia, I'm on the coast, and I'm on Vancouver Island, but you look across to Vancouver, Canada's third largest city. What are the costs going to be for rising sea levels to the millions of people who live on the Fraser River Delta? What are going to be the costs to British Columbia when we have the increased ravages of forest fires? What are going to be the costs to the prairies when the glaciers that feed their waterways start melting? So I'm just wondering if he can comment a little bit more about the costs of doing nothing and whether our discourse should be more concentrated on that rather than what we're trying to do to amend those facts.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, let me apologize for mentioning the names of members. It was an inadvertent mistake on my part. Call it a rookie error. Thank you, honourable member from York Simcoe. Listen, you know, nobody in this House will argue that we need to do our part. But I think for Canadians to do their part, Madam Speaker, what is it, 1.6% of the global greenhouse gas emissions we emit? I think we need to start having a global discussion and look to those who are the true carbon polluters in this world in order to have those. Why aren't we putting any pressure on those countries? I mean, it's well documented. Over 50% of greenhouse gas emissions, Madam Speaker, are emitted by 4 countries. That's almost over half are emitted by 4 countries. Canada is doing its part. Canada will continue to do its part. The issue here, Madam Speaker, is transparency and accountability on the part. Release the information. Let us know what the cost is to Canadians, and then at a minimum, let's start talking to our global partners to get them to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Climate change is a fact. It's a threat. It's man-made. He told the party faithful. We will have to do something about it, and that includes putting a price on carbon. Madam Speaker, just in the event that the honourable member doesn't know who made that quote, that is the leader of the Conservative Party in Ontario, Patrick Brown. So I just want to know whether he disagrees with his predecessor that carbon should not be priced. The second question I have for him before he stands up is that that British Columbia for the past 10 years has been, if you will, the poster child of carbon tax. It has also simultaneously had the most successful economy in the last 10 years. Does he see a correlation?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And having replaced Patrick Brown in his federal seat, I've had lots of conversations with Patrick, and Patrick and I can agree to disagree on this issue. I know that the Ontario government currently, the way the cap-and-trade system is implemented, is effectively a tax grab. Patrick's plan is to make this revenue neutral. On the issue of BC, maybe the member should read the Fraser Institute's report, where I'm going to say they've taken in tens of millions more than what they've given back in terms of the tax that has been collected in BC. So I would respectfully submit to the honourable member that his information is wrong and that he needs to read the Fraser Institute report to find the truth.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Foothills.
You know, a lot of what we've heard today is about the Liberal government's profession of of the benefits of a carbon tax. But what we're really talking about today here is about transparency, openness, being forthright with Canadians. And we heard it earlier today, but one of the fundamental cornerstones of our democracy is no taxation without representation. But I think another big part of that is no taxation without information. Canadians know that this federal Liberal carbon tax grab is going to hurt. But what we want them to show is how much it's going to hurt. That is what we are asking here today. The information is there. Apparently they've done the analysis, but they are unwilling to share it. And we've been hit with this roadblock over and over again over the last 6 or 8 months. For example, in our Natural Resources Committee, my colleague from Chilliwack put forward a motion asking the Liberal government and our committee to move forward with an emergency study and analysis of the impact the carbon tax will have on the oil and gas sector. The Liberal members of that committee voted against that motion. And again, what this comes down to is if this carbon tax is going to be such a job creation revelation, it's going to be such a wonderful benefit to Canada, why are they being so coy with the data that will back that up? My statement would be, if this is going to be such a benefit, if this is really going to be what Canadians want, then show me, prove it to me. But again, through this entire process, why we brought this motion forward today is they are unwilling and unable to do that. I wanted to just give a little bit of a story of something that really surprised me, and I think the issue that the Canadians are really starting to see now is they're now having to start to pay this carbon tax. And I know my colleagues across the floor have talked about this being revenue neutral, this isn't going to impact anyone. Well, that's absolutely not the case. You know, first of all, they're shoving this off to the provinces to make those decisions. So there's no guarantee from the federal side that they're going to ensure this is revenue neutral. But it's already been proven in BC, Alberta, and Ontario that this is not revenue neutral. This is impacting the most vulnerable. In January, when we were home for our constituency break, I joined some friends of mine, had the opportunity to go and play hockey, walked into the Cardell Arena in the south end of the city. There's a huge sign in that arena that said we are no longer turning on the heaters in the arena due to the carbon tax. So my family, my wife and my kids came to watch hockey, and they had to sit with their toucan mitts on. It's not the worst experience of their life, but it just goes to show that the impact that this trickling down is going to have. And we heard from another Liberal colleague during his speech today that, although that rec centres in Ontario are having a very difficult time making ends meet, well, we've given you this family child benefit. Sure you have, but now that's going to be eaten up by a carbon tax because you've taken away the child's fitness tax credit, you've taken away the tax credit for dance class and arts. So any other money that they possibly may have is now going to go to higher registration, higher utility fees at these arenas, higher program costs, because they're going to be passing on those costs onto the user, onto Canadians. So to say this is revenue neutral in any way, shape, or form is just not the case. This is going to impact Canadians in every aspects of their lives. And let's get back to what we were talking about here today. And we know the Liberal government has conducted some of this analysis. And the two that my colleague from Carleton had asked for, these two Finance Canada documents, and they are entitled Impact of the Carbon Price on Households' Consumption Costs Across Income Distribution, and Estimating Economic Impacts from Various Mitigation Options for Greenhouse Gas Emissions. And these were released under the Access of Information Act. But key information in those tables was redacted, blacked out. And I find that to be incredibly unfair to Canadians. Again, if they are so proud of this carbon tax that they are putting through, and we'll call it a price on pollution, we'll call it mechanisms, we'll call it a price on carbon, but it is a tax. This is a carbon tax. This is a tax grab for the federal government, and I wish they would be very clear on it, but they won't be clear on what they're calling it, and they won't be clear on the impacts that it's going to have on Canadians. If they were proud or confident that this was not going to have a detrimental impact on Canadians, especially rural Canadians, low-income Canadians, they would release the information in those data tables, but they will not do it. despite the fact that this breaks it down to every quintile and the impact it will have on every Canadian, from the very poor, middle class, wealthy, very wealthy. This is nothing but a wealth transfer from those who have the very least to those who have the ability to lobby the federal government and the provincial governments to ensure that they get those rebates, whether it's for their Liberal friends or whatnot. This is not going to be beneficial to Canadians, and I think that's very clear. And we also heard from some of my Liberal colleagues today that countries and jurisdictions around the world are embracing a carbon tax. So I would like to point out one very interesting fact that they left out. The carbon tax certainly has not generated jobs. Our jobs report came out from Stats Canada and Alberta for December. 100,000 Albertans are still out of work. This is despite the fact that oil prices have started to tick back up over that $50 a barrel, which shows me the job losses in Alberta are not necessarily tied to commodity prices. Certainly that's part of it, but that's not all of it. 98,000 Albertans are out of work. This is despite Alberta bringing in this carbon tax. It's supposed to give us all this social license. But the one province that has shown some strength to say we are not going to go down this road is Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's unemployment rate has decreased by 3.6%. The one province that does not have a carbon tax has actually seen their unemployment rates go down. The reason for that is they are still competitive. What we are seeing in Alberta right now with 100,000 Albertans out of work is the carbon tax is forcing investment elsewhere. They are taking their dollars to Saskatchewan, to the United States, to other jurisdictions where they don't have these obstacles to go through, where there is some certainty on their investment and their return on that investment and their ability to be successful. In Alberta right now, with a $30 a ton carbon tax and now a federal carbon tax being put on top of that, being charged on GST being charged on that carbon tax, it is showing investors that Alberta is not a good place to do business. And that's going to be the same for Canada. And again, we talked about jurisdictions that are embracing the carbon tax. The United States, Australia, France have abandoned plans to do a carbon tax. The United States, our biggest competitor and our biggest customer, is not going down this path. So what that's going to do is going to make our industries, energy, mining, forestry, agriculture, globally uncompetitive. We've seen more than $50 billion of investment leave Alberta already. I don't have numbers on what that would be across Canada, but I think once this carbon tax, the federal carbon tax, comes into play next year, we're going to see additional investment dollars go somewhere else. They're going to go where they have the least obstacles, and they're going to be taking those dollars and the jobs that go with them, likely south to the United States, where there is a much friendlier regime in terms of investment in the industry, in the energy sector, in manufacturing, perhaps even agriculture. So we're going to see that trickle down effect. But again, what this comes down to, Madam Speaker, is transparency. I think what we are asking the Liberal government here today is to be honest with Canadians. If they want to know what the impact of this carbon tax is going to be. Is this going to be something that they are going to be able to be successful with, or is this something that is going to be forcing them to continue to close businesses, take their kids out of sports and recreation programs? It took the Taxpayers Federation to do the homework for us, for the Liberal government, say this is going to cost an average family of four more than $4,000 a year. And that is just absolutely unacceptable. And I just want to finish with this, Madam Speaker. And again, it comes down to no taxation without representation, but also no taxation without information. This is going to hurt. We want to know how much it's going to hurt.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I wouldn't question his ability to goaltender. He's a great goaltender. But on Alberta, has he not seen the report the Conference Board of Canada projects that Alberta will lead the way in 2017 in terms of real GDP growth? Has he not seen the report, the 2.8% of real GDP growth?
Our member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his nice comment.
He's scoring on his own net, though.
He wasn't the one who sprayed me, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate his question. I really do. And we are starting to see some things turn around in Alberta, but I would invite him to come to Alberta. I had an Alberta Jobs Task Force. I had 4 roundtables in my constituency this fall. Overwhelmingly, the number one recommendation that these people are asking me to do is please ask the federal government not to impose the carbon tax. These are engineers, physicists, geologists who have not worked for more than 18 months, and they do not see a light at the end of the tunnel. I've lived in Alberta for most of my life, and this is the one time that I can honestly say I've never felt this kind of frustration, despair, inability to see a future for them in Alberta. We're seeing so many go back to Saskatchewan. So, the study may say that, but that's just not reality right now.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I recognize that the member for Foothills has roots in Saskatchewan. In fact, I have some insurance with his brother's firm, but I think he's been away from the province for far too long because he seems to be out of date on the job market situation. The member for Foothills suggested that everything is great in Saskatchewan without a carbon tax. But in fact, Madam Speaker, if we look at the last labor force survey, Saskatchewan and New Brunswick were the only 2 provinces in which employment declined during the first month of this year. And if we look over the past year, Saskatchewan was one of only 3 provinces in which employment declined. So I think, Madam Speaker, clearly the problem here is the drop in commodity prices, and clearly Saskatchewan is not having some sort of employment boom as a result of no carbon tax. And I wonder if the member for Foothills would acknowledge these facts as reported by Statistics Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question and supporting my family's business. I don't get anything of that, but yeah, I appreciate his question. But again, we are seeing things be much better in Saskatchewan compared to Alberta. Their unemployment numbers have gone down, where Alberta is reaching double digits in several jurisdictions. Downtown Calgary has a vacancy rate of more than 30%. The numbers that Stats Canada released earlier this year for Alberta are the worst employment numbers in Alberta since StatsCAD started keeping these statistics. So you just have to compare one to the other. You have 2 provinces with very similar economies. One has a carbon tax, is struggling. One does not have a carbon tax and is holding its own.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. A very brief question.
This is not a question, but very quickly to correct some factual errors. The member for Yorkton Melville said that forests absorb more carbon than we emit. That reversed a couple decades ago. The forests now actually emit more carbon than they absorb in Canada. And the member for Barrie Innisfil said the Fraser Institute report was reliable. The Ministry of Finance for British Columbia has completely debunked that bogus report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for her soapbox, I guess. But the facts have shown that when it comes to a carbon tax being revenue neutral, it's just not the case. In BC, Alberta, and Ontario, the 3 prominent provinces who have a carbon tax, it is not revenue neutral. You can look at whether it's on rebates or not, the costs trickle down to groceries, recreation, user fees. Those companies and businesses have to bring the carbon tax that they're paying down to the consumer.
I'm just going to remind the member to be careful on the words that they use. I think that the contributions that members give here in the House are all very important. We may have differentiating opinion, but I think we also need to be respectful of that. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to share my time with the member for Vancouver Quadra. We are committed to promoting a strong Canadian economy, diversified and competitive. The dynamic around the world is currently in favor of a transition towards a low-carbon economy. Markets for clean technology are growing quickly, and the cost of renewable energy continues to diminish exponentially. The Paris Agreement, good news, that was passed in December 2015, was a historic event and a clear signal to the international community that we have to act to counteract climate change. Canada can be proud of the role that it played on the international stage to move the passage of the Paris Agreement forward. We have committed to reducing our emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. We now have a credible plan to achieve this objective while strengthening our resiliency in the face of a changing climate and while continuing to grow our economy. The Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change is an exhaustive, ambitious plan developed by working closely with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It benefited from the considerable contribution of experts and stakeholders, as well as priorities set by Canadians. The Pan-Canadian Framework rests on 4 pillars. 1, pricing carbon pollution. Complementary actions to reduce emissions, climate adaptation and resiliency, and clean technology, innovation, and jobs. Measures taken based on these pillars continue to stimulate economic growth and jobs while ensuring innovation by creating opportunities for investment and reducing potential risks linked to climate change. Setting the price of pollution through the carbon tax is a pillar of the Pan-Canadian Framework because economists agree that this is the most cost-effective way to reduce emissions. According to the flexible approach that we have chosen, jurisdictions throughout all of Canada can invest in the way that seems best to them, whether it means reducing other taxes, helping businesses or households, or investing in innovative new technologies. The Pan-Canadian Framework also includes complementary measures to reduce emissions. These actions will reduce emissions while reducing costs for Canadians by creating new markets for low-emission goods and services and by helping businesses to use cleaner and more efficient technologies, which will help them get a leg up over their international competitors. For example, we are working with provinces and territories to find better ways to build buildings that are more energy efficient. In Canada, construction represents $171 billion, and it employs more than 1 million people. My brother actually worked in construction. New building codes promote innovation and help Canadian businesses to perfect construction techniques and more effective technology. Investing in modernization to improve energy efficiency is a powerful way to stimulate job creation and also generates local benefits by creating local jobs and lowering energy bills. When our buildings use less energy, people save more money. Helping businesses to use energy more effectively is another priority. Under the Pan-Canadian Framework, federal, provincial, and territorial governments have agreed to work together to help industries to save energy and money, namely by helping them to adopt new energy management systems. Investments made in the past by the federal government in infrastructure, clean technology, and measures adopted through the Low Carbon Economy Fund support the growth of businesses and job creation. The Ministry of Finance estimates that initial investments in infrastructure in the 2016 budget will increase GDP by 0.2% in 2016-17 and by 0.4% in 2017-18. Investments in energy efficiency projects and infrastructure show that the Pan-Canadian Framework helps to create jobs and stimulate economic growth in the short term. The Canada Action Plan on Climate Change will lead to economic growth in the short term and is geared to face the future. By acting now, we are paving the way of future success. That means maintaining our competitive edge in the long term in a world economy that is going to ensure that we build a better future for our children and grandchildren. We are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, and we are the last generation to be able to stop them. There is more and more evidence that the effects of climate change caused by increasing worldwide emissions represent a real and growing economic cost. Insurance claims after extreme weather events in Canada totaled $373 million per year from 1983 to 2004. This went up to $1.2 billion per year over the last decade. According to the forecast of the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, economic impacts of climate change in Canada could reach $5 billion by 2020 and between $21 and $43 billion by 2050. That is why the time to act is now. We have the opportunity to make wise investments that will not only reduce risks associated with climate change, but will help Canadians to save money. For example, the diversion canal for the Rouge River was built in 1968, and it cost $63 million. $627 million were invested in order to widen it. Since 1968, the canal has saved the City of Winnipeg $40 billion in damages that would have been caused by flooding. Our approach to climate change is based on risk management and seizing opportunities. A worldwide market of $5,800 billion already exists for low-emissions goods and services, and the value of this market should continue to increase by 3% a year. Canada already has 750 businesses that work in the clean technology sector. Many of them are small and medium businesses. However, some of them will grow to become big businesses and large employers. This industry already employs more Canadians than the forestry sector and the pharmaceutical sector, or the manufacturing, or the sector that manufactures medical devices. Measures taken under the Pan-Canadian Framework will lead to better conditions to ensure the prosperity of innovative Canadian businesses and will contribute to the creation of jobs both now and in the future. We have the opportunity to counteract climate change while building a strong, innovative, and resilient Canadian economy. Thanks to the Pan-Canadian Framework, we are going to seize this opportunity. As we implement this plan, we are going to ensure that we follow up on our progress and will remain accountable in a transparent way in order to continue to prove that what is good for the environment is good for the economy as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Central Okanagan, Samil Kameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his contribution. However, it didn't touch upon the thrust of today's motion. My question, Madam Speaker, is very, very simple. Does this member support his government in withholding key statistics or numbers of analysis by Finance Canada, paid for by the public, to be withheld, and really makes it more difficult for us to even have an intelligent conversation about a public policy position this government has made one of their most important measures? Does he, Madam Speaker, agree and support that, or does he believe that evidence-based decision-making in a democracy means sharing that information and allowing the people's representatives to debate, and then ultimately the people that he represents, that I represent, that we all represent here, can make their own decision?
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the member for his question, and as he knows, not all provinces have implemented a price on carbon yet, so it'd be too preemptuous to provide an analysis on that. But on that, I find it very ironic that it's the member from Carleton who put this motion forward when he himself and that member himself voted in favor of a cap-and-trade system in 2008 in the throne speech. They voted to an Ottawa-based approach. They voted to implement the system on Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, and all provinces. What the member of Ottawa and the Minister of Environment has done is a decentralized approach. We said, here's our plan, but you guys go ahead and implement your own plan. That's the real...
I just want to remind the member for Central Okanagan, just trying to get some sense here again. Sorry, for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. The member had been afforded the opportunity to ask the question, and I would ask the respect to afford the opportunity for the member to respond. And if the members are not in agreement in what is being said, that they can always get up again and attempt to ask a question. Questions and comments? Point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just want to apologize to the member opposite. Obviously, these issues are close to us, and I do take your advice rather well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. And he's right that he has no lessons to learn about transparency from the former government. I appreciated the positive perspectives about clean technology and sustainable development invoked when it comes to implementing the system, but I'd like to come back to more concrete things, to consumers that can't pay their bills. I would like to ask him why the Liberal government has abolished the energy efficiency program for homes.
Russell.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. The carbon pricing approach is a decentralized approach. It's up to the provinces to decide whether or not they want to give grants or tax credits to their consumers. I know that some provinces already do that.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Glengarry, Prescott Russell. What I wanted to address, because particularly since he's an Ontario Member of Parliament, is this, I think, conflation of electricity prices in Ontario, which have a lot to do with stranded nuclear debt, a lot to do with institutional problems within Ontario Hydro, and equating it with the impact of a carbon tax. As far as I can see from the information available, the cap-and-trade program of Ontario, Quebec, and California has yet to really take root and cause an increase and actually reduce greenhouse gases or bring in revenues to Ontario. So my question is, does the honourable member agree that the electricity price in Ontario cannot be laid at the door of a carbon price?
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, a brief answer, please.
It'll be a brief answer, absolutely.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on the member for Carleton's motion today. I do have to say it's unfortunate to witness the Conservative members continuing alarmist attacks on pricing carbon pollution. And it takes me back many years. It takes me back to 15 years ago as British Columbia's Environment Minister, when that was the argument of the day. But as we know, Madam Speaker, BC's experience after having implemented price on pollution 10 years ago is that in most of the years since, emissions have dropped while the economy has grown, in fact, grown faster than anywhere else in the country. So I do encourage the members opposite to notice that the world has moved on from these kinds of arguments, and that even many members of the business community and industry support the opportunities that pricing carbon creates for innovating and growing our clean energy economy. I'd like them to notice the international community has moved on and has come together to commit to reducing greenhouse gas emissions to ensure that warming stays below 2 degrees centigrade and hopefully 1.5 degrees centigrade. And moreover, in the current Liberal government's pan-Canadian framework. It will be up to the provinces and territories themselves to decide what tool to use to ensure that greenhouse gas emissions are reduced, and the funds that are raised through whatever mechanism they use will be up to the provinces and territories to determine how they are returned to their public. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to use my opportunity to speak on this motion to discuss its aspect around open and transparent government. So that is one of the key themes of the motion, and it is one of the key themes of this government. That vision comes from the top. Le Premier Ministre, dans sa lettre de...
In his mandate letter to the President of the Treasury Board, the Prime Minister emphasized those values for Canadians. He said, "We've made a commitment to raising the bar when it comes to openness and transparency within the government. The time has come to get the government out of the shadows and make sure it is truly at the service of Canadians. And government information should be open." The same message was sent to other ministers in Cabinet through their mandate letters.
Canadians, members of Parliament, citizens, and the media can see these letters and hold the government to account. Is the proof in the pudding of our Prime Minister's commitment? It set the tone for a more modern, open approach to government. In fact, our guiding principle is that the government information belongs to the people it serves and should be open by default. Open by default means publicly releasing government data and information to Canadians, except in limited situations which we all understand, for reasons such as privacy, confidentiality, and security. It also means ensuring, wherever feasible, that requesters receive information in modern and easy-to-use formats. Let me be clear. We are facing a cultural shift in this government's way of doing business. We're talking about reversing the onus.
Instead of asking citizens to justify the reasons why they deserve that information, the onus is increasingly on the government to provide it, except for reasons of privacy, confidentiality, and national security. Instead of expecting Canadians to look for information that may interest them, we make that information easier to find by making operations more open and transparent. Access to information is a good example.
We waived all fees for these requests for information apart from the $5 filing fee. These fees were waived to enhance Canadians' access to government information. We intend to introduce legislation that will bring forward other important improvements to the Act. And it is our hope that the House will pass this legislation. And then, after our first round of commitments has been enacted, the President of the Treasury Board will begin the first full and proposed mandatory 5-year review of the Act in 2018. Monsieur le Président, cet examen...
Mr. Speaker, this examination of access to information is a major component of our third biannual action plan for open government.
After extensive in-person and online consultations, and it is part of our international relationship with the Open Government Partnership and its 75 members. The President of the Treasury Board announced that Canada will take a leadership role to improve transparency and open government worldwide. In December, he announced that Canada would adopt the International Open Data Charter, and Canada is a candidate for a seat on the Open Government Partnership Steering Committee. These are key parts of our international commitment to openness and transparency, and they will support strategic partnerships with governments and civil society organizations here and around the world. The shared global principles expressed in the Open Data Charter reflect our ongoing commitment to ensure government data is open by default. For
example, we'll broaden and improve the government's open data and access to it. The government has a massive bank of raw data that could transform the way public servants make decisions and how citizens interact with us and how organizations innovate. We believe it's essential to put as much information as possible at the disposal of the public, charities, and so forth. We've already achieved a great deal of progress, as you can see on the website, opencanada.gc.ca.
We'll increase the diversity, timeliness, and quality of this data. In addition, we've committed to streamlining requests from citizens for government information, including their own personal information. And to that end, we will be creating a simple central website where Canadians can submit such requests to any federal institution. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to capture to what extent how an open government could improve the world. That's why we've made a commitment to provide open information to civil society groups in developing countries.
Doubled existing resources for open government initiatives. Beyond our new open government plan and its 22 commitments, we are also fostering more open debate and more free votes in Parliament. We are working to reform the budgets and estimates processes to help parliamentarians hold the government to account. In fact, we are also including our scientists. We're inviting our subject matter experts in government to speak publicly about their work. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, please let me emphasize that open and transparent government puts government data in the hands of citizens as a vital resource in a digital world. It helps ensure the integrity of our public institution and strengthens trust in democracy. It stimulates innovation. It stimulates public engagement. And, Madam Speaker, we will continue to champion it for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member of Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think Canadians are coming increasingly to realize that what the Liberal Party promises and what they actually deliver in government are two very different things. The member talked repeatedly about transparency, and that's exactly what this motion is calling for, is for the release of information that has been created by Finance Canada officials. We've asked for those tables to be released to this House so that we can make an informed decision. We had a similar situation at the Natural Resources Committee where we asked the government to conduct an economic impact assessment of the carbon tax on the natural resource sector before proceeding and to release that information. They refuse, Madam Speaker, so that tells me that either they haven't done an economic analysis and are flying blind when it comes to the impact on natural resources, or they refuse to release it to Canadians. Of the things the member indicated, privacy, confidentiality, or national security, which is it that will prevent the government from releasing this data to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. But as I mentioned in my remarks, the Pan-Canadian framework is about empowering the provinces and territories to have their own plans. So the impact of pricing carbon pollution, whether it be about stimulating the clean energy economy, whether it would be about strengthening the clusters of innovation in academia, whatever it might be, Madam Speaker, whether it might be reducing poverty by returning proceeds of pricing carbon to lowest income Canadians, that will be up to the provinces to decide. And frankly, this is just more effort to cover up the fact that this is the Conservatives have been taking action on climate change as long as I've been in this House with alarmist claims that are counterproductive to the future of this country.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member across the way for her speech. I just wanted to ask her through you whether she could comment more on the impacts of inaction on climate change, and specifically, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy published the last analysis on those impacts. They said it would be about $5 billion a year in Canada on inaction. And So we have that. We haven't had much since because the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy was disbanded by the previous government. So perhaps some quick comments on the impacts of inaction and perhaps whether the government will bring back that roundtable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. Those that are paying attention to the issue of climate change and the chaos that we risk internationally because of its impacts, the floods, the fires, the droughts, members that, like the member who asked the question, who understand the kinds of devastation that already are occurring through long-term historic droughts that are driving populations out of their homes and their farms. There are so many impacts, I just can't even begin to list them. There are local impacts, there are international impacts, impacts on security and defense, and there are great economic impacts and risks that have been identified by respected international bodies and experts over years, if not decades. And so we know that it's time to act and to end the kind of games playing that we're seeing from this Conservative Party.
A very brief question, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
If it's so good, so great, so important, so essential to have liberal carbon tax, why do you hide all those information for Canadian taxpayers?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please. Madam Speaker, as I already mentioned, our government is committed to openness of information, and we've already taken many steps to achieve this. We will continue with that project because we are committed to a goal of openness of information for Canadians.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To start, I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful member from York Simcoe. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss today's motion, which is to call on the Liberals to end their carbon tax cover-up and release the Department of Finance's documents on the impact of carbon price on households and estimating the economic impacts from various carbon taxes. This issue is particularly important to me as I represent constituents who have been hard hit by continued tax grabs and high unemployment. My constituents are hurting, and forcing them to pay more for gasoline, heat, and power is not what they need. They need tax relief. With so many issues, the Liberal government says, just trust us, this is the right thing to do. Well, whether it's huge deficits, the Liberal Phoenix fiasco, which is celebrating its first anniversary this week, sole sourcing the Super Hornet jets, or promises to govern ethically and transparently, this government has shown repeatedly it cannot be trusted. So with any policy, it is fair to us to ask on behalf of our constituents for the information mentioned in this motion. That we have to devote an Opposition Day motion to this issue speaks to the lengths that this government will go to cover up the impact of their tax hikes. They refuse to disclose these documents because the facts don't fit with their political narrative. This is unacceptable to Canadians who deserve to know exactly what they can expect to pay in higher taxes. I want to quote someone here. It says, Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty and willingness to listen. That is why we've committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in Ottawa. Governments and its information should be open by default. Simply put, it is time to shine more light on the government and make sure it remains focused on the people it was created to serve. That, of course, from our current Prime Minister. And for once, I actually agree with what he says, although I do not agree with what he is doing. Information should be open by default. The Finance Minister should, by default, release the information of the impact of the carbon tax. Members on this side of the House are concerned about the impact of the Liberal carbon tax, because estimates indicate that families could expect to pay up to $2,500 extra every year in new taxes. Families can expect to pay up to 15% more in their natural gas bill and up to 10% more in their power bill, and an added 11.5 cents per litre for gasoline. Governments will tax elastic behavior that has been deemed as bad as a means of eliminating that behavior. But here's the problem. Heating your home, turning your lights on, having hot water, and buying groceries are not optional. It seems a little ridiculous I have to say this, but Canada is cold. Our climate is not conducive to using just less heat, and Canadians don't have the option of turning it off. And in winter, Canada's dark. We see that. Canadians don't have the choice to decide whether to leave their lights off. The Liberals think that heating your home is a choice to be taxed, but it's not a choice, and we all end up as Canadians paying higher taxes. The government gets richer, and Canadians just get poorer. The Minister of Environment continues to justify this flawed idea by saying this corporation or that corporation supports a carbon tax. Well, some do, as they can simply download the price of the tax onto the consumers. I'm sure this government has written a manual that they referred to called How to Help the Middle Class and Those Working to Join It. Someone on that side of the House, though, did a really lousy job of editing it, because I'm sure they've left in chapters titled How to Make Them Pay Higher Prices and How to Make Them Pay Higher Taxes. It follows logically that business will shift the burden of the carbon tax. They have a bottom line to meet. They have numbers that have to be hit. This government doesn't care because they'll still get their tax revenue. And they get endorsement from groups who don't hold the burden of the Liberal tax. For members opposite, it's practically a win-win. But there's a loser in this equation, Madam Speaker. It's those Canadians I mentioned earlier who are forced to pay thousands more in taxes. And that's the extent of the warning, that it could be thousands of dollars, because this government can't even be open and transparent about the numbers used by their own department. I have to ask, just how bad are the numbers that the Liberals are trying to hide them from us? If they won't be open with the facts, and they even vote down the tabling of the blacked-out report the member of Carleton has tried repeatedly to table, how can Canadians learn how much they'll be forced to pay? Reporting on the blacked-out Finance Department report that the member from Carleton obtained, David Aiken from the National Post says the author is crystal clear. Pricing carbon, be it through a carbon tax or cap-and-trade system, will hit the consumers in the pocketbook. The author of the Finance Department report states, and I quote, "These higher costs will cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices, thus leading all firms and consumers to pay more for goods and services with higher carbon content," end quote. It is in the Finance Minister's mandate letter to engage meaningfully with the opposition, and yet when the member from Carleton asked the Finance Minister repeatedly to just release the unredacted report, the minister simply gives up talking points. In January, I sent a survey around to my constituents with a simple question: do you support the carbon tax? And this is what people on the ground are saying, and the Liberals should listen. Now, keep in mind, my constituents have already been hit with the carbon tax, so they know from what they speak. One of my constituents said, "I don't believe the Liberals know how much this tax will affect the average family or those on a senior's pension. We think they do know, they just won't release the information." Another said, "I'm a single mom trying to educate and raise 2 kids on my own. Added taxes are not exactly what I'm looking for." She's probably looking for tax relief, but the Liberals have already cut out her sports tax credit, her education tax credit, and clawed back her TFSA. Where's her help, I ask? And another says, "I'm barely hanging on to my job because of cutbacks as it is. I have become the working poor, but I'm still a taxpayer. Stop this tax, please." That's the forgotten aspect of this conversation, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Environment repeatedly references the praise of business and corporations for the carbon tax. But where's the praise from Canadians on this issue? This constituent is barely hanging on to his job. But at least it's okay, some corporations are on board. Another wrote in to say, "I struggle to pay my bills as it is, especially in winter when gas consumption is highest." And this gets to the heart of the problem the Liberals won't address. Rather than openly provide information that they have about the impact of this tax, the Liberals accuse members of this side of the House of burying our heads in the sand and being deniers. It's because calling us names is easier than facing the hard truth, that this tax will not help. The Liberal carbon tax will hurt families because it taxes things that Canadians have no choice but to buy. Rural Canadians can't just take the bus instead of driving their cars. And not every Canadian is a millionaire who can buy a Tesla with a taxpayer's subsidy, courtesy of the Prime Minister's friend Kathleen Wynne. And no Canadian can just turn off the heat. And it's not just individuals who will be forced to pay higher taxes. Places of worship, charities, food banks, organizations that help our communities cannot just pass along this tax. We have a jobs crisis in Alberta right now that this government has systematically refused to address. Food bank usage is up 60% this year, and the Liberals want the food bank to pay higher taxes. I'm curious what this government thinks. I wonder if they think the food bank can just simply raise their prices to their customers. Policies should promote good behavior. I personally think the food bank is an excellent organization with a meaningful purpose. I wouldn't tax them more. What would I do? Well, members on this side of the House advocate evidence-based policies that can have a meaningful impact. In 2012, it was the Conservative government that established regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the coal-fired electricity sector. We're the first country to ban the construction of traditional coal units under these guidelines. Our previous Conservative government also pursued a responsible sector-by-sector approach to regulate methane emissions in alignment with the U.S., because we know that joint initiatives in alignment with our North American allies will lead to significant environmental improvements. We also know that while Canadians have a meaningful impact in this world, we'll never solve the problem of excessive greenhouse gas emissions without buy-in from the world's biggest polluters. And lost in Liberal spin is the simple fact that our previous government was the first Canadian government in history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're not going to solve the problem by punishing everyday Canadians for living every day. I will not advocate policies that punish a constituent because he or she needs to drive a great distance to work. I will not advocate policies that punish my constituents for daring to heat their homes in the winter. This government should practice what it preaches. The Department of Finance should be open and transparent. They should release the documents that they have showing the cost of carbon taxes on Canadian workers, businesses, and families. I want to read from the Finance Minister's mandate letter. It's important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them. While the Finance Minister should admit his mistake in covering up costs of the carbon tax and tell us the truth. Canadian workers, businesses, and families, above all, deserve to know. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable colleague says his constituents for Edmonton West all need tax cuts. Does he see that they, at some point, want a healthy environment too, and an appropriate legacy for our children and grandchildren? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituents are very clear. Things are difficult in Alberta. We've had excessive job losses. This government has done nothing for them except spout out talking points. They want tax relief. Yes, they want a strong environment, but they do not want to be taxed for no reason. And they want this government to be open and transparent and stop hiding the truth of what these taxes are going to cost them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the following question to my colleague. I think it's a little bit deplorable to see that there's been this shift in the rhetoric used. I heard my colleague talk about the government getting richer, and it really sounds like things are getting polarized like they are in the U.S. So I want to ask him simply, what does he recommend to help Canada do its part in the fight against climate change?
As I mentioned earlier in my speech, perhaps my colleague was not listening, our previous government, by working with our allies, working with industries, was the very first government in history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Last week, we heard the laughable comment from the other side that this was because of all the great stuff Kathleen Wynne was doing. The reality is the economy grew at the same time we reduced greenhouse gas emissions. The economy is not going to grow by taxing people, and this government knows it. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I noticed that he was talking about how the carbon tax is not going to fix the problem, and I was thinking about Australia, who implemented a carbon tax and found that it drove the cost of everything up for everybody, and that the rest of the world was really not the major contributors. In fact, were not doing their part, and so they got rid of that tax and learned their lesson. Now, I heard it said across the way that the member opposite wants to know if we want to help the environment. And I think we do, but the fact remains that Canada could eliminate its entire footprint and it's not going to have any significant impact on global warming. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on that.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. Yeah, we chatted with people from the Australian government. Over a 2-year period, they took $16 billion of taxpayers' money out of the economy through their carbon tax. And it resulted in, oddly enough, an increase in greenhouse gas emissions in Australia, which is why they got rid of it. They decided, and it showed very clear the facts, the true facts, that the carbon tax did nothing, and in fact, even with taking out a huge percent of their GDP, greenhouse gas emissions still increased. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we're revisiting historical information in this House. It's useful to do so, but let's not put on rose-colored glasses looking backwards. The only reason, and I underscore only, that greenhouse gases dropped during the years of the Harper administration was due to the 2008 financial crisis. So unless the Conservatives want to take credit for engineering a financial collapse that was global, I don't think they can identify that dip in greenhouse gases with any government policy. And in fact, as soon as our economy began to improve, greenhouse gases began to rise once again. We are way overdue to be serious about reducing greenhouse gases in this country.
Our member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the alternative facts put forward by my colleague. The reality and the truth is the Canadian government, the economy grew during the 10 periods of the previous government. At the same time, greenhouse gas emissions dropped. The economy grew, greenhouse gases dropped. That's the truth. That's the facts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege.
Madam Speaker, I'd like a ruling. The term alternative facts has come to mean lies. I wonder if the language that my honourable colleague used was appropriate, and anyone can check what I said because it's...
Just want to remind the member that that's not actually a point of order. It would be a debate. Good try. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Recently, I was out in my constituency when a woman rushed up to me with an air of urgency. And she said, "You're a member of Parliament, right?" And I said, "Yes, I am." Then came the follow-up. She said, plaintively, "Is there any help out there for a family that can't pay their hydro bill?" Welcome to the middle-class experience in Ontario. So deep is the financial desperation of ordinary families that they are, like this woman, willing to swallow their pride and admit for the first time in their lives that they can't make it on their own. Energy prices have pushed them to the very edge of economic survival. It is into this environment that the Prime Minister and Liberal Premier Kathleen Wynne have charged with their carbon tax to push these desperate, vulnerable families over the edge. The story I told you is just the most recent of many experiences I've had, as families have cried while telling me stories of what it's like living after your hydro is cut off, or how they've had to shut their small businesses because energy costs have made it pointless to continue. Consider how the dominoes fall. A dry cleaner laundry is compelled to raise their prices a little bit due to increased hydro rates. A customer, already feeling the squeeze from higher hydro and gas bills on the family budget, now has a new tax on gasoline which increases his commuting costs by 5% in a single day. He makes a decision. He'll wash his shirts at home. After all, they're the no-iron kind. He can get away with that. And then he figures he'll save enough each month to be able to make up for this new carbon tax and the most recent rise in his hydro and home heating. A few other people come to the same conclusion. Suddenly, the cleaner finds that the 3 customers a day who represent his marginal revenue, his profit margin, aren't showing up anymore. The cleaner can't go on running his business without making money. The business closes. This is the new economic cycle in Liberal Ontario. The new carbon tax championed by the Liberals is a tax that consumes what little is left for hard-pressed families at the margin. How crazy is the system that Prime Minister's advisors Gerald Butts and Cathy Telford pioneered with Kathleen Wynne in Ontario? Well, the point of the carbon tax is, we are told, to discourage energy consumption. But guess what? Ontarians are actually keen on helping. They've made great strides to reduce their energy consumption, indeed, by 25% per capita over the past 10 years. How are they rewarded for this reduction in their hydro consumption? Well, last year, Ontario actually raised hydro rates because we saved too much energy. That's right, believe it or not, since conservation reduced energy consumption, hydro rates had to go up to make up for the reduced revenue because less electricity was sold to consumers. This is the logic of Liberal energy policy. Raise the cost to consumers so they use less. Consumers use less as a result, but revenue goes down. So you need to raise the cost to consumers to make up the shortfall. This is the Liberal approach to energy. Guess what? That's the Liberal approach to taxes and deficits, too. Raise taxes, get less revenue, run deficits, decide you have to raise taxes again. Before you know it, you got a carbon tax. And it's not surprising that this is also the Liberal approach to the carbon tax. And they've already built it in for the future. The 5 cents a litre increase my constituents experienced on January 1st on their gasoline is just the first step in the phase-in of the carbon tax. It's already scheduled to go up another 2.5 times that size when implementation is complete, or about 13 cents a litre in my neighbourhood on gasoline. Now, the Liberals say it actually won't cost my constituents a thing because they say it will be revenue neutral. The Liberals say that's so because they will spend the tax dollars on things like subsidizing Tesla automobiles. Again, I am not kidding you. This is how they define revenue neutrality. It's not a joke, it's for real. The Liberals are proudly subsidizing those Tesla automobiles costing somewhere between $130,000 and $200,000 or more with a gift of $15,000 each. That's right, it's a big feature. Just go to the Tesla website and you'll see it. They're boasting about this big subsidy, and you know what? Each of those $15,000 subsidies comes from my hard-pressed constituents paying for it on gas that they can ill afford. And if you haven't seen a Tesla, you don't know what it's like, I can tell you where you can find them. In Toronto, go to Rosedale Post Road, you'll see them. That's where the millionaires have those cars. But my poor constituents gassing up in Keswick at the Canadian Tire, they don't have those Teslas, but they're busy paying for them with every dollar they spend at the pump, funneling that money down to the millionaires in Toronto. That's what the Liberals call revenue neutrality. That's how this carbon tax is working. You know, my constituents in York Simcoe are exactly the kind of people that get hit the most by the carbon tax. People in the middle class and those struggling to get there. They just want the government to get out of the way and give them the freedom to do so. They live in Keswick because that's how far out they need to go to be able to afford a home. They need a car or truck for the long commute to their job in Toronto or to work self-employed in a trade. And that's also usually a long drive to the south. They've seen their hydro costs double under the Liberals, even as they've reduced electricity consumption by 25%. And now their gasoline and natural gas costs, already much higher than the average, are escalating ever higher because of a Liberal idea and determination that taxing them more is a good thing for society. That's right, because Kathleen Wynne and the Prime Minister believe it is intrinsically a good idea for them to pay even more for their daily commute and more to heat their homes. It's very difficult to grasp that, but think about it. The Liberals have instituted this carbon tax with the deliberate and conscious intent that forcing those hard-pressed families of York Simcoe to pay an arbitrary tax increase on their heat and gasoline to get to work is good for those families. You know, I sometimes talk about the danger of a few smart people who, because they have educations and they sit in important jobs, fall into the trap of believing that they know what's best for everyone. That's the process behind this carbon tax. A few smart people, the Prime Minister, Kathleen Wynne and Gerald Butts, have decided that they know what's best for the residents of York Simcoe. They know how the residents of York Simcoe should live their lives. Part of that attitude is that those smart people have decided York Simcoe residents will be better off if they're forced to pay a new tax that they can ill afford. Why can they ill afford these costs? It's simple. Consider those residents of Georgina, the largest municipality in York Simcoe. The median income in Georgina is $32,414. Median household income is $63,579. Both are just under the comparable figures for Ontario. These folks are the middle class, and the carbon tax is hitting them hard. The proportion that they spend out of their family budget to commute to work is higher than for most because of the distance of the commute and that they don't have public transit alternatives. There's no subway there, there's no GO train. And their heating costs are higher than those of folks in the Toronto condo towers. Their gasoline commuting costs take up a big share of their budget, so they are specifically targeted more than most by this Ontario and federal Liberal carbon tax. It hits these middle-class Canadians far more than it hits the wealthy, for whom such commuting costs and heating costs are but a tiny part of their household budget. All of which brings us to the point of this motion before the House. Middle-class Canadians are being hurt by this carbon tax far more than the wealthy. It's simple. Heating and gasoline costs are a larger share of their household budgets. The rich can afford expensive housing close to their workplace in Toronto and enjoy short commutes. Raising a family on a household income of $63,000 means your housing is more modest, and you find yourself at the periphery of the Greater Toronto Area, trading to achieve housing affordability through the cost of time and the cost of a lengthy commute. The Liberal carbon tax targets exactly those people, the severely middle class. They know it's hurting them. The government has an obligation to those who they are asking to pay this tax to tell them exactly how much they are asking them to pay. Tell them the truth. Own up to how much they are asking them to pay. That is the point of this resolution. The Liberal government has asked these people and decided it's good for you to pay this tax. Wouldn't the most basic, decent, simple thing for an honest group of those very smart people in Towers and Ottawa to do be to own up and be truthful and honest about how much that is going to be, about how much that impact will be on them, about how much each Canadian will be asked to pay as a result of this, so that they know how policy is being made, so that someone is telling them the truth that they already feel painfully when they're trying to balance that budget at the end of every month and finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apart from his doomsday scenario in Ontario, does the honourable member not see a role for federal government leadership as we battle climate change? What would he do? Patrick Brown thinks a price on carbon is a great idea.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, we saw what to do with the previous government. Patrick Brown has called the carbon tax that's being implemented in Ontario a tax grab. Why? Because that is exactly what it is. When we were instituting a carbon reduction policy, our policy and approach was clear and simple. We are part of North America. We will march in lockstep with the Obama regime on a common policy to reduce emissions, one that ensures our people don't have a higher burden than others, that our businesses remain competitive with the Americans, and that we use our leverage not through unilateral disarmament and bankrupting our people into poverty while others abandon climate change reduction, but using our leverage to ensure that others, in fact, also deliver climate change reduction by working in partnership. The Liberal government is abandoning partnership on the climate change front and in the process unilaterally driving our working class and middle class into poverty.
There will be 3.5 minutes remaining in questions and comments following question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. Alors, honorable député Dominique Couagan.
Couagan. On March 1st, 1927, the Council of London redefined the borders of Labrador and gave Newfoundland part of Quebec's territory. The border in those waters was always clear, and the borders, as they are currently defined, takes away part of Quebec's territory. For 90 years, Quebec has denounced Labrador's borders. This is an injustice that Canada has just gotten us used to. The 150th of the so-called Confederation is the same thing. This is just to disadvantage Quebec, and we are used to it. I would remind everyone that the government of Quebec, Federalist, Nationals, or Independent, has never recognized the borders of Labrador the way Ottawa wants to impose them on us. The Bloc Québécois maintains that Quebec extends to the water border with Newfoundland. This is what Quebec has always demanded, and this is what we demand again today.
Mr. Speaker, February 28th marks Rare Disease Day, a day celebrated internationally to bring awareness about the impacts of rare diseases on sufferers and their families. In Canada, rare diseases affect approximately 1 in 12 people, or 3 million Canadians. Rare Disease Day holds significance for my family. My special nephew, Ethan, is one of less than 200 in the world to be diagnosed with ATRX syndrome. We have seen firsthand the struggles he and his parents face with respect to late diagnosis, lack of clinical expertise, and limited research into effective treatment options. Not to mention the day-to-day emotional, physical, and financial stressors related to caring for a child with special needs. Mr. Speaker, in honor of my resilient nephew, Ethan, his loving parents, Catherine and Chris, I remind you that rare is everywhere, and that on February 28th, we raise awareness to those afflicted with rare diseases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago on February 22nd, 2007, this House unanimously adopted former MP Joy Smith's motion 153 and made a powerful statement to the world condemning human trafficking, a form of modern-day slavery. Today is Shine a Light on Slavery, when individuals and organizations from around the world unite their voices to end slavery. Slavery continues to exist around the world, including in Canada, and generates an estimated $150 billion a year. That's more than Google, Amazon, or eBay combined. In Canada, men, women, and children are enslaved in forced labor and exploited through prostitution. I would invite all members and all Canadians to join the movement to end slavery by raising awareness about slavery in your communities and supporting organizations that fight slavery. The easiest way to do this today is by drawing a red X on your hand and posting it in a picture on social media with the hashtag #EndItMovement. Mr. Speaker, Canada is in it to end it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
I rise today as the chair of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Persons with Disabilities to update this House on our study of innovative poverty reduction strategies. Our study has taken us to St. John, Winnipeg, Medicine Hat, Maple Ridge and other Vancouver area cities, as well as Toronto in 2 weeks. I want to thank our committee staff, specifically Clerk Julie Geoffrion, Logistics Officer Mylène and Natalie, Analysts Elizabeth, Mira, and Julie, and our translators and technical staff who captured all the information. The organizations we met with are too numerous to list, but I'd like to thank them for their great work and innovative ideas to help reduce poverty in Canada. Poverty touches all of our communities, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Cambridge, I want to highlight Paul Tavares, currently in a 90-day and night out in the cold challenge to raise awareness and funds for homelessness. Great job, Paul. This House can expect the committee's full report before we rise for the summer. Thank you.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last week I tabled motion M119, which calls on the government to bring back the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit Program. This popular program ran from 2007 to 2012 and helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians retrofit their homes, lowering their energy bills by 20%, creating thousands of good local jobs, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 3 tons per year for each house. While the program cost the federal government $900 million over 5 years, it leveraged more than $4 billion in retrofit investments by Canadian families. The government got 5 times the economic impact from its investment. And when homeowners invest in new windows, insulation, and other energy-saving products, that money circulates through communities across this country. This government wants infrastructure investment, they want to reduce carbon emissions, and they want to help the middle class. So I call on the government to revive the Eco-Energy Retrofit Program, and it will give them everything they want.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no issue telling my colleagues that St. Catharines rocks. But this week, we're doing a bit more than usual. That's because St. Catharines has the honour of hosting the 2017 Scotties Tournament of Hearts. 15 teams, comprised of the most skilled women in curling, are facing off in this proud Canadian tradition. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday I stood in the Meridian Centre and welcomed teams and fans alike to our community. On behalf of the residents of St. Catharines, I want to thank the over 400 volunteers who make this event possible. I also want to congratulate the local HoC committee for their great work in bringing this tournament to St. Catharines. As well, I'd like to thank the Sandra Schmerler Foundation. This foundation, in the name of the late, great curling great, donates each year to a hospital in the HoC community, and the St. Catharines General Hospital Children's Wing receives $62,000. With the championship only days away, I encourage all residents of St. Catharines and, of course, my colleagues to hurry hard to the Meridian Centre to take in the action. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise today to recognize the achievements of a young leader in my riding. Scott Smith is a 10th grade student at Orangeville District Secondary School, and he lives with Asperger's syndrome. Scott was bullied as a young boy and has since dedicated himself to combating bullying. In grade 5, Scott developed a website to poll students on bullying, hosted an anti-bullying t-shirt design contest, and raised funds to bring guest speakers to his school to educate students on the effects of bullying. Scott's education program has reduced incidents of bullying at Bellefontaine Public School by 50%. Schools in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Kentucky, and Colorado have expressed interest in Scott's program. Scott is currently developing a community unity program, which aims to bring the local police and the community together to put an end to bullying. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Scott and wishing him well on his future endeavours.
Honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, words can hurt. It's that simple but powerful message behind a campaign to end the use of the R word. You know the one, a clinical label for people with developmental disabilities that has become an insult. It's offensive, it's derogatory, and it's demeaning. Worst of all, it reinforces a stereotype that people who are intellectually challenged have less value. March 1st is Spread the Word to End the Word Day. Dans ma circonscription, le comité...
In my riding, the Temiskaming South Association joined the movement by the Special Olympics, and I am proud to say that this committee is unique because its campaign is bilingual.
Please go to the official website, r-word.org, and make a pledge. Let's eliminate the R word from our vocabulary and replace it with a new word, respect.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, last year my office ran a successful free tax clinic for constituents with modest incomes and simple tax situations in my riding Don Valley North. With the tax season right around the corner this year, people need help finding their taxes. I'm proud to say that this service will be running again this year. This CRA-approved clinic is managed through my constituency office. Our volunteers are ready to prepare income taxes returns for all eligible individuals from mid-February to end April. I encourage all of my colleagues to consider organizing similar services in their own ridings. Helping ordinary Canadians navigate their taxes is a simple, effective way to help strengthen communities across our country. Thanks.
Honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, on the week that my constituents celebrated Family Day, I rise to voice serious concern that the increasing tax burden this Liberal government is placing on our families has reached a breaking point. In Flamborough-Glanbrook, young families are the largest and fastest growing demographic. Young couples and parents are working hard in pursuit of their dream to own a home, to make a better life for themselves. Mr. Speaker, we should be rewarding their hard work and not punishing it with new taxes. When the Prime Minister travels to European galas to lecture others on middle-class angst, he needs to first look at his own actions, because actions speak louder than words. Actions like a carbon tax and a CPP hike. Actions like the cancellation of tax credits families relied on for sports and arts programs for their children. Actions taken by this government. Mr. Speaker, here's my challenge to the members opposite who talk a big game on reconnecting with the middle class. Long before next Family Day, actually go to a local Tim Hortons or a breakfast diner and hear the increasing frustrations of young families before contemplating more taxes to fund a free spending way of this Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2016 was the best year for the Canadian tourism industry in more than 10 years. Nearly 20 million international tourists visited different parts of our country, including my lovely riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Our government knows that the tourism sector is an important economic driver and supports more than 637,000 jobs, which represents nearly 2% of Canada's GDP. It's the top employer of young people as well as small businesses. Our government invested into the tourism industry by investing $50 million into Destination Canada to strategically target international markets where we can increase our tourism. Our Connecting America program had great success by bringing even more of our American neighbors to Canada, which is an increase of 17% for the last year. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Canada's 150th, let's hope that 2017 is a record year. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to seize the opportunity I have in this House today in order to congratulate the Minister for Sport and Persons with Disabilities. She is part of an exceptional group of 5 people. Indeed, she was chosen by the Canadian Paralympic Committee to be part of the Hall of Fame, the Paralympic Hall of Fame this year. Our minister was inducted into the Builders category alongside Maureen Orchard from Winnipeg, Manitoba, and Archie Ellison from Toronto, Ontario.
Alberta, as well as the para-alpine skier Carolina Wisniewska from Calgary, are named in the category of coach and in the category of athlete, respectively. The Canadian Paralympic Hall of Fame pays tribute to those who have made significant contribution to the development of the Paralympic movement in Canada. To all the nominees, in my name and the name of all my colleagues, congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, every week MPs from Manitoba take a flight from Winnipeg to Ottawa, and in doing so, we have the pleasure of meeting some wonderful people who work at the James A. Richardson International Airport. I stand today to recognize 3 of those people: Glenn, Janice, and Dawn, all Air Canada employees who will be retiring at the end of this month after over 3 decades of service. Glenn, Janice, and Dawn have always had a smile on their face, a warm welcome, and an air of reassurance as weary travelers passed by them. Whether it was due to delayed flights, bad weather, or anything else that could go wrong, these 3 made sure that we, as Manitoba MPs, and all of their customers were helped and listened to. We all know that airlines can be very frustrating at times, but people like Glenn, Janice, and Dawn make the experience a good one. I wish all the very best to these 3 as they begin the next chapter in their lives. From all of the Manitoba members of Parliament you have been so good to over the years, thank you. You will be missed.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government economic policies are working, and we are delivering jobs to the middle class and those working hard to join it. According to StatsCan report, jobs for core age workers have highest employment rate in Canada since October 2008, before the Great Recession. Here in Ottawa, the unemployment rate is lowest in more than 5 years. In a recent survey conducted by Ontario Chamber of Commerce, 62% of its members are either somewhat or very confident in their own futures. 4 in 5 expect to maintain or increase their revenues in the next year. A quarter of businesses expect to hire more employees next year. The report also states business taxes are not a big problem, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, the top priority for 53% of them is acquiring suitable staff. This is indeed great news for the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that in a galaxy far, far away that there were 7 habitable planets orbiting the TRAPPIST-1 star. And closer to home, we found out yesterday that the conditions are in place for there to be life on La Pointe de Longueuil, this enormous swath of federal land along the Saint Laurent River, from which our history flows, and in a very real sense, where flows the drinking water for half of Quebec's population. The project announced yesterday by the City of Longueuil is the result result of working together, cooperation between the municipality and the Canada Lands Corporation, which were open to the inhabitants' desire to once again have easy access to the banks of their river. The stars have aligned. This is a good moment to congratulate the Mayor for Longueuil, Caroline Saint-Hilaire. We will talk about her vision for years to come. The La Pointe project is the torch she is passing to us and marks the high point of the 2 terms of the Mayor, who announced yesterday that she is eventually going to leave City Hall. Thank you to her for generating this momentum, and I look forward to seeing you around the neighborhood.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, next Tuesday, February 28th, marks Rare Disease Day in Canada. This day raises awareness of the millions of Canadians directly affected by over 6,000 rare diseases and disorders. That's roughly 1 in 12 Canadians. 75% of these diseases affect children. 30% of those affected will die before their 5th birthday. Speaking on behalf of a family impacted by a rare disease called Alport syndrome, a rare genetic condition which leads to loss of hearing and eventually kidney failure, I have seen firsthand the impact a rare disease can have on a family. I understand the pain and worry facing an incurable condition affecting one's children. This year's theme is research, and I want to take a moment to thank the medical professionals and researchers who commit their time as well as effort every day to help those affected by rare diseases. On February 28th, let us celebrate their work that saves lives and hope that the next research discovery breaks new ground in curing the incurable.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for West Nova.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, February 10th, Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse, the only French-language newspaper in the province of Nova Scotia, celebrated its 80th year of publication. Le Petit Courrier was founded in 1937 by Desiree Déon in a small printing press in Pubnico in order to spread local news to the southwest of the province.
Years ago, in 1977, Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse expanded its reach across the province with the objective of linking together each Acadian community. Grand défenseur des
An important defender of Acadian and Francophone interests in the province since its very beginning, Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse contributes to this day to the linguistic vitality of Acadian communities. I ask all of my honourable colleagues to join me in congratulating Le Courrier de la Nouvelle-Écosse on its 80th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, like me, many Canadians would be surprised to learn that a lawyer doesn't need any experience in the sensitivities of sexual assault cases to become a judge overseeing these types of challenging trials. There currently is also no mandatory training for sitting judges. Today I introduced a bill to help fix this. Mr. Speaker, we need to build confidence in our system so more sexual assault survivors feel comfortable coming forward. Will the Prime Minister join me and support this bill that requires mandatory sexual assault training for lawyers who want to become judges?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that there is a necessity to ensure that we have confidence in our justice system. With respect to victims of sexual assault or victims of gender-based violence, they need to be treated with respect and dignity at all stages. I recognize that the honourable member across the way has introduced a private member's bill, and I look forward to continuing to speak with her as well as reviewing the private member's bill as it proceeds through the House.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in university, I worked at a rape crisis center and I took part in a study group on trials. I saw what sex assault survivors look like. Without sensitivity training for judges, it's more difficult for everyone. Today, I tabled a bill to solve this problem, and I hope all members will support this nonpartisan issue. Will the Prime Minister join me to support girls and women and support mandatory training on sexual assault?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the honourable member across the way, and I think without equivocation, all members of this House recognize and acknowledge that sexual assault and gender-based violence is wrong, and we have to do everything that we can to prevent it. I also recognize that the member has introduced a private member's bill. I look forward to continuing my conversations with her. I look forward to reviewing the private member's bill in detail to see how we can continue with the objective of ensuring that victims of sexual assault are treated with respect and dignity.
Chef de l'opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In June 2014, Justin Bourque murdered constables David Ross, Fabrice Gevaudan, and Doug Larch. It's been described as one of the worst crimes in Canadian history. Because of back-to-back sentences for multiple murders, Bourque received a life sentence with no chance of parole for 75 years. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and commit today that he will not touch consecutive sentencing?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly our deepest sympathies go out to the families. We recognize that these were heinous crimes and that they need to be prevented, and public safety is of paramount. The Criminal Code currently has the strongest penalty for murder, which is life imprisonment, and judges have the opportunity or the ability to utilize their discretion to impose consecutive sentence with respect to individuals that present before them that are have committed such heinous crimes. I look forward to continuing to do the work around the criminal justice system as we move forward to make sure that we improve.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stood in the House defending his decision to approve the sale of a piece of Canada's healthcare system to China, but he couldn't say exactly who owns this company. So in addition to the time they've spent reviewing this approval, they've now had 24 hours to figure out who owns this company. So do they have an answer yet? Who owns Onbung Insurance?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that investment is so critical for creating economic growth and jobs, particularly here in Canada. And we look at all investments that come to Canada under the Investment Canada Act. With regards to this specific case, Mr. Speaker, we did our due diligence and we looked at the job levels and we made sure that we received good quality data around the jobs that will be secured, and also any additional resources for expansion of the facility to create new jobs. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, this is good for British Columbia, this is good for Canadians, this is good for jobs, and this is good for the economy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting the Prime Minister also won't tell Canadians how much his carbon tax will cost, especially considering it's his signature economic and environmental policy. So why hide it? He won't reveal the cost to families, seniors, and workers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is now becoming widely known as the carbon tax cover-up. So my question is simple. Will he come clean and let Canadians know just how much the carbon tax will cost them?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, we understand that there's a real cost to not acting on climate change. We know that it costs one...
Order. I know members are excited to hear the answer, but we need to hear it. We have to settle down, stay calm. We're going to be away from here soon for a few days, working hard on our constituencies. The Honourable Minister of Environment has the floor.
We know that the cost to Canadians through insurance claims from climate change incidents like floods, like forest fires, is more than $1 billion. And that number is going to continue to rise. That's why we are taking serious action. We're putting a price on pollution. We're going to grow our economy. We're going to invest in good jobs because it's the right thing to do and it makes business sense.
Order. The Honourable Member for Stina-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law says you can't give a bunch of money to a political party on Monday and then ask for special treatment on Tuesday. That's why we have a 5-year ban between fundraising and lobbying. But the chairman of a pharmaceutical giant named Apotex held a $1,500 a person fundraiser featuring the Prime Minister himself and is now lobbying the Liberal government. Just so we're all clear, this is totally illegal. Do the Liberals actually think it's appropriate to have lobbying meetings with a pharmaceutical giant that has raised tens of thousands of dollars for the Liberal Party? Yes or no?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the previous fundraising activity, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has said that no rules were broken. That being said, we recognize that we can do more, and that is why the Minister of Democratic Institutions will be introducing legislation to make political fundraising even more open and more transparent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, once again, this government is under investigation for ethics problems. The lobbying commissioner will examine the fundraising activities that apparently gave privileged access to the president of Apotex. We keep being told that the Liberals are respecting the law, but the lobbying commissioner finds something amiss. So, does the Prime Minister still believe that his government is still a model of ethics? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The lobbying commissioner observed the activities of lobbyists. With regard to recent fundraising activities, the ethics commissioner has ruled that no rules were broken. But we do recognize, having said that, that we can do more. That's why the Minister for Democratic Institutions will be tabling legislation to make the system more transparent and open. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to tell us that it's following the rules, but the ethics and lobbying commissioners are constantly investigating this government. Behind the fine provinces of being the most ethical government ever, we see that the sponsorship scandal party is not too far behind. How can this Prime Minister claim that he's brought about real change when he's again under investigation? The Honourable Government House Leader. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the lobbying commissioner observes the activities of lobbyists. Our government will continue to work very hard to meet the challenges and the expectations of Canadians.
Dina Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are seeing a very disturbing pattern here with these Liberals. If you're a giant pharmaceutical company or you're a billionaire with his own island, the Prime Minister is at your beck and call, even if it means breaking the law. But if you're just a regular Canadian struggling to pay the bills, struggling to pay for those overpriced medicines, well, the Liberals, they're just not that into you. So if the Liberals will crawl across broken glass to answer the phone of the wealthy and well-connected, when are they going to work half as hard for average Canadians who are just trying to follow the law and pay the bills?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
In regards to the comments that the member is making, and I'm sure he also knows better that when it comes to the lobbying commissioner, that lobbying commissioner looks at activities of lobbyists. When it comes to everyday Canadians, it was this government that committed to working very hard for middle-class Canadians. That's why we reduced taxes on middle-class Canadians. That's why we introduced the Canada Child Benefits. We will continue to work hard for Canadians because that's what they elected us to do.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I had a number of phone calls last night from seniors who are concerned regarding the Chinese takeover of facilities in BC, including in the riding of mine, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. These seniors are concerned about the mysterious Chinese-owned organization who Morgan Stanley in the U.S. has refused to do business with, but the Liberals have welcomed with open arms. They want the Prime Minister to tell them who the owner is of the secretive company and who did he agree to sell their homes to.
Exactly. Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we believe in investments. We think it's absolutely critical that we have investments in Canada to grow the economy and create jobs. With respect to this particular case under the Investment Canada Act, Cedar Tree now will be owned and operated going forward by Canadians. And more importantly, they will have additional financial resources to expand their facility, which means they'll be able to create more jobs. That is why this is good for British Columbia, good for seniors, and good for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I know many of the people that live in these facilities, and they deserve to know who owns their home. Our seniors are concerned about the quality of care and food, the credentials of people caring for them. This transaction is clearly not about charity, it is about profit. Why would the Prime Minister put the care of our parents and our grandparents at the mercy of profiteers pulling strings from Beijing?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, it's our government that's shown leadership when it comes to supporting our seniors. We reduced the old age security limit from 67 to 65. We increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10%. But with respect to this particular transaction, again, Mr. Speaker, the additional financial resources will allow Cedar Tree the ability to expand, provide better service, create more jobs. This is good for seniors, this is good for the economy, and this is good for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister defended his approval of the sale of Canadian seniors' care facilities to the Chinese, claiming that it would create jobs for Canadians. Well, today we learned that nothing could be further from the truth. Yep. There are absolutely no new jobs attached to this deal.
Surprise.
Clearly, pleasing Chinese billionaires is more important than Canadian jobs and Canadian seniors. How can he justify selling Canadian medical facilities companies to his friends in Beijing with no guarantee of benefits for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we engaged the British Columbia government, we engaged the Minister of Health to make sure that all the regulations would be followed in that province. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we believe global investment is good for Canada, because when you bring investment to Canada, that creates opportunities for growth. When you grow the economy, you create good quality jobs. What does good quality jobs mean? They help strengthen the middle class. That's what this investment is all about. It's about making sure that we maintain good jobs, make sure that they have additional financial resources to expand their facilities, to create more jobs. Again, this is good for the economy, good for job creation, and good for the middle class.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, beyond the very real concerns for the welfare of Canadian seniors living in these care facilities, the Liberals' indecent rush to embrace this sketchy deal has skated too quickly past security and investment due diligence. American government regulators and investment houses have refused absolutely to deal with this Chinese company on the basis of murky ownership and shareholder structure. So if the minister is so confident in this backroom deal, will he make public the analysis of Canadian security agencies who reviewed the deal?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows that this deal was under the provision of the Investment Canada Act. We did do our due diligence, we followed the process, we made sure that this was in the overall net economic benefit of all Canadians. Otherwise, we would not proceed, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I've reiterated before, it's about global investment, it's about creating jobs, it's about growing the economy. We made the best decision in our national interest in the net economic benefit for British Columbians and all Canadians.
Honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Affairs Minister has stated in this House that when it comes to trade deals, and I quote, "We need more transparency in what's happening. We need not just great photo ops, but details on what's going on." So it seems a little strange then that only Chinese state-run media is reporting that Canadian officials have been in Beijing since last Monday for secret meetings on a bilateral trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, why won't the minister be open and transparent with Canadians and tell us, is she negotiating a free trade agreement with China, yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We owe it to Canadian workers and their families to ensure that we have the access we need to the significant Asia-Pacific market. We will continue to explore ways to expand our commercial relations and our progressive trade agenda throughout the region in the most effective way possible. This will be the message of the Minister of International Trade at the upcoming high-level dialogue in China. As well, and as the member opposite well knows, all of us in this House look forward to sharing the committee's recommendations on the future of our trade with the Asia region. Thank you.
Honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Of course, the committee hasn't done any work on China, and they're all about consultations until they should. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have turned the softwood lumber deal into a crisis. The Liberals are failing Canadian farmers on pulse exports to India. That deal's up in March. The Liberals rolled over on negotiations on NAFTA without really knowing what they're putting at risk. And now the Liberals are engaged in secret negotiations with Chinese officials. More of the same. Why don't these Liberals start cleaning up the messes they've already created before they launch new negotiations with China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you. As the member opposite well knows, Canada is a trading nation. We understand the importance of strengthening Canada's role in the global economy, and we are very concerned about the rising waves of protectionism we see around the world. To turn to Japan, for instance, it is a long-standing and important partner for us, and that has not changed. The International Trade Report on TPP will help guide us as we expand commercial relations and our progressive trade agenda in the Asia region. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
This morning, the University of Toronto's International Human Rights Program released a shocking report on Canada's practice of detaining children in medium-security immigration jails. According to the report, Canada detains almost 250 children annually. Some of these children are even held in solitary confinement in breach of international law and the Charter. This is a disgrace. Will this government finally amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and prohibit the detention of children?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, immigration detention is a measure of absolute last resort, and that is why we are investing $138 million to both improve the system and to minimize its use. We want to avoid the housing of minors in detention facilities as much as humanly possible. And I would note that the report the honourable member refers to said this, Mr. Speaker, quote, CBSA has embarked on several new programs to improve transparency, alternatives to detention and infrastructure, and the total number of children in detention across the country has decreased significantly.
Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, today is the second anniversary of the first vote on Bill C-51. Liberals and Conservatives joined forces to pass this bill that violates our rights and freedoms. Well, history's repeating itself with Bill C-23, which will be adopted to the detriment of the privacy and human rights of Canadians. The government admits that the current pre-clearance system works well, so why is it stubbornly going forward with C-23, giving more powers to American customs officers on Canadian soil?
Speaker, the point is simply this. Under the pre-clearance system, improved by the legislation in Bill C-23, more Canadians will be able to clear customs in Canada before they cross the border under the full umbrella of Canadian law, the protection of the Charter of Rights, the protection of the Bill of Rights, and the protection of the Canadian Human Rights Act. That is obviously a far superior process.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had one of my regular meetings with Canadian business people, and I met with the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. These are entrepreneurs, job creators, wealth creators, and these people from coast to coast are very worried about the lack of vision by the current government. The Liberal government was elected saying we will have budget balance in 2019, but the Minister of Finance has concluded that this will happen only in 2055. That's unacceptable, and the Minister knows it. Could the Minister at least give these entrepreneurs the right information about when Canada will have a balanced budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to have a good economic situation for business across the country, for small and medium-sized businesses, for large corporations as well. That's why we have to make investments in our future. That's our goal, to have an economy with more growth, with more opportunities for employers, for companies of whatever size. So that's our objective. We will continue with this, and we will invest to grow our economy. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't even the beginning of an answer about when we'll have balanced budget. When he was in private enterprise, he would never have tolerated an answer like that. Let me ask him the question again on behalf of all taxpayers and entrepreneurs. When will this government strike a budget balance? Is it 2019, as was committed, or 2055, like the public servants in the finance department are anticipating, unfortunately? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our goal is clear. We want to have an economy that works for Canadians across the country, that works for companies across the country. That's very important. Through investment in infrastructure, in having more innovative companies, we'll have greater growth in the future. In that way, we'll have more opportunities for both people and corporations.
Carbon tax cover-up, Mr. Speaker. This week, 68-year-old Rick Russell put up a massive sign on his house declaring, quote, "Another senior loses home due to high energy costs." He gave up his truck and house so he can pay a tax that will fund rebates for millionaires to buy $150,000 electric cars. And now the government is hiding what the tax will cost the poor and middle class. So will the Prime Minister end the carbon tax cover-up and tell Rick what the tax will cost him?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, 80% of Canadians already live in a jurisdiction where there's a price on carbon pollution. That thanks to the leadership of the provinces. I was actually heartened to see that that's not just Liberal governments who have done that or NDP governments, but we also have Conservative parties. The Conservative Party of Manitoba has committed to putting a price on pollution. Patrick Brown, the leader of the Conservative Party in Ontario, has said putting a price on carbon pollution just makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because it fosters a cleaner future, it reduces emissions, it creates good jobs, and it's the right thing to do.
Order. I know that honourable members want to assist the minister with how she might answer, but let's remember that one person asks the question, one person answers the question. The rest of us need to listen, and now we need to listen to the honourable member for Carleton.
Still on the carbon tax covered up, Mr. Speaker, disabled grandmother Kathy Katula broke into tears at the Prime Minister's recent town hall, asking him how she would pay his new carbon tax on her home heating. The Prime Minister gave her a nice, warm hug, but not warm enough to heat her home. And now he is censoring the cost of his tax on the poor and middle class. Kathy is paying the bill. She should have the right to see the bill. Will the Prime Minister end the carbon tax cover-up and tell Kathy what his tax will cost her?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted for this opportunity to talk about the importance to work for a cleaner environment, a cleaner economy, an economy that protects the health, the clean water, the clean air of this generation and future generations, a government that also works for economic growth to benefit the middle class, and an economy, a development that also is inclusive of everyone that is vulnerable in our population. We are working very hard, Mr. Speaker, to achieve these three goals.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Years ago, the AFN and Cindy Blackstock filed a human rights complaint against the federal government to end racial discrimination against First Nations kids. Today in committee, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs told us that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal is not a court of law, therefore implying that this government does not need to respect the tribunal. All Indigenous children have the right to a healthy childhood, Mr. Speaker. So when will this government do the right thing and stop discriminating against First Nation children?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, we welcome the tribunal's ruling, and we're working very hard with concrete steps to address its orders. We've committed $635 million over 5 years to close the gaps in child and family services. We've invested an additional $382 million over 3 years to expand the definition of Jordan's Principle. We're working with the provinces and territories, the service providers, as well as First Nations to totally overhaul the system. And today we're very pleased that Grand Chief Ed John has agreed to chair the National Advisory Committee to make sure we get this done.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Many cases have shown that the application of reasonably foreseeable death is not effective. We've just experienced another tragic case in Quebec. We can't turn a blind eye to this while we wait for the court's ruling. The Committee on Medical Aid in Dying, however, recommended that there be advanced requests. This is an urgent situation, Mr. Speaker. We can't let people suffer. Will the minister require that studies of advanced requests would be concluded before 2018? I remind the member always to direct her questions through the Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I can't comment on specific cases. This is a very emotional subject. That said, by passing a law on medical aid in dying, our government is trying to protect the most vulnerable Canadians while allowing them consistent access to medical aid in dying across the country. We have launched independent inquiries into 3 complex issues that fall outside of the scope of the law. We are confident that the reports of experts will provide useful considerations for our citizens.
Bridges, Richmond Hill.
Canadians understand that the economy and the environment are intimately linked, and that any credible plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions must involve everyone. In November, the President of the Treasury Board announced that the government would be reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by the year 2030, and that the Centre for Green Government would be set up to coordinate the efforts. Can the President of the Treasury Board update this House on the government's latest efforts? Thank you. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, our government wants to do its part to create a greener and more innovative economy to reduce our emissions and create good, sustainable jobs for the middle class.
Today, to participate in the launch of the new Centre for Greening Government, we launched a series of roundtable discussions focused on making sure that the Government of Canada is part of the climate change solution. I want to thank the member for Vancouver Quadra, my parliamentary secretary, for her leadership on this file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, here we go again. Another day, another investigation launched as a result of the Prime Minister's questionable cash for access events. First, the Ethics Commissioner and now the Lobbying Commissioner are asking the Prime Minister about his unethical conduct. We already know the Prime Minister has zero regard for the rules and ethics laws. And we learned yesterday that the Lobbying Commissioner is investigating this Prime Minister's shady cash for access events with his wealthy lobbyist friends. So has the Prime Minister been questioned by the Lobbying Commissioner regarding his cash for access fundraising activity?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The Lobbying Commissioner looks at the activity of lobbyists. That's what the Lobbying Commissioner does. And just so everyone in the House is able to hear, the Lobbying Commissioner looks at the activities of lobbyists. This side of the House is working hard for Canadians, working hard for middle-class Canadians and those wanting to join it so that we can make the investments to help create the growth Canadians need us to create. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
The Commissioner's clearly looking at lobbyists who are lobbying the Prime Minister, which only makes sense. His Prime Minister and his House Leader thinks this all is a big joke. The Prime Minister thinks he's untouchable. It is the Prime Minister's conduct and lack of ethics that has him under several investigations by multiple commissioners. It's hard, actually, for Canadians to keep track of them all. The Lobbying Commissioner is now investigating the Prime Minister's cash for access events. We know he doesn't answer his own questions here in the House, so will the Prime Minister answer the Lobbying Commissioner's questions, or will he send the Government House Leader to answer questions for him?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, all of us have been elected into this place to do the good work Canadians expect us to do. And what's the difference between the Conservatives and this government is that this government is taking unprecedented levels of consultations with Canadians so that we can respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. This government will continue to work hard for Canadians. This government will continue to respond to the very real challenges they are facing because that's what we were elected to do. In regards to the Lobbyist Commissioner, it is important to inform the member that the Lobbyist Commissioner looks at the work or interests of lobbyists. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
With so many investigations going on, Canadians' heads are literally spinning from the Liberal sunny ways. Here's a tally. Ministers using the power of their office to fundraise for the Liberal Party, secret getaways on private helicopters, inside deals for Chinese billionaires after big donations to the Trudeau Foundation, now illegal fundraising with lobbyists. The Liberal ethical lapses go on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, why do Liberals and this Prime Minister act like the Liberals who have sat in those seats before them?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to repeat the answer that the member has received. It's interesting that the members opposite choose to keep repeating the same questions, but never understand why they get the same answers. When it comes to the lobbyist commissioner looks at the activity of lobbyists. When it comes to previous fundraising activities, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has said that no rules were broken. The opposite members might choose to focus on work that others need to do. We will focus on work that Canadians want us to do, and that's why we're responding to the very real challenges that they are facing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Beauport-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been in office for 18 months. And he's already facing investigations from several commissioners, including the Ethics Commissioner. This is unprecedented for a Prime Minister of Canada. The Gomery Commission uncovered the truth of the Liberals' dubious ethics, and apparently they haven't learned anything from their 10 years in purgatory. How many investigations does the Prime Minister need to rack up before he finally puts an end to these suspicious practices? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, this is the same question but in French, so I'll give the same answer. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner, the Lobbying Commissioner rather, observes the activities of lobbyings, and the Commissioner confirmed that no rule had been broken. We will continue to work hard for Canadians so that we can meet the real challenges that they are facing. That is why we were elected, and that's what we will continue to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, on the one-year anniversary of Phoenix, thousands of public servants still have not been paid what they've earned. Now, in the midst of tax season, an estimated 50,000 erroneous tax slips were sent out. And the CRA has said that even if T4s are inaccurate, public servants must still file their taxes on time. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker. Since the Liberals have failed to fix this fiasco, will they do what's right by issuing a delay to this year's tax deadline?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we are working very hard to resolve the pay issues associated with Phoenix. We have put in additional measures to make sure that we work and make sure that employees get paid for the work that they have performed. In terms of the T4 slips, Mr. Speaker, 300,000 T4 slips have already been issued, and what we're saying is that if any of them are erroneous, that we will work very hard with Revenue Canada, with Revenue Quebec, to make sure that they get corrected, revised T4 slips.
The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we believe the rumors, this mysterious infrastructure bank would be created as a crown corporation. So that seems fine on the surface. But watch out. There may be serious consequences. This bank, which will generate millions of dollars of public and private investment, will be outside of the jurisdiction of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. So it will be sheltered from any oversight from the main watchdog rather. So is the government preparing a secret garden where it can engage in cronyism?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, we promised that we will mobilize private capital to build more infrastructure for Canadian communities, and there has been a huge infrastructure deficit that municipalities and provinces have identified. We have doubled our investments from $60 billion, almost more than doubling, to $180 billion, and we will mobilize private capital through the bank to build more infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, an increasing number of experts are criticizing the Liberals' absurd decision to acquire outdated Super Hornets. 13 former generals of the Royal Canadian Armed Forces, Air Force rather, have condemned this as a poorly thought out, costly and unnecessary decision. They say the Liberals will tax the RCAF for decades to the point where it will be forced to do less with less. There's even suggesting there's a solution that would allow them to buy more fighter jets at a fraction of the cost. So why are they stubbornly insisting on buying these Super Hornets at a cost of $300 million each?
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making sure that our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces, especially our Air Force, has the right aircraft. We as a government are committed to replacing the fighters, hence the reason why we're actually committed to an open competition to replace the entire fleet. We're investing into the legacy fleet as well, and plus we're buying new Super Hornets, and the discussions are ongoing on that to making sure that we can fill this capability gap. And this is, I don't know why the member opposite has a concern with investing into defense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the current commander of the Air Force says there is no capability gap, and now 13 former commanders of their force are demanding the Prime Minister put an end to his ill-advised, costly, and unnecessary sole-source purchase of 18 Super Hornets. The generals say the Prime Minister's partisan decision will damage the nation's defense posture. They've even offered alternative strategies based upon their Air Force experience that would be more beneficial to Canadian industry, Canadian taxpayers, and our national security. Mr. Speaker, the experts have spoken. Why aren't the Liberals listening?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank those former generals for their service. I have a Chief of Defense Staff, General Vance, with exceptional experience, and I have a Air Force Commander with exceptional experience as well. I read that letter. No, we will not be buying used aircraft for our Air Force. We'll be buying new equipment for our aircraft, making sure that we replace all the fighters, making sure that we actually fill this capability gap as well, and invest in the legacy fleet. Mr. Speaker, we'll be investing in defense, and that's what our government is committed to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to reckless spending, the Liberals have no limit, except when it's time to honour the memory of Canadians who served in the armed forces. It turns out that more than 70 military museums across the country will no longer be receiving any money. In their great generosity in this 150th year of Confederation, the Liberals cut all their funding. As a former soldier, I find this lack of respect concerning. Why did the minister agree to this drastic cut?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for raising this concern with me. I'll take a look at it and get back to him. However, as I've also both my critics know that my office and myself is always open to any questions, and myself. So I'll look into this and get back to you on that. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, trade is crucial to our Canadian agricultural sectors. We are the 5th largest agricultural exporter in the world, and our agri-food industries employ 2.2 million Canadians. And like in Manitoba, most of those producers are SMEs. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us what steps he's taking to promote our agri-food SMEs and expand Canada's agricultural trade around the world?
Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and yes, I am pleased to be leading an upcoming trade mission to Vietnam and India as part of our government's effort to strengthen and expand trade in the Asia-Pacific region. I look forward to promoting world-class Canadian products, including Canadian pulses in India. Our government has already produced great results for Canadian farmers, and we will continue to expand our agricultural exports, create jobs and growth for Canadian farmers, and help more people join the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians would be shocked to learn that we currently pay more in interest on Canada's debt than we do on national defence. Canadians have every right to be worried. The Finance Department tabled a report just before Christmas that says without major changes, Canada may not balance its budget until 2050 or 2051. But the Liberals will not allow parliamentarians to study this report. Now, why the cover-up? Is it because the minister questions the work of his own department? Or does he not want Canadians to know the truth about their reckless spending path, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the report in question showed that Canada's economy is sustainable over the long term.
What it didn't do is it didn't examine the impacts of the measures that we're taking to improve Canada's economy. It didn't show the impact of the measures we've taken to reduce taxes on middle-class Canadians. It didn't show the impact of the investments we've made in infrastructure and will continue to make so that we can grow in our economy. And it didn't show the impact that a newly, more innovative Canada, through skills development and innovation funding, will make on our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, over the long term, our economy will be strong with the investments we're making to help Canadians.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last spring I tabled a motion in this chamber calling for an apology to the 100,000 British home children that were sent to Canada from 1869 to 1948, most of them simply used as cheap labour throughout their childhood. And last Thursday, this House unanimously passed a similar motion, and I thank the member from Montcalm and all the members of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the government present an official apology to the British home children and their descendants, and what measures will be taken to ensure that survivors and families can take part in this important moment?
Honourable Minister of Heritage.
I congratulate the members' work on this motion, and I'm happy to say that unanimously we all supported it, and we'll be studying the question. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we formed government, the average processing time for family reunification was 22 months. Now, time and time again in Brampton East, I hear how this is putting immense pressure on parents, spouses, and children. Can the Honourable Minister of Immigration please update this House on our government's commitment to reducing the wait time for family reunification? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member from Brampton East for his question and for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, we inherited an immigration system that was broken. Applicants faced long processing times that usually kept families apart. That is why we worked really, really hard to make sure that we attack that processing time, lowering it, and now we have a new standard of 12 months for all family class applications. We will continue to lower processing times, and I commit to the Honourable Member and this House that we will have a better client service in the Immigration Department.
Member for Grant Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Finance Minister a clear question, but the answer I got was about as clear as mud. And that's just like the muddled answers that small business owners are getting from the CRA. And because they can't get a clear answer, Mr. Speaker, small businesses are fearing the worst. Yet another Liberal tax grab. So again, I ask the Minister, will the new rules requiring Canadians to report the sale of their principal residence on their tax returns eliminate any portion of the capital gains exemption if they run a small business from part of their home?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to focus on how we can ensure that Canadians have a fair tax system. We introduced measures to ensure that people reported the sale of their principal residence. I can tell you this is an important thing to ensure that people get the appropriate tax exemption. And what I can say is that the CRA has a process to allow people an exemption from the principal residence exemption. Continues to be the case. So there is no change. People will continue to have their exemption from tax on their principal residence sale through that process.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, when Rona was sold, the Minister of Economic Development claimed that he made his decision based on an analysis of net benefits. Well, following an access to information request, we learned that the minister didn't base his decision on any document. No analysis, no study, nothing. Why did the minister claim to have these documents when he didn't? Is it because deep down he simply doesn't care about selling off Quebec's most cherished companies? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we took firm commitments to Canada along the following lines. Basing some of its headquarters in Boucherville in Quebec, maintaining the important role of Canada in senior management of the company, and maintaining a high level of jobs in those companies in Canada. After having analyzed all the relevant factors, I am convinced that these investments will constitute a net benefit for Canada and Quebec. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, Rona is a big company. It represents thousands of jobs. And the minister is essentially saying, well, was there an analysis? Was it a good analysis? We don't really know. What we do know is that according to the Access to Information Act, the response that we got from officials was, we regret to inform you that we weren't able to find the document that responded to your request. That was their request. No document. So either they're hiding something or they have nothing concrete. The truth is that they don't care about Rona. So how does the minister actually make his decisions? Does he just flip a coin? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Investment Canada Act, we made sure we followed the process, did our due diligence, and based on that, we were able to get significant commitments on employment levels with regards to Rona. We made sure that the head office was in Boucherville. Mr. Speaker, this analysis was done. We made sure that this was shared with the public when we made the decision. Again, this was the net economic benefit of Quebecers and Canadians. We always make sure we advance our national interest when it comes to the economy, growth, and jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, point of order. Yes, following the question that I raised about the government's decision, I'd like to table a letter from February 28th about the cut of funding to those museums.
There is no consent to table the document.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Order. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan has a point of order.
In keeping with protocol, to recognize the presence in the gallery of two of Alberta's fiercest carbon tax fighters, MLAs Prasad Panda and Derek Veldebrand.
I'm afraid I must point out to the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that members do not carry that on. Now, members can use standing orders or other public member statements, I should say, standing order 31s, to say someone's on the Hill or in Ottawa, but not like that. Allard.
Order, please.
Allard.
Order. Point of order?
I believe we now have the usual Thursday question from the.
Is there a point of order? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to table the response to the Access to Information dealing with the sale of Rona to Lowe's, which states that there are no documents that were given to the Minister. There is no unanimous consent.
And now it's time for the usual Thursday question, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know, right? I would like to ask the House Leader if she could tell us what the business of the government is for the rest of this week, and if she is able to for the week when we return after our constituency week. Thank you.
I know we took it pretty seriously. Should I do that too?
L'étude de la motion de l'opposition. Demain, nous continuerons.
This afternoon, we will resume the study of the opposition motion. Tomorrow, we will be moving on to C23 on preclearance.
March 9th shall be allotted days. In terms of legislation for that week, we will be focusing on report stage of Bill C-22 concerning the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. I wish all members a good week in their constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes question period for today. Tabling of orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply, opposition motion, standing in the name of Monsieur Poiliev, impact on carbon tax.
I encourage members to carry on their conversations in the lobbies or perhaps on the way to the airport. Glad to have you. And I'd ask members to help me out by saying shh. The honourable member for York Simcoe has 3.5 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Alors, question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member across the way's speech on this very important issue of carbon pricing. And I wanted to highlight what I think is really important as we have this debate, and that is that it's become very clear that there is one entity in the country, it seems, the Conservative Party here on the Hill, that opposes any form of a price on carbon. And I would like for the member across the way to be very clear on that particular point, that in fact the Conservative Party opposes a price on carbon, Mr. Speaker. And I say that because it illustrates just how out of touch they are with Canadians. You have NDP governments, Liberal governments, progressive Conservative governments. You even have Patrick Brown in Ontario, the former MP and current PC leader in Ontario, all saying yes to a price on carbon. Why not the Conservative Party of Canada?
Honourable member for York Simcoe.
Let's be clear, first of all. Patrick Brown, the leader of the Ontario PC Party, has been quite clear in his opposition to Ontario's implementation of the federal carbon tax. He has called it a tax grab because that is what it does. It simply taxes people for their use of carbon, takes the money out of their pockets, and gives to the government to spend on things that in no way are going to help those people, doesn't achieve revenue neutrality that way, and are spent on things like those $15,000 car subsidies for the Teslas for the millionaires. That is not at all the kind of policy we would have. It's that kind of bad policy we oppose. Our approach in government was to work very closely with our other major continental partner, the American government, the Obama government, on a continent-wide policy. And the principles were clear. Do not adopt any taxes, any carbon pricing that puts us at a competitive disadvantage. Work together with them on a continent-wide policy so that our employers are not put at a disadvantage. The approach of this government has been exactly the opposite. Forget about partnership. Forget about using our leverage to get the Americans to do the right thing. Let's just unilaterally disarm, impose taxes on our businesses, taxes on our consumers, while the Americans appear to be moving in the opposite direction, and thereby ensuring even not just that we're hurting businesses and families through the outright taxes, but that through the competitive disadvantage, we're going to lose employers, we're going to lose jobs, we're losing economic competitiveness, we're going to hurt our economy, and that will effectively reduce energy consumption, no doubt. But if your policy is to reduce energy consumption by killing your economy and killing jobs, that, I put to you, is a very reckless policy. That is the policy of this Liberal government and the Ontario Liberal government and the carbon tax that they have imposed that only hurts families.
Okay. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure today to rise in this debate. In our campaign platform, Mr. Speaker, we were very clear. We promised to provide national leadership on climate change, to take action to reduce emissions, and yes, to put a price on carbon pollution. To respond to the honourable member's question, I will outline why and how such action is to work. In late October, the United Nations delivered a message that put climate matters into sharp focus. The UN World Meteorological Organization said it had found concentrations of carbon dioxide had reached record levels, 400 parts per million in the atmosphere. To put this in perspective, that level is almost 50% higher than before the Industrial Revolution. But the WMO findings weren't considered significant simply because of how they compared today's GHG emissions to those in the past. It was really what they said about the future. Carbon dioxide levels are not expected to drop below these latest recorded levels for many generations. Even assuming very aggressive global action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the WMO went on to say. It called its findings, I quote, a new era of climate change reality, unquote. Cette année, l'ONU a confirmé.
This year, the United Nations has confirmed that 2016 was the hottest year on Earth, hotter than 2015 and 2014, respectively. And each year, the world is becoming warmer and the effects of climate change are becoming clearer and clearer.
Distant threat, something only for future generations to worry about. It's affecting us now here at home and around the world. In the Arctic, where temperature increases in some areas are twice as high as the rest of the planet, ice cover is rapidly thinning, putting lives and traditions at risk. And in the West, wildfires rage longer and harsher than ever before, leaving local economies devastated and thousands of Canadians without homes. Insurance claims for severe storm damage now average $1 billion a year, up from $300 million at the turn of the century. The National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy estimated that the domestic costs associated with climate change could rise to $43 billion per year by 2050. La science de changement climatique.
Climate change science is clear. Our capacity to respond with long-term solutions will change the course of human history. It is of the utmost importance to deal with the problem of climate change in a concrete way, tangible way, if we want to leave a better world for our children.
Addressing climate change in effective ways also, however, represents an enormous economic opportunity. Whole new industries of very significant size will be created by those who act quickly to both develop and deploy new technologies that enable cost-effective progress towards such a future. This is, in some senses, a race. It is one that Canada started on fairly early, but it is one in which we have recently been flagging. Over the past decade, Canada's share of global clean tech exports has shrunk by half. This was a product in significant measure of the lack of interest and the lack of commitment on the part of the previous government. This is now a significant challenge, but for Canada to maintain and enhance its current level of prosperity, this is a race that we simply cannot afford to lose. The global opportunity is immense and growing. In 2015, there was record investment of nearly $350 billion in the global clean energy sector, up from just over $60 billion in 2004. The International Energy Agency estimates that the full implementation of climate pledges made under the Paris Agreement would require the energy sector to invest $13.5 trillion in energy efficiency and low-carbon technologies between 2015 and 2030. As a result of technological progress, the costs for renewable energy have been falling significantly over time and have become cost competitive with fossil fuels in certain regions. In fact, in 2013, for the first time ever, the world added more renewable energy capacity than it added capacity from all fossil fuels combined. Clean energy investment continued to break records in 2015 and is now seeing twice as much global funding as fossil fuels. The clean tech sector is already an important contributor to Canada's economy. Canada is home to more than 800 clean technology companies, an industry that employs more Canadians than the forestry, pharmaceutical, or medical device manufacturing industries. The sector grew 3 times as fast as the economy as a whole between 2008 and 2013. However, during that same period, the global clean tech market grew at an even faster rate of 10%, suggesting that we have work to do to keep up with other countries. Canada's clean technology companies are led by innovative entrepreneurs developing technologies like carbon capture and storage, next-generation biofuels, advanced batteries for electric vehicles, and cleaner oil sands extraction processes, among many others. In 2014, Canada's clean technology sector spent $1.2 billion on research and development, which is more than 8% of Canada's total business expenditures on R&D. Going forward, supporting investment in clean technology, if done in a thoughtful and strategic way, can grow our economy, create good jobs, and help Canadian businesses to be at the forefront of the clean energy revolution. Countries that innovate will have a competitive advantage. A price on carbon will help to drive innovation and will help to give Canada a competitive advantage in the clean tech space. This has been demonstrated in my home province of British Columbia, where the clean tech sector I was part of as a senior executive and a chief executive officer for 20 years was energized by Premier Campbell's decision in 2008 to implement a price on carbon pollution. To address both the threat and the opportunity associated with climate change, the federal government worked through 2016 with the provinces and territories to develop the Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change and Clean Growth. This framework represents a plan to grow the Canadian economy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and help our communities to adapt to a changing climate. The focus of the document is on creating a roadmap as to how Canada will reduce domestic emissions and transition towards a clean growth economy, a transition that will be necessary for the collective health, prosperity, and security for this generation of Canadians and for generations to come. Key initiatives identified in the framework include accelerating the phase-out of highly polluting traditional coal power, developing a clean fuel standard to stimulate greater use of biofuels, investing in public transit and electric vehicle infrastructure, taking action on short-lived climate pollutants, including hydrofluorocarbons, and pricing carbon pollution. Carbon pricing is one of the key measures that will provide a clear signal to businesses under the Pan-Canadian framework. Carbon pricing is broadly recognized as one of the most effective, transparent, and efficient policy approaches to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while fostering innovation. Many provinces are already leading the way on carbon pricing. In fact, 80% of Canadians already live in a provincial jurisdiction that has chosen to implement a price on carbon pollution. Building on existing and planned provincial action, the government is moving towards ensuring that pricing of carbon pollution across Canada. The pricing of carbon pollution sends a clear signal to drive innovation and creates the right conditions and incentives for companies and individuals to reduce their emissions. All revenues from a price on carbon pollution will remain in the provinces and territories to use as they see fit, whether to give back to consumers, support workers and their families, help the vulnerable, including communities in the north, or to support businesses that innovate and create good jobs for the middle class. The pricing of carbon pollution is something that has been endorsed by economists, by leading Canadian businesses, and indeed by many leading Conservatives, including Preston Manning, Mark Cameron, Ontario Conservative leader Patrick Brown, and some MPs from across the way. Mr. Speaker, let me just briefly quote a couple of leading voices on the issue of carbon pricing. Synovus, for example, has said that it supports a price on carbon pollution. Having a price on carbon is one of the fairest and best ways to stimulate innovation to reduce the emissions associated with oil.
Do members here in the House truly believe that pollution, with its negative consequences for the economy and the world, should be reduced? Do individuals have a right to pollute freely without consequences?
Pollution to protect our environment and drive innovation. As a parent of two teenage daughters, I got into politics in 2015, in large part to be part of addressing the climate issue in a thoughtful and substantive way. Pricing carbon pollution is part of any reasonable and thoughtful approach if one is serious about combating climate change. Mr. Speaker, our children and our grandchildren should not have...
Order. I have a point of order from the member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, today we are debating my motion which relates precisely to the release of documents in the possession of the Department of Finance about the cost per household of this new federally mandated tax. The member has not mentioned those documents once in his entire speech. Under the standing orders, members are told that they must keep their remarks relevant to the subject at hand. The member is talking about all kinds of interesting policy conversations on issues related to the environment and other matters which may or may not be of interest to his constituents. However, this motion is about documents that clearly cost out the impact on household budgets of the tax, and that member has not mentioned a single one of those documents or explained why they cannot be released. So I ask that you return the member to the subject that's being debated in this motion.
Thank the honourable member for Carleton for his point of order. As he knows, members in this House are given wide leeway in relation to relevance. And, of course, I encourage all members, including the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment, to generally make their comments relevant to the debate in question. But, as I've said, the members are given wide leeway. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude, our children and our grandchildren should not have to foot the bill and live with all of the other challenging consequences of inaction. They deserve to inherit a clean, healthy planet. This is something that this government is working hard every day to deliver.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you. As I said in the point of order earlier, Mr. Speaker, the debate today is about whether the government should release the cost to Canadian families of this new tax. I have obtained a Finance Canada document which warns of a cascading effect on prices that consumers, families, and businesses will pay as a result of this new tax. Those documents make reference to data tables in which those costs are laid out for families broken down by income quintile. The very poor, the middle class, the upper middle class, and the very rich. This data will indicate the distributional impacts of the tax, that is to say, whether it widens the gap between rich and poor. It will also tell us what harm the tax will do to those with the least. The government says it wants to help the middle class and those working to join it. This data would tell us whether they are keeping that promise. Now, I respect that member and others support putting a price, as they call it, or a tax on carbon. That's their right. We're not debating that today. We're debating whether Canadians should be aware of what those costs are to them so that we can judge whether or not this policy is a revenue generator for government or actually an environmental policy as the government claims. So my question to the honourable member is, what will be the additional cost of the carbon tax to a family in the lowest income quintile? Thank you.
I should have said, of course, questions and comments, and this is a question. Under the questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question. I would say, first of all, that research on carbon pricing has been done for decades. It is clearly the most efficient and effective way to reduce emissions and to grow the economy. Many companies, economists and others in Canada have been very public in their support of the mechanism, a market mechanism to address carbon pollution. Extensive modelling has been done by universities, by think tanks, by provincial governments, by the federal government, and they all point to the same conclusion. The best way to reduce pollution is to put a price on it and to put any revenues back in the pockets of taxpayers. I would note, for example, if you look at how the whole approach to carbon pricing is actually structured in Canada, it is the provinces that actually make the determination both of how the system is structured and how the revenues resulting from that will be used. The member is certainly free to look at how British Columbia, for example, which has had a carbon price since 2008, has structured that and how it has actually used those revenues. The bulk of those revenues, if you would go to look, are used to lower income taxes for the lowest income people in British Columbia, to provide an income tax credit and a rebate for the lowest income folks in British Columbia, to provide a rural and northern rebate with respect to folks in British Columbia. So there's lots of evidence out there, and there's lots of opportunities for the member to actually have a look at how the whole issue of the approach is utilized. I would also say that if he's interested in economic analysis associated with carbon pricing, he should look on the Environment Canada website, where it is actually posted as part of a working group report that was done. And I would suggest that perhaps that would be more relevant than working from a document that was prepared under the previous government.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it completely hilarious when the Environment Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary use the phrase carbon pollution. We're talking carbon dioxide here. Carbon dioxide is the stuff of life. I have a question for the Parliamentary Secretary. Has he ever heard of the process called photosynthesis? Does he understand how important photosynthesis is? And can he describe the photosynthetic process? Carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. Volatile organic compounds that contain carbon are carbon pollution. Carbon dioxide is not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, a brief answer, please.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that nobody would question that photosynthesis is a process, and that things like trees and plants actually can act as carbon sinks. But I would suggest that the member should actually go out and read some of the science on climate change. I mean, certainly the issue around CO2. CO2 is a pollutant. It is causing global warming, and the vast majority of the scientific community agrees with that.
Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and add some thoughts on whether it's an Opposition Day motion or a government business of legislation or whatever it might be. It's an interesting debate that we're witnessing today, and you know. This is about a price on carbon, or makes reference to a cash grab, or possibly an environmental policy. I think that it's a fair question to be asked, but I'm surprised that the member doesn't realize what the answer is,
Or maybe, Madam Speaker, it's because from the modern-day Conservative Party's perspective, the one that has lost touch with what I believe Canadians are talking about, the importance of the environment, responsible policies, Madam Speaker, that I believe that the Conservatives are somewhat out of tune with reality on this very important issue. Shortly after the last federal election, members will recall the meeting that took place in Paris. World leaders and individuals, stakeholder groups, you name it, young people to old people alike, concerned about the future of our world, the globe, and our environment, wanted to see strong leadership coming out of Paris to provide some hope into the future, Madam Speaker. And that's really what this price on carbon, in good part, is about. It is about future generations. We all have a role and responsibility to ensure that our policies are good, sound, and moving us in a forward direction, Madam Speaker. And we have seen that with this government. I can make reference to that Paris Agreement in which our Prime Minister was there and demonstrated incredible leadership on the idea of, yes, it's time that we act. And shortly thereafter, we had provinces coming together and agreeing ultimately that a price on carbon is a great foot forward, Madam Speaker. And we need to recognize that these provincial governments that came on side were of all political stripes, Liberal, New Democrat, and Progressive Conservative, Madam Speaker. We saw the consultation that had taken place. We've seen what I believe is so very important coming from Ottawa, and that is strong national leadership, Madam Speaker. Now, we've heard members talk about it, saying, well, this is Ottawa trying to get more money. And there is no truth to that argument whatsoever, Madam Speaker. Ottawa does not generate money by the price on carbon, because the agreement that's there is very clear, that it is the provinces that will be receiving the revenues that are generated by the price on carbon. So when the mover of the motion just a few minutes ago talked about, well, is this really about cash, or is it about sound environmental policy? That should answer the member's question right there, because this Prime Minister, this government, is not receiving any money in terms of federal revenues as a direct result of the price on carbon, Madam Speaker. We understand the importance of having that balance. We've seen it not that long ago in terms of some decisions that were being made, whether it's on the price on carbon or the pipelines and the growth that will come as a direct result of approving some of the pipeline requests that were in the hopper, Madam Speaker. I believe that we understand the importance of sustainable development, the idea of reducing emissions while at the same time allowing for the economy to grow. This is something in which this government takes very seriously, and that is why we had the Prime Minister in Paris with other world leaders and others to talk about achieving an agreement. That is why we have seen the Prime Minister and provinces and premiers come together almost unanimously. I understand that there was one that opted out, Madam Speaker, agreeing that a price on carbon is the way to go. The science is there. The facts are there. There are many studies that have been done. And I can suggest, and I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that it is overwhelmingly positive that the best way to deal with this particular issue is, in fact, to implement a price on carbon. And why is it important to have strong national leadership on this issue? It goes beyond just the few comments I've already put on the record, Madam Speaker. But it's also important that we recognize that if you are going to have good, sound national policies that will ensure that there's a sense of equity and fairness between the different provinces. To have a national plan ultimately ensures that there's more equality and equity amongst the different jurisdictions that make up our great country, Madam Speaker. So I think that that is something in which is really important to recognize. You know, a number of years ago, and it would be a few back when it was an MLA, there was an industry that I'm a very big fan of. I don't necessarily talk about it that much. I very rarely hear it being talked about here, Madam Speaker, but it's a very important industry, our taxi industry. In Winnipeg, there was an incentive by the government of the day to try to get the taxi industry to look at hybrid cars, and the Toyota Prius seemed to be the one that there was a focus on. So, members, you fly into Winnipeg and you take a look at that amazing taxi fleet that we have in Winnipeg, you'll probably find that 80%, possibly even more than that, all drive the Prius Toyota car. And it was not necessarily the government which provided a little bit of an incentive, but it was the industry as a whole that recognized that they would like to be able to do more for the environment. And I say the taxi industry in Winnipeg because that is something in which I believe many of the constituents in which I represent can really relate to. That it doesn't have to be just the government that stirs the pot and tries to get people thinking and companies thinking about our environment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there are many clean technology companies. It's an area, as my colleague, speaker before me, had indicated, that it's an area of tremendous growth. And if you take a look at it from a worldwide perspective, it's one of those industries, thinking green. It's things that can really have a positive impact on our environment and still promote economic activity, is one of those areas that is expanding at tremendous rates. And I think that there is an advantage for those provinces that work with the many different industries from within their jurisdictions and look at ways in which we can encourage that. You know, already 80% of Canadians have some form of price on carbon that's in place or is going to be in place, Madam Speaker, and it's been highlighted in terms of the province of British Columbia. British Columbia's had it in the form for a number of years. And as a province, it has done actually quite well in comparison to other provinces in Canada, Madam Speaker. So I think it is important that we recognize that, you know, contrary to what the Conservative Party here seems to believe, that we don't have to fear companies and job losses in the numbers in which they are referring to, Madam Speaker, that there will in fact be job creation in many other areas in which will ultimately, I believe, make a positive difference, which will build Canada's middle class. I understand and I can appreciate the sensitivity on the issue. Having said that, I also recognize, and I said this earlier, that why is it when you look at it as a policy and you see other jurisdictions, and I see my time is quickly expiring, Madam Speaker, so let me conclude by saying when you see other levels of government of all political stripes agreeing that this and price on carbon is the way to go, that why it is that we see an opposition party that's so much opposed to it. I don't quite understand that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, given that my colleague opposite extolled the virtues of this tax in terms of a public policy option, I'm wondering if he's so sure of its efficacy, if he could stand up and tell the House what price elasticity assumptions the government used in modelling its carbon tax as it relates to carbon consumption in Western Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, and you learn about elasticity and economics, whether it's 101 or second year taken at the University of Winnipeg, basic understanding of different theories. Maybe the member's trying to trick me, but maybe what I should suggest to the member is that at the end of the day, that we have governments, even the Alberta government, that recognizes the value of a price on carbon. We have many individuals, ably minded individuals, that are very much aware of the economics of the price on carbon, Madam Speaker, and it is no doubt overwhelmingly positive for Canada's environment and our economy to continue to move forward. It's only some Conservative members of Parliament inside the House of Commons that seems to think otherwise.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but what I'm always surprised by is well conveyed by the expression all talk, no action. So they promise change, they promise to fight climate change, they promise to do things differently. But they have the same plan and the same targets as the Conservatives. The steps they're taking won't even allow us to reach those targets. So they talk a good talk, and there's an economist who says that this tax will not even make it possible to meet the feeble targets the Conservatives and Liberals have adopted.
I disagree with the member. He says that there's no difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals. Madam Speaker, the whole issue of the price on carbon, as I just finished talking about, is that the Conservative Party is dead against a price on carbon. So that is something that's significantly different. For the New Democrats, what one needs to realize is you can never do enough on any policy. They would spend billions and billions more, yet they will still have a balanced budget. Madam Speaker, there is no pleasing the NDP on issues such as this nature. Having said that, we do appreciate the fact that they are supporting the price on carbon.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my colleague, I'd like to enlighten him a little bit. If he would go to his computer and just type in cap and trade European scandal, he'll see why there's concerns about it. Actually, over 90% of the carbon trading in Europe may be contributing to fraud in that system. So there's something that he says around the world everybody's doing this. Actually, he should look to see what the results of that was in Europe. But he brought up something really important about government policy. He brings up the Prius. As you know, I'm from Oshawa. We actually build cars in Canada and create Canadian jobs. And he brought up an example about how government policy can drive jobs out of the country, because the Prius was at that time built in Japan. So I'm worried about jobs in Canada. I'm worried about our competitiveness. I'm worried about right now Donald Trump says he's going to take corporate taxes in the United States and drop them down. What are we seeing on this side of the table? We're seeing a Liberal government that is raising. It's a new carbon tax, taxes on business. We're talking about the highest electrical rates in North America in Ontario. Add a carbon tax to it, the CPP changes, the EI cancellation of reductions for business. It's about simple competitiveness. Could he please explain with his Economics 101 how he tries to condescend us, and just explain how that'll work for competitiveness for Canadian automotive builders?
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I'm disappointed in the member that he underestimates the potential that our Canadian automobile associations and the many manufacturers that we have here today. Madam Speaker, they don't have to take backseat to anyone, Madam Speaker, and we've seen that in terms of the expansion that we've witnessed firsthand on a number of plants in the last year. So I'm a little bit more optimistic in terms of their ability to be able to compete, and I can assure the member that they will continue to be able to do so. And by having these expanded trade agreements, whether it's the CETA, Ukraine, and other potential agreements that might be down the pipe, Madam Speaker, I think those are all good stories. But in regards to the issue that the member raises with respect to the price on carbon, the member needs to reflect that it's only some of the Conservatives within this House. Take a look at individuals like Mike.
Sorry, time is up. Maybe through a question, the Parliamentary Secretary will be able to bring some of those issues back up. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in government, we have to ask ourselves what we manage to. If you're in private sector, what you're managing to is usually as simple as profit and loss. Social entrepreneurship, the conversation around what you're managing to might be profit and loss in the context of delivering a socially acceptable good. But in government, when we put policy forward, we should always be asking ourselves, what are we managing to? So when it comes to the issue of Canada's approach to dealing with climate change, this government has said that we are managing to the following. Our 2030 target for reducing emissions 30% below 2005 levels. And yes, indeed, I will be splitting my time with the member from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin. So this is what we're managing to. This is what the Liberal government has articulated, that this is the goal. This is where we're going. So how do we decide if what we're managing to is something that A, we should be managing to, and B, whatever public policy instrument we put in place to get there is actually working? And to me, this is very simple economics. It's an opportunity cost calculation. For those in the House who aren't familiar with this, opportunity cost is the loss of potential gain from other alternatives when one alternative is chosen. It could also be described as a benefit that a person could have received but gave up to take another course of action. It's the value of the next best alternative. So simply put, if you were trying to calculate the opportunity cost of something, you're saying, what's the value of that you're sacrificing as over basically what you're gaining? And the problem is, by saying that a price on carbon, this price that the government has articulated, is the correct public policy option, the government has an obligation to Canadians to provide information such that they can do that, make that opportunity cost calculation, and then evaluate the government accordingly. So for a government who has said, transparency is something that we value, we want Canadians to make that information, there is a woeful lack of information for Canadians to make the cost calculation on both sides of the equation. So my concern is this. If we're trying to calculate what Canadians are sacrificing in order to achieve this policy end, we have to have the information that are in the reports that are the subject of this motion today. Because we know that this tax, as the Department of Finance says, I believe that the Department of Finance actually said, the federally mandated carbon tax will cause higher prices to cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices. Canadian families should have that data, the estimates by which show how much price on carbon will actually increase their cost of living, versus whether or not they think that this emissions target that has been articulated by the government is worth sacrificing that cost for. But what's even more important, Madam Speaker, is that it's even more complicated than that, because there is no data. Not only do we not know, the government is trying to hide what the true cost to Canadians are, we also don't know if this policy is actually going to work. And why? Why did I ask the parliamentary secretary earlier about the price elasticity assumptions, in which he quite hilariously asked him if I was trying to trick him? I've never had that said to me in the House of Commons before, but wonders never cease. The reason why I asked that question is we actually need to understand how demand will be influenced by this price on carbon, this tax, to see if demand will actually decrease over time. So for those who don't, who aren't aware of what price elasticity is, and I put this forward to show the Canadian public that I actually wasn't trying to trick the member opposite, quite. Price elasticity of demand is a measure of the relationship between a change in the quantity demanded of a particular good and a change in its price. Price elasticity of demand is a term in economics often used when discussing price sensitivity. The formula for calculating price elasticity of demand is price elasticity of demand equals the percentage change in quantity demanded over the percentage change in price. So if Canadians are to evaluate the government on this policy at all, first of all, they need to say, is this emissions target something that we're willing to accept And how do they get to that? How do they get to that decision? How much is it going to cost them? And then is it actually going to work? Is demand actually going to decrease as a result of this price? And right now in every single speech that's happened here in the House on the government side, there's a lot of rhetoric. You'll notice the speech that was just given before me, it was, there's going to be jobs created. Our demand is going to decrease. This is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. It sounds like snake oil salesman to me, Madam Speaker. It smells like a bill of goods. It sounds like there's something to be, there's something hiding. Now, if the government wants to refute this principle that they're not hiding anything, and in fact this is an opportunity cost calculation that Canadians want to make, why wouldn't they release these documents? So for those who are listening today, what we're debating is the fact that the Department of Finance actually put together a report on how much it would cost Canadians, how much this carbon tax, in its cascading effect, because we know that the increase in price in a raw good that's produced by a manufacturer is going to be carried down and exponentially increased down to the consumer. They actually calculated this. And the documents are called Impact of a Price on Carbon Price on Household Consumption's Costs Across the Income Distribution and Estimating Economic Impacts from Various Mitigation Options for Greenhouse Gas Emissions. So those are, fancy, complicated titles for saying this is how much this policy instrument is going to cost you. So if the government really was open and transparent, and the government was confident that this is the policy instrument that Canadians should be saying, yes, we support, why wouldn't they put those documents out there, outside of the fact that they have something to hide? Now, we know that we've seen reports recently. British Columbia's much touted carbon tax, so many of you are familiar. This is something that the government, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of the Environment goes, oh, British Columbia, fantastic, it's working so well in its revenue neutrality, supposed revenue neutrality. But according to data from reports that have been released, according from the government's own projections, the carbon tax will result in a cumulative $865 million tax increase on British Columbians between 2013 and 14 and 2018-2019. And this is because the revenue neutrality of that carbon tax, the tax reductions in other areas, have not kept up with the cost increases put forward or caused by this carbon tax. So again, why is this information so important to Canadians, the information in this document? Because dollars to donuts, Madam Speaker, it shows that this costs Canadians a lot of money. But I don't actually, in some ways, Madam Speaker, we really don't need these documents outside of the fact that the government, the proof is in the pudding. Because when somebody's going to fill up their car right now, certainly myself in Alberta, I know that I'm paying more for the same product that I did a few weeks ago or a few months ago. Now, has my demand for that product decreased? No. And why? Because it's cold. Because we should be talking about public transit infrastructure. The fact, in Calgary, in my riding, the government has delayed investments into public transit projects such as the Green Line in Calgary. There's so many other public policy options that could be looked at. But in terms of being able to do that opportunity cost calculation, in terms of being able to say, what are you sacrificing over what are you gaining, Canadians need this information. The government has already produced it. They've looked at it. And my issue, Madam Speaker, is that the government has come up with a policy in spite of fact showing that opportunity cost calculation is not in the best interest of Canadians. So if this government was truly transparent, if they actually cared about the environment, rather than just taking money out of the pockets of Canadians, they would do two things. They would release these documents and let Canadians decide about their competency based on putting forward a policy instrument without showing Canadians that data. And the second thing that they would do is release the price elasticity assumptions that they used when modeling this carbon tax. I don't think they have either. I know they don't have either. And because of that, Because of that, because this is a poor public policy instrument, all of us on this side of the House, in the Conservative Party anyways, will continue to stand up for middle-class families, workers, their jobs, and their right to prosperity.
Here, here.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I just wanted to follow up with a couple of pointed questions. Maybe she can help Canadians understand what is the position of the Conservative opposition. In the previous government, Madam Speaker, will recall that Mr. Harper, as Prime Minister, announced a cap-and-trade program for the country. He unilaterally decreed a price on carbon for Canadians. In fact, he went to London, gave a massive speech. He called it the Energy Superpower Speech for Canada. And if I recall, I think he announced that by 2019, carbon would be priced at $160 a tonne.
Wow, it's like a carbon tax.
So I'm wondering, that's a unilateral decree from a central federal government. That's not one that builds in the flexibility of our plan, Madam Speaker, where provinces are able to, in fact, find the mechanism that's preferable for themselves, including those that already have a price on carbon, and then deciding themselves what they'd like to do with those revenues. That's the kicker here. We're giving the provinces the authority to decide what they want to do with those revenues. If Saskatchewan wants to reduce personal income taxes, they can do so. So can the member produce the same analysis she calls for now, the same analysis that she arguably, I guess, would have had done for the previous government, with all the details that
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, yes, quite, Madam Speaker. It's actually in this document entitled Canada's Emissions Trends Report from Environment Canada in 2014. If my colleague opposite flips to page 14 under Table 2, you'll see that the per capita emissions that Canada saw in 2005, which were at 22.8, are projected under the plan of our government to reduce to 19.7 in 2020. Indeed, in 2012, it was reduced to 20.1. And this was because our government took a pragmatic approach in saying, he quoted the former Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister also stood up in the House and said it would be crazy for Canada to price ourselves out of competitivity with the United States. My colleague stood up and talked about how the United States has signaled to the world that they want to reduce regulatory burden and reduce taxes on job-creating companies, ergo creating an investment climate where we'll see capital flight to the U.S. because of that. The point being is that under our previous government, we actually saw the decoupling of greenhouse gas emissions and economic growth. This government has no track record on being able to do that. They can't even produce the data to show that this policy is going to work. So, to my colleague's question, yes, I certainly can produce the data. I referenced the document, and I encourage him to read it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just would like to, through you, ask the question of the member about, she mentioned other things that the government could be doing, and one of those, of course, is the eco-energy retrofit program. Was developed, was brought into being by the former Conservative government. It ran for a number of years and was suddenly cancelled just when it was getting very, very popular. It did a lot for families across this country to retrofit their homes, to cut their energy bills, and to reduce greenhouse gases at the same time. And I just wondered if she'd like to comment on whether she and her party might be willing to get behind that program again.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, quite, Madam Speaker. I wrote an opinion piece in the National Post. It was published on August 9th of 2016, and I actually put forward some suggestions around what Canada could be doing to have a more comprehensive and more common sense approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And, I said that presenting a price on carbon as a painless standalone cure is a fallacy in the cold, natural resource-intensive economy that is Canada. Our GHG policy will likely need to consider phased-in sector-by-sector regulations. The current federal government isn't talking about repealing regulations put in place by the previous government, developing and adopting new, more efficient technologies and other approaches. It will require Canadians to make a financial sacrifice, and Canadians should have a say on whether or not they want to make it. The costs of GHG policy shouldn't be hidden in baffle-gab line items on their electricity bill in order to avoid political scrutiny. And it certainly shouldn't be hidden in reports that the government refuses to release.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to follow my colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill. As somebody who's had a career in environmental policy, environmental science for more years than I care to admit, I've come across kind of a philosophy that I follow. Every environmental policy, program, and dollar spent needs to generate real and measurable environmental results. For example, in 1989, the Mulroney government introduced the pulp and paper effluent regulations that required every single paper mill to put a wastewater treatment plant in. That generated a real result. Scrubbers were mandated on smokestacks, which resulted in the Sudbury Miracle, a landscape that was restored. It's very important in environmental policy, environmental science, to do the math. The results must be measurable, and belief alone has no place in proper environmental policy making. And I notice how my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill presented verifiable results. She read from scientific and economic documents, whereas the member for Winnipeg North and the parliamentary secretary just went on and on and on with no math or citations whatsoever. In terms of our own government, I was very proud of our environmental record. Sulfur dioxide went down, nitrous oxide went down. The UN in 2010 said Canada had the second best water quality in the industrialized world. Our Natural Area Conservation Plan conserved 800,000 hectares of high-quality biodiversity habitat. Our Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships program, in 1 year alone, restored 2,000 linear kilometers of fisheries habitat. That is a real and measurable environmental result. And when you do the math, and I know for both opposition parties, math is hard. Canada, the math, it's not my opinion here, Canada's 1.6% of global emissions. And quite frankly, not much that we do will make any difference to the global climate. And it's simply math. The math also says, if you look at up what China's doing right now, they're building 2 coal-fired projects every single week. So how does a carbon tax, or more correctly, a carbon dioxide tax, measure up? Well, let's you first ask the question, what is CO2? CO2 is an odorless, tasteless gas that makes up 0.04% of our atmosphere. Now, when I brought up the issue of photosynthesis in my question before, I noticed both opposition parties laughed. I find that quite surprising. I guess they don't understand what photosynthesis is. It's only the most important equation on Earth. And the first molecule in the photosynthetic equation from which most life flows is carbon dioxide. The equation, and to school my colleagues in biochemistry, my colleagues opposite, because my colleagues on this side of the House certainly know this, it's carbon dioxide plus water through the miracle of photosynthesis creates sugar and oxygen. Now that's a simplified equation, but that's what carbon dioxide does. So I still maintain it's absurd to use the phrase carbon pollution when referring to CO2. It's a loaded phrase that they try to use to drive a very wrong agenda. The minister and the parliamentary secretary do this. Volatile organic compounds are carbon pollution, not carbon dioxide, which is literally vital for life itself. The emphasis on climate change, and again, my career in biology spans some 35 years, and I did a lot of field work. So I have a deep affinity for landscapes, forests, waterways, rivers, fish, wildlife, and all those things that actually go to make up the Canadian environment. And what's interesting, and I would remind the government that there are more environmental issues out there than climate change. And these issues are extremely important, and they are being ignored by this government and never mentioned by the NDP. For example, the eutrophication of Lake Erie is proceeding apace. And in the mid-1990s, I'm quoting here, excessive algal growth began to re-emerge as a problem in the Great Lakes. This government has not mentioned the Great Lakes once, not that I have heard. And most Canadians live around the Great Lakes. Wetland loss in Canada, it's been estimated to be about 70% in the settled area of Canada. So again, these are real and pressing environmental issues that should be addressed, but they're not by this government. Now, so you ask yourself the question, like in environmental science, we have something called environmental indicators that are actual measurements of certain environmental factors, things like sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, biodiversity, fish populations. We measure these over the span of time, and we can assess what's going on in the environment. So again, when it comes to environmental indicators, you have to ask yourself, what's the environmental return on a carbon tax? And notice again, the two Liberal members who spoke before, not a quantitative statement among them. And part of the climate change agenda of this government is a push for so-called green energy. And interestingly, they never talk about the environmental harm caused by some green energy projects. For example, wind turbines are notorious killers of birds. Some have called them bird Cuisinarts. And I have a paper here from Avian Conservation Ecology 2013 that states, and this is regarding Canada, installed wind capacity is growing rapidly and is predicted to increase more than tenfold over the next 10 to 15 years, which should lead to a direct mortality of approximately 233,000 birds per year and displacement of 57,000 nesting pairs. Where's the opposition parties when it comes to this? Nowhere. In terms of bald eagles and wind turbines, research from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service shows in the United States alone, more than 4,000 bald eagles are killed by wind turbines. In terms of a species that I'm quite familiar with, the little myotis, or the little brown bat, it used to be common in my area, and now it's a COSEWIC listed species. And here's a paper from Popular Science that says wind turbines kill more than 600,000 bats a year. So what should we do? And again, they go on to say how bats are killed by wind turbines. Even if the bat isn't struck, spinning turbines create changes in air pressure as they move, which can essentially cause the animal's lungs to explode. So again, none of these negative impacts of green energy projects are ever mentioned by anybody in the opposition parties. There's a solar plant in California that kills 6,000 birds a year. And the report says, right, and I quote, "A macabre fireworks show unfolds each day west of Las Vegas as birds fly into concentrated beams of sunlight and are instantly incinerated, leaving wisps of white smoke against the blue desert sky." Yeah, that's green energy, all right. And in terms of people, again, I refer to Ontario, where the great wind turbine fight is going on. In a journal, the Bulletin of Science and Technology, journal 2011, researchers studied the health effects of wind turbines, and they quote, "People who live near wind turbines complain of symptoms that include some combination of the following: difficulty sleeping, fatigue, depression, irritability, aggressiveness, cognitive dysfunction, chest pain, pressure, headaches, joint pain, skin irritations, nausea, dizziness, tinnitus, and stress. These symptoms have been attributed to the pressure waves that wind turbines generate in the form of noise and infrasound," unquote. Yeah, that's green energy, all right. And again, the wind turbine fights in Ontario, I think, will only get stronger over time. There's an article from last year, this year, last year, yes, February 3rd, 2016, entitled "Rurals Ignored in Ontario Wind Energy Plan." And a local resident was quoted as saying, "Just in terms of the fabric of the community, it is," meaning wind energy, "ripping people apart," said Jane Wilson, who chairs Ottawa Wind Concerns. "People have lost complete faith in their government. People had no say whatever in what happened in their communities." And furthermore, when one looks at Ontario, over the years when they've been going down this green energy path, they have only managed to create 13% of their energy mix from wind, biofuel, and solar. In the case of my own constituency, which is a very vast rural constituency, and my constituents live on very modest incomes. In fact, it's one of the lower income constituencies in the entire country. So what do modest incomes and the need to travel long distance add up to? A devastating effect from the Liberal carbon tax, which will hurt my constituents directly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to provide some comment to my colleague across the way. Given that we're both members of Parliament from Manitoba, you know, our Premier gave a throne speech, and in it, it states that Manitoba's climate action plan, and I quote, will include carbon pricing that fosters emission reduction, retains investment capital, and stimulates new innovation in clean energy, businesses, and jobs. Now, that comes from our Premier, Progressive Conservative Premier, and I'm wondering if the member has anything to say about those statements. In regards to requests, and I think members opposite need to understand that this is a revenue neutral for the Government of Canada. The revenue is going towards the provinces. And the provinces will determine, in good part, how they determine what they're going to be doing with that revenue. So if, for example, our Premier decides to cut the PST, he can do that. If he wants to give more money to seniors, give more money to nonprofit groups, give more money to different sectors, that the Premier is entitled to do that. So I'd be interested in my colleague's comments, specifically on the throne speech.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you. What I find interesting about my colleague's comments is he didn't mention the environment once. So he assumes, okay, we tax citizens, which is a tax, and then we give it back to them. Where's the environment in this? Where's the impact on water quality? Where's the impact on air quality? Where's the impact on biodiversity? He never mentions the environment once. The money is taken from citizens and then is given back to things that may or may not have anything to do with the environment. I thought this was an environmental policy, and as somebody who spent a lot of time in the environmental policy business, what I care about is delivering real and measurable environmental results that you can count on.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before you, I'd like to put a question to my colleague. I didn't hear much about the carbon tax in his speech either. Talk about the environmental impacts of renewable energy. What he did not also talk about is the environmental and health impacts of using fossil fuels to provide electricity. The reason why Alberta moved forward first and then the Liberal government followed in shutting down coal-fired power sooner is not simply because it was one of the largest sources of carbon in Alberta. It was because there were documented by the Canadian Medical Association severe life and death results of burning fossil fuels. We know that in the tar ponds we had an ongoing problem with the loss of wildlife and bird life. So we have to be fair and balanced in talking about this, I agree. But is the member completely against all movement towards the use of alternative sources of power, despite the fact that many who actually work in the fossil fuel sector would like to have the opportunity of good jobs in that sector as well?
Our member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I happen to have the honor of working in the oil sands myself, doing environmental monitoring in the winter of 2009-2010. Regarding the oil sands, the total aerial extent of the oil sands is 143,000 square kilometers. 700 have been exploited square kilometers, 70 have been restored. In terms of her point regarding pollution from various industrial facilities, what happens in modern industrial societies is that industrial processes keep getting better and better and better. And I will never argue for environmental processes that cause environmental harm or human health damage. The trend in modern industrial societies is for both the environmental performance of the economy and environmental quality to get better and better, and Canada is on that path.
Commentaires, questions and comments. Une brève réponse, la députée de Repentigny.
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. In that speech, the colleague referred to a lot of tragedy surrounding birds, and I'd like to point out that in 2010, a Canadian judge took action against Syncrude, the oil company, because there were thousands of ducks that died in a tailing pond linked to the oil sands, and I'd like to remind him of that. I'd also like to remind him that all experts across the globe, or almost, are saying that we need to have a price on carbon. So my question is the following. Where do the conservatives take their information from? Are they using the alternative sites, the same sites being used by Donald Trump?
For Dauphin Creek, Swan River, Nipawin, a brief answer, please.
Sure. Well, the number of ducks that were killed in that incident were 500 ducks. The fall flight in North America is 48 million ducks, so let's put it in perspective here. We have to put this all in perspective. It's very important that we address real and measurable environmental issues. And I know some members around here will poo-poo the issue of birds. I think the Minister of Environment should engage the Migratory Birds Protection Act and have a really good look at the effect of alternate energy on some of our most vulnerable and endangered species, and she is not doing it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to say I'm be splitting my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'm happy to speak here this afternoon on this motion. On the surface, it would seem to be about holding the government to account to commitments for openness and transparency, and my two NDP colleagues who spoke earlier spoke to that theme of transparency. And I have to thank my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie for pointing out the delicious irony of a Conservative motion asking for more openness and transparency. And there's another irony in the Conservative debate, the focus of standing up for low-income Canadians. The first two speeches we heard from the Conservatives told stories of low-income people in Ontario who literally have to choose between heating their home and eating, or even being able to afford to keep their home at all. These stories say more about the low incomes of these citizens after years of unreasonably low pensions for seniors and people with disabilities, restrictions on employment insurance, bungled energy pricing, and a complete retreat from affordable housing than they do with any inflated fears about what carbon pricing might bring. Too many Canadians live below or near the poverty line, and we should all be constantly working in this House to change that shameful record. So while some Conservative speakers have insisted that this is not an indictment of carbon pricing, it's clearly a tactic to attack that policy. Madam Speaker, I want to spend much of my time talking not about the cost of climate action, but on the cost of inaction. First, on a global scale, The Economist published an analysis that said an increase of 5 degrees Celsius, and really that's where we're headed if the world follows the policies of this and previous Canadian governments on climate action, will cost at least $7 trillion. $7 trillion. That's more than the capitalization of the London Stock Exchange. Can you imagine the London Stock Exchange collapsing? That's what we're facing on the global front. Citibank has come up with an even more drastic estimate of over $40 trillion cost over the next 40 years. In Canada, the National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy came up with estimates of the price of inaction back in 2011. That price for Canadians was put at $5 billion per year, and that would rise to $43 billion by 2050. That estimate hasn't been updated lately because the previous government disbanded that roundtable that did such good nonpartisan work on this and other issues. So there's another thing the Liberal government could do, bring back the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. The federal government actually does come up with cost estimates as well, although they tend to be hidden, as we've seen today, hidden as footnotes in other reports. The latest figures are about $40 per ton of carbon now, and that would rise to $75 per ton by 2050. These costs are still higher than the revenues brought in by any carbon price scheme in Canada. And many of the costs of inaction are not well represented by dollars alone. The catastrophic fires of Fort McMurray last year and the fires in my riding around Rock Creek, British Columbia the year before forever altered the lives of thousands of people. Floods in Calgary earlier had a similar impact. And Calgary faces the opposite effect over the long term as the glaciers in the Rocky Mountains, the sole source of water for that city, disappear over the next century. Ocean acidification is already impacting shellfish farms along the BC coast. And forests are being devastated by more frequent fires and insect outbreaks across Canada, both driven by climate change. It's hard to come up with a cost for the mountain pine beetle epidemic that killed more than half the pines in British Columbia in a few short years. Those beetles took off during a long period of year after year hot, dry summers and warm winters. That epidemic changed the forest industry of BC forever, hollowing out communities across the interior of the province and is now threatening the Alberta forest industry. And now that the salvage operations are over for the beetle kill, allowable cuts are going down to be lowered significantly in BC over the next few years, exacerbating the economic impact. And we're now facing spruce beetle epidemics in BC that are taking advantage of the similar climate patterns. And finally, there are the deep cultural impacts that climate change is having and will continue to have in communities throughout the Canadian Arctic. These communities and cultures have developed over millennia with traditions dependent on seasonal patterns of sea ice, and those patterns are changing quickly, even disappearing. The effect that this will have on Arctic communities is difficult to assess or even put in words. So the price of inaction is astronomical. We must look for ways to minimize these unacceptable costs. And pretty much any economist from any country in the world will tell you that the cheapest way to tackle climate change is to put a price on carbon. That action would minimize the ongoing impacts of climate change, both financially and socially, on all Canadians. And there are other actions that would help as well. One expert I recently talked to told me that efficiency is the best new fuel. So one easy action for this government to take would be to bring back the Eco-Energy Home Retrofit Program. This popular program ran from 2007 to 2012 and helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians retrofit their homes, lowering their energy bills by 20%, creating thousands of good local jobs, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 3 tons per year for each house. While the program cost the federal government $900 million over about 5 years, it leveraged more than $4 billion in retrofit investments by Canadian families. And when homeowners invest in new windows, insulation, and other energy-saving projects, that money circulates through communities across this country. This program combines everything that the Liberal government likes: leveraged infrastructure investments, carbon emission reductions, and helping the middle class and those struggling to join it. So to conclude, I would simply say that the Conservatives, who usually champion policies that help the financial bottom lines of Canadians, should get behind the price on carbon. Climate change is one of the biggest threats facing Canadians and the global community, and avoiding action now would cost all of us significantly in the long term. And to the government, I would remind them that they promised to be open and transparent with Canadians, and it's beyond time that they clearly articulated how they will address climate change with a real plan. We've heard a lot about real change. Now we need a real plan. Several provinces have introduced measures to help low and middle income households adapt to measures to combat climate change, but there is no sign of federal leadership to ensure that fair programs are in place across this country. We in the NDP want this government to build a just transition to a greener economy, one that creates good jobs across the country. That's what Canadians expect from this government, not foot-dragging. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to commend the honourable member for an excellent speech. I really appreciate the passion that the honourable member has for this topic, and it came out very clearly in his speech this afternoon, particularly talking about the impact of climate change and the cost of inaction. And that's something that we know that our government has recognized, and it's why we're moving forward in such an aggressive way on this very important topic. What I'd like the members' comments on is the approach that this government has taken with respect to tackling climate change, and that is the collaborative approach that we're taking with the provinces. So what we are doing is giving the decision-making authority to the provinces, working collaboratively with them, and then empowering them to make the decisions as to how they're going to make how they're going to use the revenues that they generate from the means by which that they improve their climate change approach.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, Wiskoutie.
Well, I guess I would say a couple of things, Madam Speaker. One is that obviously in many of these cases the provinces have jurisdiction, but what we need from this government is a sense of urgency, a sense of boldness. We heard a lot of talk in Paris that Canada was back, that we were going to take action. And then we spent a year consulting Canadians across this country about what to do about climate change. I know I held several town halls in my riding, and people in this House all did the same. And everybody told me, we know what we need to do about climate change. You guys should be doing it. And so I think, that's one thing I would say to the government. I would say, I'm glad that you're thinking about this, but we really have to get going and do it. And we should have started a year ago. And I think I'll just leave it there.
Just want to remind the member as well, maybe he might want to not use the word you and direct the comments to the chair as opposed to the government. The questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really wanted to follow up on the speech given by the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa with this particular member. I just flipped to the Wikipedia page for the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, because I know he is one of British Columbia's leading bird experts. I found he's written 12 books on birds in British Columbia, and since the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa suggested that renewable energy was slaughtering our birds, I thought he might be able to tell me if it's correct that there are far more birds killed by striking office towers in urban centres than are affected by renewable energy, and that the biggest threat to survival of bird life on this planet is the threat of climate change.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, yeah, I could go on and on about birds, but I'll try to be succinct. Yes, I mean, there are certain impacts that renewable energy projects have on birds, but we've done a lot of studies on this now, and we know how we can mitigate that. We know how we can operate wind farms to really reduce those losses, and some of the losses that the member mentioned were from years ago. And as the member from Saanich Gulf Islands mentioned, it's really the relative numbers of birds that are killed by habitat loss, by climate change, are very high. We could. Don't even want to mention this, but I'll mention cats. That's the one thing that humans have done to this world that really affects birds much more than wind farms ever will. And I know I'll get some mail about that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I should start with a rant as a crazy cat lady, or I don't know. No, I respect my honourable colleague so much for the work that he's done and the thoughtfulness that he's put into his speech and in understanding the environment. I do have family that was highly traumatized by the losses they experienced in the Fort McMurray fire, and I have to tell you, it's very, very disconcerting to know that people have not only lost their homes due to the actual destruction by the fire, but also because of the toxicity levels. Some people cannot go back into their homes for 30 years. And what I'd like to hear the honourable member expand on is we heard another member ask a question if another member knew what photosynthesis was. Can we maybe go into the depth a little bit more of the basis for this carbon pricing initiative?
I think we have time to go into the depth, but I will allow the member to say a few words in response to that, because the time has actually expired for his questions and comments.
Okay, just quickly about photosynthesis, carbon dioxide. We've long passed the time, years and years and years ago, when all the trees and plants in the world could take up the carbon dioxide that we are producing, and that's what's causing this. The carbon dioxide levels are increasing in the atmosphere. We have the greenhouse effect. The world is warming.
Thank you very much. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to begin by thanking the preceding speaker, the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and in fact the whole NDP caucus for allowing me 10 minutes to speak on this very important debate. I've been struggling today. I keep thinking of myself, people who live in glass houses, who keep an abundance of stones. Every time a Conservative speaks, I find myself thinking, do you not remember the last 10 years of canceling all the carbon plans? There was a very decent, workable plan in place in 2005 and 2006 that was canceled within minutes of Stephen Harper, well, weeks of him becoming Prime Minister. 3 different times, Canada's carbon target was weakened. It's been referenced already that Stephen Harper put a cap-and-trade program into a plan that he never really intended to execute, because over and over again, and I do feel enormous empathy for the parade of environment ministers who suffered under that regime, because I think they all were told that they would be able to deliver the plan. John Baird, the current official leader of the official opposition, was the first Minister of Environment, said, we're intending to reach Kyoto. The rug was pulled out from under her. John Baird came along and said, I have a turning the corner plan. We're going to do regulations sector by sector. Nothing ever happened, except that we shamed ourselves in the world over and over again by obstructing global negotiations. That's something Canadians don't understand, is how much under the previous government we didn't just stand back, we got in the way. So there are a few glass houses and stone moments that I wanted to get rid of before proceeding to a review of carbon pricing, what it means. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, I didn't get a chance to put this to him as a question and comment, but he said, I've not heard anything about the Great Lakes. I remember distinctly when one of the Harper government budgets spent more money for barbed wire and fencing to go around the Great Lakes to make sure that terrorists weren't using access across the Great Lakes to get into Canada than for water quality. And I just picked up the 2016 budget, and you can go to page 162, and for several pages therein, we finally have a return to some Great Lakes policy. Not enough, I have to say. I was part of the government back in 86, 88 when we put together the Great Lakes Water Quality Strategy, St. Lawrence Cleanup Plan, but at least there's some millions of dollars back for the Great Lakes now. Similarly, it's really a rhetorical trick to have framed today's Opposition Day motion around the idea that electricity prices in Ontario are what you can expect everywhere if you adopt carbon pricing. Electricity prices in Ontario currently are very high, but have nothing to do with carbon pricing. The only way you'd get that replicated across Canada is if you could somehow impose on every province the bad energy decisions made by Ontario Hydro for generations in building nuclear plants that created billions of dollars of stranded debt. If you look at the breakdown of electricity prices for Ontario, and I urge anyone to Google it and have a look, the number one price, of course, is the cost of generation. Then there's the cost of distribution. The next biggest price, over $1 billion a year, is paying down, retiring the debt. And this is related not to green energy, but to nuclear energy. So there's also been a great deal of nonsense about the BC carbon prices and the carbon tax there. I just want to put that to bed. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill didn't cite her reference on this one, but she was referring to the Fraser Institute report, which claims, falsely, that the BC carbon tax is not revenue neutral. And for those listening who don't know the term revenue neutral, it means for every dollar of tax taken in on carbon, $1 of tax is reduced on small business, on individual British Columbians. It's working very well, and the BC Finance Department has completely rebutted the Fraser Institute, which, of course, the Fraser Institute is funded by the fossil fuel industry. The Koch brothers, ExxonMobil, we can examine the source and not be surprised. But the Finance Ministry of BC says, actually, their carbon tax hasn't been revenue neutral recently. They're giving more tax cuts than they're getting in revenue. It is negative to, or it's in terms of how British Columbians receive it, it's a very positive thing. So let me just turn to a price on carbon, what it is and what it isn't. It needs to be said really clearly that a price on carbon is not the silver magic bullet. We put a price on carbon in Canada, and we have not reached our Paris targets magically. We have not averted the climate crisis magically. You need a whole range of measures, a whole suite of measures. But what a carbon price attempts to do is correct market failure. Because in that perfect world on the blackboard of Economics 101, everything has an input cost. So you've got your materials, you've got labor. Pollution's free. It's an externality to the economic equation. But it's not external to real life. It piles up, and whether it's the Sydney tar ponds and toxic waste that had to be cleaned up, spending $400 million, or whether it's the future cost of cleaning up the oil sands, tailings ponds, or whether it's overloading our global atmosphere with warming gases that threaten, and I'm not using hyperbole here, this is actually what's at risk, threaten human civilization itself. This is not a free good. So you've got to put a price on it so your free market system can actually pay attention to it. And it almost doesn't matter, in response to the member for Calgary Nose Hill, whether you have elasticity of price or not. Actually, there's such demand for gasoline that no matter, you'd have to put a huge carbon price on to affect the demand for gasoline. That's not the point of a carbon price. A carbon price is to make sure there's a signal at almost any level that this costs you something, is to try to create some incentive. But on its own, it's not enough. You need regulations, you need other plans, you need to bring on renewable energy so that we can decarbonize all of our electricity. That's a top priority. Ontario did it first, but others need to do it. Now, what kind of institutions favor carbon tax? Loony left-wing ones? No. The International Monetary Fund says every country needs to put in place a carbon price and eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. This was a promise in the Liberal platform that we need to see executed. It has not happened yet. We still have fossil fuel subsidies for liquefied natural gas and dwindling, but still in the oil sands. The World Bank also favors carbon pricing and eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. The International Energy Agency, the same. The first carbon price that was applied by any nation was Finland in 1990. Followed by Sweden in 1991. And by the way, the carbon price in Sweden is now hovering at around $150 a ton. Norway, by the way, applied its carbon price as it began to develop its North Sea oil resources. So it was at the point of becoming potentially a petrostate, but decided not to go that route, not to let its currency be linked to the money that it was taking in. It took in royalties, it also applied a carbon tax, and it now has a sovereign wealth fund. So as North Sea oil dwindles, they have a $900 billion sovereign wealth fund in Norway. And guess whose advice they followed when they did that? Alberta Premier Peter Lougheed. If only Albertans had followed the advice of former Premier Peter Lougheed, there'd be a huge amount of money to adapt to transitions, and they wouldn't have put all their money in the bitumen basket, all their eggs in the bitumen basket of shipping out raw bitumen, but would have followed Peter Lougheed's plan and had ancillary infrastructure for refining and upgrading. Now, in the Canadian context, how do we price? This is today's debate. The Liberals should reveal the numbers. Guess what, folks? I don't think there are any numbers. You know why? Because no one can know yet. In the absence of any federal role on carbon pricing or carbon action under the Harper era, we have a patchwork because provinces began to take action on their own. Frankly, I'm no fan of cap and trade. I think it's open to fraud. It's a difficult system, but they had nothing else going on, so Ontario and Quebec decided to work with California. British Columbia brought in the best architecture of a carbon price, with returning every dollar collected to reduce taxes across British Columbia. Gordon Campbell wouldn't have been re-elected without having brought in a carbon tax. He fell later on because he never told anyone he was going to bring in a harmonized sales tax, but that's another issue. Carbon tax saved him. HST took him down. So here we are in a situation where we have a patchwork. And the federal government has stepped up, and I think the architecture of what they're proposing is actually very good. It's backfill and infill. It's saying, okay, we're not going to tax on top of what BC's already taxing. You're already at $30 a ton. Or Ontario, Quebec, and California. We want to make sure that there's a playing field that's even for business certainty to send out that carbon signal. We need a carbon price that's uniform across Canada. But we don't know that every province is going to design a revenue-neutral tax. I wish they would. But we do know that the federal government will return to every province all the money they collect from that province if by the time the carbon tax rolls around, that province hasn't designed their own system. So frankly, all of the people in the Conservative caucus who are suddenly concerned that there's going to be an impact by doing something need to think about the situation. There is no hidden report. The report they want was prepared under the Harper administration. If you want transparency, help everyone work together to deliver a carbon price that's effective, reduces pollution, and helps us move into a 21st century green economy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her remarks. And there's many things I could say on this topic and that we might disagree on in terms of the specific issue of a carbon tax. But I do want to ask her about the transparency component of the motion, because this motion speaks to the fact that the government should release data about who will be most impacted by the carbon tax. Now, the member and I might disagree about a carbon tax, but at the end of the day, I think we should agree that Canadians have a right to access that information and can make an evaluation based on the information out there about the pros and cons of a carbon tax if they have all of the data in front of them. So would the member agree that Canadians should be able to see the data about who is paying more or less vis-a-vis the carbon tax so that they can come to an informed conclusion?
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
And I thank my honourable friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Yeah, my main point here, and I do believe in transparency, the specific document that the member for Carleton has found that he wants released was redacted because, as I understand it from other media commentary, includes confidential advice to Cabinet, that is the previous Cabinet of the Harper government. It was prepared before the election, and who knows what form of tax it's imagining. Where we are right now, you'd have a series of hypotheticals. So one hypothetical would be, okay, what if Saskatchewan develops its own carbon tax and it decides to go with $50 a ton and it decides to take that $50 a ton and put it into renewable energy? The impact on Saskatchewan citizens, residents, homeowners will be entirely different than if the government of Saskatchewan decides to put in a tax of $20 a ton and make it revenue neutral. We could ask the government and the Department of Finance to give us a string of hypotheticals, because at this point, the government of the day plans to bring in a very weak carbon price at $10 a ton in 2018, and every province gets to do its own thing first. So we simply would only be able to guess at a series of options.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the Leader of the Green Party is very much in tune with British Columbia, in particular the provincial government and with the environment. And I'm interested in knowing, in terms of the member's perspective, in terms of the price on carbon, and how she feels from a local point of view in British Columbia, how that province has moved forward with respect to its policy on a price on carbon.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
And thank you to my friend, the government House Leader. I've assisted the government House Leader. I've been astonished by how popular it is. The carbon tax in British Columbia, and I don't want to make a political comment because it's only through the good graces of the NDP that I'm standing here, but it was a fatal mistake to the NDP provincially to run an Axe the Tax campaign against the BC Liberals when they first brought it in, because British Columbians actually liked it. And because it was revenue neutral, there was more money in our own pocketbooks to decide, okay, I know the price of gas is going to go up, so the next car I get is going to be a gas miser, not a gas guzzler. So I see when my local airport, the Victoria International Airport, which is a very well-run and friendly airport, by the way, but I parked my Prius in long-term parking on Monday to come back to Ottawa, and I was thrilled to see that there are brand new plug-in electric vehicle rechargers for free in the airport parking lot. You see electric chargers all over the place. I think Salt Spring Island, we may have the highest per capita ownership of electric vehicles, and it's not people who can afford to buy a Tesla, by the way. It's increasingly affordable cars that mean you don't have to put gas in your car at all.
Time for a very brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a brief follow-up to my previous question. The member said the incidence, depending on income group, will depend on how a province implements it. But I don't really think that would be the case if we're talking about a tax on carbon, because a tax on carbon is a tax on carbon. Of course, the rebates could be different. What you do with the money could be different. But if you're going to charge a particular tax on carbon, that's going to have the same impact. The way it's impacting you is going to depend on what carbon you use, not on other factors. Is that not correct?
A very brief answer from the member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
Briefly, no, because your impact is very dependent on whether the government is actually taking that money as revenue and keeping it, or redistributing it immediately in tax cuts. So the effect on every household's income is entirely dependent. That's why I strongly favor carbon fee and dividend, or at the minimum, revenue neutral carbon pricing, so people have more money in their own pocketbooks.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Veterans Affairs. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, Status of Women. And the Honourable Member for Carleton, Employment. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to take the opportunity to continue the dialogue I was having with the leader of the Green Party on some of these questions. But let me start first by introducing those who are watching at home to the topic that we're talking about and really the importance of this motion. This is a motion that deals with carbon taxes, but also, and I think more fundamentally, deals with the issue of transparency. We had a Conservative member that asked the government to provide information about what the impact of the carbon tax would be on different income groups. If you are very wealthy, what's the impact going to be for you of a carbon tax? If you are struggling economically, what's the impact going to be for you if you're somebody in the middle, and so on and so forth. I think it's reasonable for Canadians to expect to have access to this kind of information so that they can make an informed decision. We're having a debate in this House about the possible merits and demerits of a carbon tax, but Canadians need to have the full information about what the impact will be on their lives so that they can make an informed decision. And I know a lot of the discussion from all sides has been about the merits of that, and I'll get into some of that as well. But the central point of this motion is whether or not members of the government, members of other parties think that Canadians deserve to have the full information. Because what happened is initially the government had suggested that this information wasn't available. They have no idea what the impact will be on different people and different income groups of this carbon tax. But then they said, oh, actually we know, we're just not going to tell you. And they came up with various excuses for redacting that information. And it's striking because if the government is so confident in this policy, then they should not be shy about giving all the information to Canadians and making their case in a transparent way. But in fact, they haven't done that. They're not sharing this information. And we can only suspect, Madam Speaker, that it's because the government knows and does not want to share that there'll be a disproportionate impact of this tax on those who are struggling. They are imposing a tax which will hit hardest those who are worst off, and they don't want people to know that, so they're hiding that information. We're saying share the information so that we can have a clear and open debate. By the way, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, who represents the second most beautiful riding in the country, perhaps. There's one important question that this whole debate speaks to. But, Madam Speaker, before that, I was having an exchange with the leader of the Green Party specifically about the question of whether you can know the differential impact of a carbon tax, given that the way in which this carbon tax will be implemented will vary from province to province. I think she quite rightly made the point that there may be different rebates in response to the carbon tax, which will impact people in different income levels, and the nature and volume of those rebates may vary from province to province. And that's all true, but it doesn't change the fact that, setting aside the rebates, you can still actually have a discussion about what the impact of the tax itself will be on individuals in different income brackets. And we should have this information. The government purportedly has that information, but will not share that information. And it will be the same from province to province, because a tax on carbon, there's many different mechanisms through which it could happen. There are many different possible uses of the money by the government. But a tax on carbon is a tax on carbon. If it's at a certain value, we can know based on likely usage patterns of carbon what the differential implications would be. And again, most of the research would suggest that those who are least well off will actually pay the most when it comes to the carbon tax. Now, Madam Speaker, there's an important question in this discussion, and that question is, does big government help the poor? Are those who are least well off better off with a bigger government? And I think that is the presumption of some on the political left, especially of this government, that somehow, invariably, more taxes, more programs, more government intervention in people's lives is going to respond to questions of income inequality and is going to help those who are worst, who are least well off. And frankly, they say it so often that they may actually believe it. But there's no evidence at all that big government is what people who are struggling economically need or want. In fact, in many cases, we can see the opposite. We can see big government intervention policies being worse for those who are struggling economically. Now, in this context, it's important to revisit the record of the previous government as well as the current government when it comes to tax policy. The previous government lowered the GST, lowered the basic personal, lowered the tax rate for the lowest income bracket, raised the base personal exemption, made reforms to EI, which would have positioned us for significant reductions in payroll taxes. And we introduced the small business hiring credit. Now, what do these tax changes all have in common? Well, they all target those who are least well off. The GST, the tax that everybody pays, raising the base personal exemption, meaning that many low-income Canadians will no longer pay taxes. We took those policies that opened the door for lower payroll taxes. And again, these are taxes that anyone who is employed is going to pay and that max out at a certain point. The small business hiring credit, again, aimed at cutting taxes in a way that would help people get jobs. These were all tax changes that we made that helped those who were least well off. And the Prime Minister says frequently that Conservatives think that if you help those at the top, that's the way to help society. In fact, it is a fact, and he should know it if he doesn't, that the previous Conservative government actually did not make any changes to the tax rates for high-income earners. We only lowered the income tax rates for the lowest tax bracket, and we made other tax reductions and changes that stimulated economic activity by actually targeting that tax relief to those who are in the lowest tax bracket. That's what low-income Canadians, those working hard to join the middle class, as well as those who are in the middle class, that's what they need, that's what they want. Now, what's the record of this government when it comes to taxes affecting low-income Canadians? Well, they eliminated various tax credits for families. They undid the EI reforms that we brought in. In fact, they raised they're in the process of raising payroll taxes through the changes that they're making to the pension program. They raised the small business tax rate. They eliminated the hiring credit. So already up to now, even before the carbon tax, we've seen them raise taxes on those who are struggling the most. And their so-called middle-class tax cut provides no benefit whatsoever for those making $45,000 a year or less. And their decision to cut back the tax-free savings account maximum disproportionately affects those who are struggling economically, because we know that because of the relative impact of tax-free savings account versus RRSPs, that actually tax-free savings accounts are often the savings vehicles of choice for the middle class and those working hard to join it, to coin a phrase, not for those who are on the higher end. So, you know, it's really striking if you compare the realities of the record that indisputably it has always been Conservatives that have been helping those who are economically struggling. We've done it not by expanding government, but by lowering their taxes. And it's Liberals that have, in the name often, perversely in the name of economic equality concerns, raised taxes, including raised taxes on those struggling. And they've used the money to facilitate their government largesse, which ostensibly includes traveling around the world giving speeches about income inequality. Take from the poor to facilitate your opportunities to speak in all kinds of fora about income inequality. I would say this is the height of cynicism, Madam Speaker, but we had the whole electoral reform flip-flop, so I'll say it's close to the height of cynicism. Now, this brings us, though, to the carbon tax, because, again, we see this government bringing in new taxes that target those we suspect who are struggling the most. And their complete unwillingness to provide any kind of clear information about this at all. Now, I just want to say, to respond to one of the points that have been made, it's important, Madam Speaker, for Canadians to know that many of the Conservatives who the government has cited as supposedly supporting their approach to the carbon tax have actually been very critical of this government's approach when it comes to carbon taxation. Many of these people have been critical of the government's approach. They have suggested other models, but they have not at all supported the government's approach when it comes to this area. So I think that's an important clarification. We're the party that's helping the people of all incomes, but especially by targeting tax relief to those who need it most. It's this government that's raising taxes for those who actually need the help the most.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I want to pick up on the member across the way's questions that he was posing earlier. And as the member tries to get a better understanding of the impact that the price on carbon is going to have on Canadians, I think it's important that the member recognize, in fact, the Conservative Party recognize, that because it is revenue neutral in terms of Ottawa, that means the price on carbon and the revenues generated by it will be going to the provinces. The impact that it actually has on those individuals living in those respective provinces and territories will differ, as some provinces will put a higher priority on other things with respect to the revenues that are being generated. My question to the member, would he not agree that if you really wanted to get the impact that they're trying to better understand, that one of the things that they might want to consider to do is to start talking with some of the provinces and finding out what they plan to do with the revenue that's being generated? Because what we know for sure is that there's a general consensus that's wide, that breaks all political parties, that a price in carbon is the right thing to do. That's what Canadians want us to do, and that's what this national government is doing, but there is a role for our provinces.
Our member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I think Canadians watching this will notice that at no point in today's debate do members of the government actually want to speak to the transparency issue. That's very clear. They actually don't want to because they can't provide an explanation of why, even though they're so convinced of the rightness of their position, they don't want to provide that information to Canadians. I think members can hear in the questioner's comments just how slippery this term revenue neutral has become, because revenue neutral used to mean that the people would get the money back, but now, it's revenue neutral for Ottawa because we're taking money from people and it'll go to a different level of government. This redefinition of language to justify new taxes is consistent from this government, but certainly I think is troubling for many Canadians. Now, it's interesting to talk about what's happening in the provinces. Of course, in Alberta, we have a province that has imposed a carbon tax that they did not discuss in the election. And I think if you go out and actually talk to the people, you'll find that these carbon taxes are very unpopular and very often imposed by provincial governments who do not talk about them before elections and just aren't listening to the objections of people on the ground. I think we're seeing that in Alberta as well as in Ontario. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Regarding climate change, it's 1 minute to midnight. Let's just hope it's not too late to avoid a change of over 2 degrees Celsius, which will be irremediable. Given that we have a government that talks a great deal but does very little, what does my honourable colleague think about the fact that this measure will not make it possible even to reach the targets established by the Liberal government? Is this just a dupe again?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll just say, in terms of climate change and in terms of these targets, it's a matter of public record that the previous government was the first government in Canadian history to lower carbon emissions. We did that while the economy was growing. And if you look across the board at the different provinces, in every single province, if you compare our record to the record of the previous government, emissions went down or they went up by less than they had under the previous Liberal government. So that impact of the policies that we implemented was evident across provinces, and it was clearly evident if you look internationally. Some will say it was just because of the global economic downturn, but the fact is our economy grew while our emissions went down, and global emissions were growing at the same time, even though Canada was one of the countries least affected by the global recession. And I think it was because we had a policy that recognized that you can have economic growth while you reduce emissions, but you have to be smart and targeted about how you do it, and you have to have sector-by-sector intensity-based regulations that still allow economic growth and don't encourage businesses to shut things off and go to other jurisdictions, that they encourage business to invest here in Canada, but also help us to advance ourselves economically and environmentally. So we had a record. It was working. We'll happily put our record against the record of any Liberal government in terms of addressing economic as well as environmental issues. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is always an honour to participate in debate in this place. Although, whenever a debate includes the subject of the Liberals' national carbon tax, it typically becomes almost a circular discussion. Now, even on this side of the House, I've memorized the Liberal talking points on the topic that can basically be summarized as the Liberals saying, we are taking action on the environment after the previous government's inaction. Now, here's one thing about those Liberal talking points. We all know that this Liberal government is using the very same targets for greenhouse gas reductions as the former Conservative government. In other words, when the former Conservative government took action to set those targets, this Liberal government agrees with them and now is using them. That's a fact. That's not opinion. And that is the problem with the entire Liberal mantra on carbon taxes. It is all smoke and mirrors. Now, let me explain. Not long ago, the Liberals made hoopla announcing they were ending coal-burning power by 2030. Despite the fact most provinces either already do not utilize coal power or are already on the way to doing precisely that. But it sounded like the Liberals were taking action, yet quietly the Liberals turn around and give extensions to the two provinces that use coal power to continue doing so after the year 2030. In other words, that announcement was also all smoke and mirrors. As I mentioned recently in the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union debate, the Liberals say they are taking action and leading the way with this carbon tax. Here's the thing, none, and I say none of our major competitors, not the United States of America, not China, not India, nor Mexico, are following our lead with a national carbon tax. When people are not following you, Madam Speaker, you are not leading the way. In other words, we are going at it alone. Or put another way, claims of leading the way is simply more smoke and mirrors. Now, I'd like to take this discussion just a step further. I'm from British Columbia, where it is well known BC led the way with a provincial carbon tax. So let's take a moment to talk about that now that we have some empirical evidence to look at the outcome of that. And I do hear talking points from the Liberal members saying they value evidence-based decision-making. It's curious, when they won't share the evidence with this place as to what the costs will be, it puts this Parliament at a disadvantage, and they won't even admit that they are blocking that information. And by the way, Madam Speaker, when the government does that, they do disservice to every Canadian. Why? We are their representatives. If we were to have a fair discussion about this, they should be sharing that information, something that this motion calls for. But back again, in British Columbia in 2008, at the time, the BC carbon tax was introduced. Basically 100% of the cement used in British Columbia was manufactured in British Columbia. And why not? Concrete is not exactly a lightweight, inexpensive product to import and transport from other jurisdictions. So what happened when BC produced concrete that was subject to a carbon tax in 2008? Well, Madam Speaker, it doesn't take much. It became more expensive. And in fact, by 2014, British Columbia produced concrete only accounted for roughly 65% of all concrete used in British Columbia, because cheaper concrete was being imported from jurisdictions with no carbon tax. Now, because of this, the British Columbia government is now providing financial subsidies to the BC concrete industry. And of course, now we have the BC pulp and paper sector looking for similar carbon relief. Now, carbon tax relief, I should say. It should also be pointed out that BC greenhouse growers have also secured BC carbon tax exemptions, not unlike many of Ontario's worst industrial polluters have also received extensions and exclusions from the Ontario cap and trade way of taxing carbon, pricing carbon, same thing. Now, we all know in every one of these situations, these exemptions or subsidies are being provided to protect jobs and support local economies. But we must not overlook who we are protecting, these jobs from. Simple, it's ourselves. And here's the thing. While governments give exemptions and subsidies to these industries and corporations, the costs of all of these subsidies are being paid by taxpayers who will also have to pay a carbon tax if they are not paying already. And that, of course, is why we are all here today with this motion. Now, how much is the Liberal carbon tax going to cost Canadians? We don't know, because this Liberal government refuses to come clean and share that information. And again, I say evidence-based decision-making. I guess they believe in evidence-based decision-making, Madam Speaker, when it comes to their cabinet making decisions, but they don't empower their own members of Parliament. I feel embarrassed for those members that when I asked them earlier, do you think that it is fair in a modern Western democracy that Parliament does not have the same information to debate the merits of one of the most important public policies this government has pushed ahead? And they simply ignore. They deflect. They talk about something else. That is not good for democracy, and it's not good public policy. Madam Speaker, anyway, you know, they say that the Liberal carbon tax will be revenue neutral. Well, if it's really revenue neutral, why then do Liberals refuse to release the data that demonstrates that? And I mean, seriously, let's all be logical about this. If it was truly revenue neutral, this government would be releasing that data. And we all know the reason why that data is being withheld from Canadians. And look at the theory of a carbon tax. Put a tax on burning carbons so it becomes more expensive and people will not be able to afford to burn it, and thus will use less of it. And guess what? In Ontario, we now hear about something called energy poverty, where people can no longer afford to turn the heat on, to stay warm in the winter, or to cook their own food. Global News ran a story of a 76-year-old man who was without heat and power for 3 months in a home. He was occupied for 45 of those years because of Liberal energy poverty. Pardon me, energy policy producing poverty. CTV ran a story of a senior citizen who had to sell his beloved truck just to pay the hydro bill. Now, this is the Ontario energy poverty that Liberals want to bring in all across Canada with this new carbon tax. And no wonder Liberals are hiding the data to show the true cost of what the Liberal carbon tax will cost to Canadians. Now, let's keep in mind, while big corporations get exemptions, subsidies, and handouts, there is no relief for everyday Canadians left paying the bill, like I referenced that 76-year-old senior in Ontario. It is any wonder that the same people responsible for devastating the Ontario energy policy are now working in the inside circle of this Prime Minister. Now, before I close, I'd like to add one final thought, Madam Speaker. And recently, the Prime Minister stated that he believed that Canada needs to phase out the Alberta oil sands. Now, that's, of course, before he decided to say he misspoke while visiting Alberta. And I mention this while the Prime Minister is forcing his carbon tax onto Canadians. At the very same time, he is borrowing money to give it to corporations like Bombardier so they can develop a new luxury corporate business jet that will do nothing but burn carbon, and lots of it. Clearly, this Prime Minister sees a bright carbon-burning future at Bombardier, just not in Alberta. And once again, it is Canadians that will be footing that bill. Given that we are literally seeing daily examples of the devastation of Ontario energy poverty in action, I submit that this Liberal government has a moral duty to disclose the true cost to Canadians of this Liberal carbon tax. However, I believe that the Liberals are afraid to come clean, disclose the true costs, because they know the price is something that Canadians cannot afford. Now, that is what Ontario energy poverty has shown us. As every member from this place, from Ontario, well knows, people in Ontario are hurting due to Liberal-created energy poverty. And I ask we think of them tonight. I ask of the members opposite to consider their responsibilities, and even if you have the name Parliamentary Secretary added to your official title, you are also a member of this place, and your job is to hold the government to account. Is it fair to Canadians who you represent to not have that information so they can listen to both sides of the debate and make their views known to their members of Parliament? Madam Speaker, I would ask that we think of those Canadians and support this motion. Thank you for letting me speak on this important issue.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am thinking of those Canadians. I'm thinking in terms of that we have a Canada Child Benefit Program that is lifting thousands of children out of poverty. We have a GIS increase that is taking thousands of seniors out of poverty. We have millions of Canadians that are getting middle-class tax cuts, Madam Speaker, which is putting hundreds of millions of dollars in the pockets, disposable income of Canadians. And we demonstrate strong leadership on the environmental file by saying that Canada needs to have a price on carbon, and we're allowing the provinces to be able to have the revenues that are generated. And if those provinces deem that the priority for them is to invest that revenue that they receive into whatever causes they feel is beneficial for their economies and their social fabric, we would encourage them to do that. My question to the member, would he not agree that the provinces have an important role given that they are receiving the revenues, and maybe some of the lobbying that he's suggesting tonight should be lobbied towards those provincial governments, including his own?
Our member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, British Columbia, in their budget every year, reports on their carbon tax. That's where I got this information about the cement industry. This member, and many of these members on that side of the floor, Madam Speaker, have continued to deflect. And I asked that member, and I specifically asked this member to consider that when he goes home tonight and rests his, it sounds to me almost like he's recounting all these things, the GIS, the Canada Child Benefit, all these things to justify that they are blocking information from Parliament. And if that member can sleep well at night, well, all the more power to him, but he is creating an unlevel playing field where we cannot debate public policy, and he is shielding that government. He needs to take a look in the mirror and ask himself, am I a member of Parliament who's here to hold the government to account, or am I carrying water for them?
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member's opinion about moving forward instead of positioning ourselves in a way that just does repulse ordinary Canadians. And since we do have ordinary Canadians at heart here in this whole issue, you know, I'm a little bit ambiguous about how we can move forward enthusiastically, but I'm hearing that maybe there is a chance for us to move forward with some other options that the Conservatives would embrace now. And particularly, it was the Conservative government that cancelled the home energy retrofit program, and that would have reduced emissions at the same time as reducing costs for ordinary Canadians in terms of their energy costs. So am I hearing that this is something that we could all collectively look forward to working on productively together?
Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to hear from a member that is open-minded. I don't hold against her because this is her first time in this place as a member of Parliament. I congratulate her on that. But actually, it was the previous Conservative government that put the eco-energy retrofit program into the budget that her party twice, because we had the budget pre-election 2011 and then post, voted against it both times. So unfortunately, that was obviously not an avenue that they felt was important to be done when it was a Conservative government. Now, getting back to next steps, Madam Speaker, all I ask is we hit the pause button. Before we go further down the road where we are leading no one, perhaps we should ask our question, who is doing this to our seniors? It's us. Who is doing this to our businesses that will be less competitive? It is us. Who is doing it to, who is denying the information so that we can have a proper debate about carbon pricing and its impacts on the Canadians? That government. Let's stay focused on that conversation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Do we have a point of order?
No.
Non. Excuse. Ben non, je pense que c'est pas vrai. So it being 5:15 p.m. pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March 7, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided by oral questions. The honourable member for Calgary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am going to speak French. I believe that if you were to seek it, you would see that there is unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the member for Calgary Forest Lawn have the okay of the House to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? So be it. La Chambre abordera maintenant les...
The House will now move to private members' business as indicated on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M104 concerning the Ottawa River watershed, standing in the name of Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Scaparlegia, moves that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to undertake a detailed study with regard to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a comprehensive, inclusive, co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed in order to foster ecological integrity, sustainable economic opportunities, and quality of life. In its study, the committee shall examine the council membership, which would include but would not be limited to federal, provincial, regional, and municipal governments, First Nations industry groups, non-governmental organizations, and academic institutions, and 2 important indicators such as water quality, biodiversity, and shoreline integrity in order to assist with the creation of a co-management plan and conservation strategy, and 3, des valeurs économiques, culturelles.
The economic, cultural, heritage, and natural values within the Ottawa River watershed, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than December 2017.
Debate. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good evening to my colleagues and all Canadians who might be watching. Madam Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise this evening and speak to this motion. I have the good fortune of being the grandson of Irish pioneers who settled in the Ottawa Valley, and my great-grandparents lived very close to the Ottawa River. And there's a tradition, a very strong tradition, that runs through the veins of so many Canadians in this region and beyond who've been touched by the beauty and the stupendous power of the Ottawa River, which I've always described as the jewel in the crown of the National Capital Region. And I'm pleased to move it not only as the MP for Ottawa South, but also as the chair of the government's National Capital Region Caucus. You know, Madam Speaker, there are now 1.4 million Canadians living in this catchment area called the National Capital Region, and we are growing at a rate of 7 to 8% a year. We're the 5th largest census metropolitan area in the country. This motion is calling for a study to revamp our thinking when it comes to managing the way we do our business, the way that we relate to something as essential as a watershed. It's an incredible opportunity for Canada, Madam Speaker, not just in the context of the Ottawa River watershed, but right across the country. I'll come back to that theme in a moment because there are many, many trends, many positive developments in this regard right across the country. But this is a case where we get to illustrate through the study the fact that we need a new form of management. We need a new form of co-management, which is widely described as integrated watershed management. And it tries to overcome a fundamental challenge when it comes to the way in which we organize our affairs as a society and how we interface with something as important as, for example, the Ottawa River, really how we interface with natural carrying capacity. And that is, it's to overcome the challenge of what my parents used to present to their 10 children, where they would say, we just can't have a situation where everybody's job is nobody's job. And when it comes to the Ottawa River watershed, and when it comes to watersheds writ large across this country and the planet, that's what we have to start addressing. Because although there are myriad actors, Madam Speaker, that interface or deal with the Ottawa River watershed, there's only one watershed. And that is one of the stark realizations that folks who live around the watershed, provinces, the federal government, different actors, have now realized. That it's a delicate, important asset. It is, frankly, a very valuable asset that forms part of our overall natural capital. Natural capital. Not necessarily built capital or human capital, but our natural capital. So this motion is calling for a major study that would analyze how we can take the management of this Ottawa River watershed to the next level, to the next iteration. And in this, it has been informed by the good work of a number of examples in Canada. For example, the Fraser Basin Council in British Columbia, which began in early 1990 and has proceeded now in a very sophisticated way to bring together different stakeholders, different groups, who treat the Fraser Basin as one, because they realize it's an asset to be managed with great determination and with great care, because there's only one Fraser Basin. There aren't 10, there aren't 20, there's one. On that note, I'm also delighted to say that many stakeholders in this region are strongly supportive of conducting this study, not least among them the Ottawa Riverkeeper. And I really want to commend the Ottawa Riverkeeper and the team there, Meredith Brown and Jean Perrat in particular, for their extraordinary leadership and their work. They're to be congratulated on pushing out the envelope and thinking in terms of the opportunity here in front of us to do something very powerful in our national capital. And I think from here we can springboard and challenge national capitals right around the world. So we have many competing interests with the Ottawa River, but first of all, why this motion? Well, it's the border. The Ottawa River forms the border between Ontario and Quebec. It makes it an interprovincial waterway. So therefore, the management of the Ottawa River is an area of shared jurisdiction. Obviously, the federal government is implicated. The provincial governments of Ontario and Quebec, regional, municipal governments, watershed organizations, and our Indigenous peoples. This motion recognizes the importance of the Ottawa River watershed to our overall economic, ecological, and our cultural well-being. So a comprehensive study on the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council would ensure that multiple levels of government, Indigenous peoples, and all stakeholders work closely together to coordinate their activities and their decisions that serve to protect and to preserve this incredible asset for all Canadians, this watershed. What kind of competing interests do we have when it comes to something as powerful as this Ottawa River, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, for Canadians, they should know that the Ottawa River, its flow on a daily basis, is greater than every Western European tributary combined. It is a mighty, powerful river, and in large part helped build lots of early central Canada. Competing interests, for example, like economic ones, hydropower, tourism, forestry, fisheries, agriculture, or on the environment, water quality. This city, the city of Gatineau, abstracts most of its drinking water from the surface of the Ottawa River. Biodiversity, pollution, climate change. And within the Ottawa River watershed, there are 18 Ontario parks and 8 Quebec parks. When it comes to social well-being, as I referred a moment ago, we can speak to water quality, drinking water, flood risk, recreational purposes, and of course, river access. This river watershed, the Ottawa River watershed is a massive, as I say, big part of our local culture, our economy, our environment, and it's an asset. It is, as I said, the jewel in the crown. How big is it? The Ottawa River watershed covers more than 140,000 square kilometers. It straddles the border between Ontario and Quebec. It's also the largest tributary to the St. Lawrence River. It is very large, larger than many European states, larger than the province of New Brunswick. What's the present state of affairs now, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the management of this precious asset? Well, we have an Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board. It's the only governance body for the Ottawa River that includes both federal and provincial representatives, including Ontario Power Generation and Hydro-Quebec. It's mostly concerned with the question of hydroelectric energy production and, of course, flooding and other related issues. It does not allow for the broader mandate that this study would examine, where other stakeholders, a more diverse array of stakeholders, would come together and treat the watershed as one whole. Now, this is not simply something that is timely, Madam Speaker, in the context of this region and this particular watershed. On the contrary, the watershed movement, this whole question of evolving towards what is now being called integrated watershed management, is a national and international trend. It allows for a meeting place, an agora, as I said in ancient Greece, a place where you can manage human activities and ecosystems at the watershed scale. It would integrate multiple concepts and methods, including water and land use planning and management. It evaluates and manages cumulative effects from multiple environmental stressors. So if we have one municipality releasing waste into the river, and yet we have another organization like Atomic Energy of Canada dealing with the challenge of nuclear waste also along the shores of the Ottawa River, we have these different stressors at play, but we have no place to sit down collectively to say, how do we manage these collectively so we can ensure the sustainability of this important watershed? It brings together many aspects of governance, such as policy, planning, and legislation on the basis of a geographic area, this watershed approach. And it brings people together so that their activities can be shared and their relationships are better fostered amongst the different actors who live, who operate, who act, who have a bearing on the watershed. This is very important. It's something that exists right across the country. I alluded earlier to the Fraser Basin Council in British Columbia. Many of my BC colleagues here know full well how successful it has been, how it brings together dozens of stakeholders, how it has different meetings to be able to assess the overall health of the Fraser Basin Council, what different effects different activities are having on the Fraser Basin, because it frankly reflects the reality, as I said earlier, of the concept of there's only one Fraser Basin. And here, the study would examine the fact that there's only one Ottawa River watershed. So, what are some of the drivers for this integrated watershed management trend in Canada that this study might embrace? Well, we now know that environmental issues such as water, are what they call multi-scale, Madam Speaker. We know that activities upstream are going to have a detrimental effect downstream. I'm reminded of what New York City did. Instead of building a multi-billion-dollar water treatment facility at the back end, they actually went upstream and they negotiated a series of deals with different municipalities, industries, First Nations, etc., to invest in cleaning up the river upstream, so by the time the water got to New York City, they had cleaner drinking water. And in fact, the cost of protecting that watershed in the context of Upper New York State was much lower than the cost of building a tertiary water treatment facility in New York City, treating it as it should be, as a form of natural capital to be protected and invested in. So, we also know now that it's just not desirable any longer or feasible to have a single water agency. This is clearly not working. We now know that water is connected through the hydrologic cycle, and groundwater and surface water have to be connected in our management activities. Recently, in a meeting I had with a senior senator from California, Mr. Speaker, I remember having a broad conversation, but the only thing he was fixated on talking about was whether or not California was going to have access to Canada's water and whether we would be performing interbasin water transfers. Not something that this country is particularly interested in seeing happen whatsoever, but we need to know what's happening to the hydrologic cycles, and this is something that can be analyzed through this study. We've got to recognize that there will be water shortages, flooding, water quality issues throughout the globe, including Canada, southern Saskatchewan, the Red River, the Saguenay River, the Richelieu River, Walkerton, the Great Lakes, and many others. We also know that we have to consider and examine increased water users and types of water use, including the increased awareness of the need to better balance ecosystem needs and withdrawals, that this has led to more conflicts and more difficulty in overcoming the conflicts. The idea of having a watershed council allows us to diffuse, to deal with these conflicts up front, because we know collectively what's happening in the watershed basin as a whole. We know that Canadians everywhere now insist on more opportunity for participation, for community-based management approaches. The Council would provide such an opportunity. And there are many other drivers at play, not the least of which is that we appreciate that Aboriginal peoples living in parts of many watersheds, like here in the Ottawa Valley, throughout Canada rely on many water resource services, and they must be involved in the planning and management of those resources. So the case, Mr. Speaker, for the study to examine this Watershed Council, I think, is pretty darn strong. I think it's a question of sitting down with the right players, coming up with a management plan and strategy, coming up with the metrics that we need. We don't even have agreed upon metrics to evaluate the state of the watershed. And I'm convinced now that all actors, y compris le Québec,
including Quebec and the municipality of Gatineau on the other side of the river, this river is thousands of kilometers long, so all these people would want to take part.
Support the notion that we would examine this in greater detail, study the possibility of having such an approach, use this as a wonderful opportunity to showcase what a national capital can do, not just in the context of other integrated watershed management approaches for Canada, Mr. Speaker, but globally. Let's start with Washington and the Potomac, for example, and expand beyond there. I think Canada's got this wonderful opportunity and obligation. I'm asking for my colleagues to support this motion in due course, and it's an honour for me to present it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, we do see this trend of, from a procedural perspective, motions being proposed in the House to ask committees to conduct studies on certain things. And I've voted in favor of such motions on certain occasions. But at the same time, we know that usually we allow committees to be masters of their own domain, and he set a fairly tight timeline. Very likely the committee has other business that it's envisioned. And what he's proposing is a motion to instruct the committee to do a study on something that is of particular concern in one region. Can he speak to the wisdom of doing that and why he wouldn't simply engage members of the committee and say, when is a time in the context of the schedule of the committee that you might be interested in doing the study if it fits in with your study plan?
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
I really appreciate my comments. Thoughtful question, Mr. Speaker. I think there's plenty of opportunity for negotiation going forward here in terms of the timing and the depth and the how. Now, why would one put a motion forward to examine a particular watershed? Because my 30 years of environmental legal experience, Mr. Speaker, have taught me that you need to ground truth this kind of example in practical ways so Canadians can understand. They do understand. And this is a way to build a council that can be replicated. And it can build on the wonderful experiences, for example, of the Fraser Basin Council, of what happened in Lake Winnipeg, of what's going on throughout Quebec with its watershed management approach, which is extremely progressive. So it's not so much the localization of this particular watershed as it is a pilot project, a project that can be a study that can be used and extrapolated right across the country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member for bringing this forward. It's a matter that a number of members have brought forward for a number of times. We already have mechanisms under the Canada Water Act that have been in place for decades. Neither Conservative or Liberal governments have taken any action to move forward and to do this. We have many instances where, in fact, we have watershed agreements, for example, in northern Alberta, nice agreements between two provinces, between the feds and the province, but nothing happens. My question to the member would be this. Why would he refer this to a committee that has no technical resources, frankly, very few resources? Why is he not asking the government of the day to finally move on this?
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, thank you for the question. That remains an entirely a possibility. And I believe the member is still a member of the Environment Committee and a very distinguished background in the field of sustainable development. I would consider her to be an expert on that committee and hopefully would be able to lend her expertise. But coming back to the need for this now, we know there is no forum here today, for example, with the watershed to even share data, knowledge or ideas for improvements. Across the many silos that exist, we know that at the watershed scale, there's no shared management plan, no conservation strategy, no shared vision or common agenda. We can do much, much better than that, Mr. Speaker. That's the import of this study. I'm convinced it is the way forward. Co-management, whether it is with watersheds or whether it is ocean resources, is the only way to overcome the fiction that there is a limitless carrying capacity with our natural ecosystems, and there is not. And we know that, and not the least of which through all the evidence, all the knowledge we now have about climate change.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, I want to congratulate my colleague, who I've known in this House for quite some time. He, too, as he compliments our colleague from Edmonton, I would like to compliment him and his expertise, even preceding his time here in the House of Commons. The River Regulation Board that he speaks of that currently does that sounds to me from his speech that seems quite restricted in allowing others and others' opinions. He uses the Fraser River as a prime example. I'd like for him to comment further on that and just to describe to this House what stakeholders need to be included right now and what his initiative will do to include them. Thank you.
In 45 seconds or less, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just let's take a look at the Fraser Basin Council as a model that should be emulated. There are 38 directors, an impartial chair, 37 other directors, 4 orders of government, private sector, civil society, Aboriginal leadership. That's a place where people sit down and, as adults, with science and evidence, criteria, with measurable outcomes, with a performance plan, with a management plan, are stewarding that precious resource for Canada going forward. I think we should examine this in great detail for the Ottawa River watershed. It is a wonderful asset for Canada, all Canadians, and of course, again, I think our responsibility in the national capital region is to show leadership in this regard.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague who moved this motion. Unfortunately, I have a problem with his motion.
recognize this member for bringing this forward. I know he's served in this House for a long time, and I'm sure brings us forward with the best of intentions. I heard him speak once when I was a student at Carleton University, actually, at an election forum, and it was that day that I decided to become a conservative. No, but more seriously, I want to just go through a few of the issues in this legislation. Pardon me, not this legislation. This motion. This motion is the House of Commons asking a particular committee to undertake a study with respect to an issue here in the National Capital Region. Now, from time to time on certain matters of national importance, I think there is an argument for the House of Commons to give this kind of direction to a committee. But we are seeing, I think, an increase in the use of this tool of private members' motions instructing committees. And really, in general, I don't think that's ideal, because committees provide an opportunity for members of different parties to come together and set an agenda that reflects a view of the larger priorities and the imminent needs with respect to a particular area. So when you come in with an instruction to a committee, that can really interrupt that process, especially when it's in the context of a fairly tight timeline. The demand of this motion is for the study to be completed no later than December 2017. We're in the first hour of debate on this motion. Of course, there's opportunities for flexibility around the timeline if the member wants to trade the second hour of debate. But very likely, if this motion were to pass, it still wouldn't pass for a number of months, which would give a fairly limited window of time for the committee that's being instructed to actually undertake the study. And that creates some issues, especially when there may be issues of broader national importance. Not to say that this isn't an important question, but it's an important question in a particular region. There may be issues of that the committee, in its wisdom, decides need to be studied. And I would encourage members, especially with issues like this, it's probably worthwhile actually talking to the members at the committee. There's provision for members to substitute in at committee, to move motions even at committees of which they are not regularly a member, and to ask that committee to undertake a study on that basis. So there's a process concern, and I think at some point, as members of this House, if we want to encourage committees to have more autonomy, there is value in saying, even if particular members may agree with the underlying idea, saying, no, this is something that really should be discussed in the context of the Environment Committee. And I think it is important that we discuss and consider those procedural dimensions as well as the substantive dimensions, because there may be cases where there is a laudable objective, but the process isn't the best process of going about actually proceeding to a discussion of that issue. But I have some concerns not just on the procedural side, but also in terms of some of the substantive proposals with respect to this motion. It calls for a study, perhaps with a view to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council. And it identifies some specific objectives in the context of the creation of that council, and includes a reference to ecological integrity. Now, I know that many of my colleagues have a concern about what the implications of this would be for development, and also some concerns about whether this really moves us in the direction of adding additional red tape that really isn't needed. There is existing organizations in place. There's a voluntary riverkeeper organization that presently exists, and it's not clear at all, based on the text of the motion, how this proposed new council would function with the existing organization in place. It adds another organization, and the concern is that, you know, as layers are added with additional requirements, that maybe we want to affirm the importance of the Ottawa River, and I would certainly affirm that importance, having spent time in Ottawa as a student, as well as spending a fair bit of time here in Ottawa now. But that adding an additional council, adding additional levels of review, of perhaps bureaucracy that makes potential development projects much more difficult. I think that's something that we need to have some real pause about that. And the member was quite right to point out that there are interjurisdictional issues involved because this is a river that goes between Ontario and Quebec, and there's the federal government can be a part of that discussion. But I think as much as possible, it is ideal that we while recognizing perhaps the right of the federal government to impose certain kinds of things like this, that we try and take advantage of existing mechanisms like the voluntary organization that's already in place, and that we pass the authority and the control over it as much as possible to more local entities that can be more directly responsible. Because when we have motions like this, we're asking the House of Commons as a whole to pronounce on something that, in practice, has a particular impact in a particular region, and so giving authority to those closest to that region creates maximal responsiveness to the needs that may come up from the community. But I also alluded, Mr. Speaker, to this issue of development, and we dealt with this in Bill C-18, which the government proposed with respect to Rouge Park, where sometimes the insertion of the language ecological integrity, certainly it sounds like a good thing on the face of it. I don't think anyone should say that they're opposed to ecological integrity, but when that word is used in a certain context, it can create some real problems for development. The way in which something is managed in a more urbanized setting, it may not be practical to preserve it exactly as it would be in the absence of human habitation. So we have to be cautious and realistic when we use certain language that may create a certain chill for development. So these are some of the concerns that I have, and that I think my colleagues have with respect to this bill as well. That we're proposing the existence of a new organization that looks like it would add administrative layers, it would add red tape that really isn't needed, that we're proposing a study on the creation of that, when in fact, as my NDP colleague has pointed out, there may be some direct action that can be taken right now, but really the important thing is that we take any action in this area respecting the realities that already exist, the voluntary organization that is there, the opportunities for this situation to be managed and dealt with in a more local way. And again, Mr. Speaker, I've talked about the importance of respecting the committee process. And I wouldn't say, always and everywhere we should never have the House of Commons instruct a committee. I think there are cases on issues of clear priority for the entire country that the House can say, can give that direction to a committee, but we shouldn't be doing that all the time with every committee. And the trend, just looking at the discussion of private members' motions that we have, is a lot in the way of instructions to committees to do studies, and those seem to emerge without even being preceded by an attempt to propose that same study in the context of the committee. It would at least be worthwhile to propose the study in the context of the committee, and then perhaps if the committee was unwilling to do the study, but the member felt strongly before that, then at least that might be a discussion we could have here in the House, although in general it does make sense to defer to the wisdom of the members on that committee as much as possible. So there's procedural questions here. There's questions about what the impact would be in terms of development and possibly putting a chill on development. There's questions about, is it necessary to propose this additional level of administration, especially when there's an existing voluntary organization in place? And by all indication, that's working very well, and it's not at all clear based on this motion what the interaction would be between this new proposed organization and that voluntary organization. So I look forward to the continuing debate on this, but certainly those are some concerns that I have about the motion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we've discussed here, motion 104 calls for actions to protect the Ottawa watershed. And I would like to thank the honourable member for raising this. There's been a good number of members over time who've raised this. Time for action. It's just a difference in perspective on who should be taking the action. As the member has mentioned, the river, Ottawa River, is also known as Kitchissippi, meaning the Great River by the Algonquin. It may be worth noting that the current Canada Water Act does not include engagement of First Nations peoples, so those are some of the things I'll mention later could be pursued by the committee. It rises from its source in Lake Kapimichigama in the Laurentian Mountains of central Quebec and flows west to Lake Temiskaming, and there its route has been used to define the interprovincial border with Ontario, so clearly transboundary. From Lake Temiskaming, the river flows southeast to Ottawa and Gatineau, where it tumbles over the Chaudière Falls and further takes in the Rideau and Gatineau rivers, and drains into the Lake of Two Mountains and the St. Lawrence River at Montreal. And I would like to share here that when I first moved here 8 years ago, I was living in the market, and I regularly came to the hill by walking along the beautiful trail along the river. So I fully appreciate the need to take action to protect that natural landscape. I'm also been told that the drainage area of the Ottawa River includes many significant wetlands and has been designated a heritage river and is listed, unlike a lot of rivers, under the Navigable Rivers Act. Many were removed by the Conservatives. Another thing to be pointed out, Mr. Speaker, is the long history of paying attention to pollution of this river. The member mentioned a number of the pulp and paper pollution, Atomic Energy of Canada Limited Lab, Chalk River, municipal sewage, the third being the one that's really been dealt with. Today, apparently the main pollutant in the Ottawa River is from plastic microbeads and microfibers, and I'm glad that one of my former colleagues actually brought forward measures to address that. One of the things that is worth sharing is that a very famous writer, Oscar Wilde, visiting to the city in May 1882, was outraged at the state of the river and the level of sawdust. He said, in quotes, "This is an outrage. No one has a right to pollute the air and water, which are the common inheritance of all. We should leave them to our children as we have received them." And of course, he was controversial, and that was one of the good reasons for him being controversial. This, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, this is the latest call. I know that the member for Ottawa South has raised this matter a number of times in the media and perhaps in the House, and the call for federal level intervention to get things moving between the two provincial jurisdictions and civil society. It's an intervention long called for by many, including my friend and former MP, Paul Dewar. Inspired by the dedication of local citizens, including the Ottawa Riverkeeper and Waterlution, another group that's been very involved, Paul made repeated calls for federal action to protect the Ottawa River, including tabling an action plan and motion calling for regulations to protect and preserve the integrity of the river, environmental regulations, enforcement of the Federal Fisheries Act, which of course has been downgraded by the last government, calling for increased funding to the municipalities to improve water treatment, and I understand some action has been taken on that, public disclosure of compliance records, regular monitoring of ecological indicators, and finally called for a watershed management plan. Mr. Speaker, due to the constant efforts of local citizens, some action has been taken to garner the efforts of both the provincial, both Quebec and Ontario, and the federal authorities to at least provide some level of commitment to take action. Unfortunately, what we haven't had is action. So there has been a signing on to an agreement that there needs to be a watershed plan, an integrated watershed plan, but no action. In May 2015, a number of parties, including representatives of the province's federal government, signed on to what's called the Gatineau Declaration towards an integrated approach to sustainable water management within the Ottawa River watershed. Regrettably, river advocates tell me that there has then been little concrete action taken, including by the empowered federal authorities, to actually finalize the watershed plan and put in place the necessary enforceable measures to protect the watershed. This, despite the existing powers already under federal law, under the Federal Fisheries Act and under the Canada Water Act, fully possible. In the past, the federal government has moved to work with the provinces, for example, in the Mackenzie Basin. For example, it was mentioned in the Fraser. There has been a record of taking action together. I am concerned from others in transborder areas, including the Mackenzie River Basin and the North Saskatchewan rivers, that similarly the federal government is dropping the ball on taking action to bring together all the parties on transboundary rivers. And over a period of many decades, successive federal governments, Liberal and Conservative, have relinquished responsibility for protection of transboundary rivers or rivers considered of national significance. The demise of the Inland Waters Directorate, the failure to enforce the Federal Fisheries Act, the delisting of navigable rivers, the failure to intervene in project reviews to assert duties over the protection of transborder rivers and lakes. So, Mr. Speaker, while the motion by the member is laudatory in calling for action to move forward for a watershed plan for the Ottawa River, I wish to share concerns that I have heard from others that the suggested forum, and as my colleague from the Conservative Party pointed out, the Parliamentary Committee on Environment and Climate Change may not be the best suited entity to undertake the actions that the member is calling for. To actually establish a watershed council, which should be up to the various government entities, should be up to civil society, should be up to scientific experts. Certainly the committee, and I know this because I sit on the committee, we lack the resources and the technical and the scientific expertise to undertake a number of the measures that the member for Ottawa South is calling for. In my view, Mr. Speaker, and those I've conferred with, the preferable locus for action is the government itself, including both the Environment Department, the Fisheries Department, and possibly Heritage and their officials. For that reason, I wish to present an amendment to the member's motion to enable a broader review and analysis of how well the federal government is delivering on its mandate to protect transboundary waters more generally, and consideration to measures to ensure more effective and timely action of all of these watersheds. The Parliamentary Committee could serve as a useful forum to examine current legislative mandate, current policies, current instruments available to the federal government, and record of actions taken, including examining case examples of a number of transboundary rivers. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish here to submit the following amendment. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, that motion M104 be amended by deleting all of the words between regards to and that the committee and inserting the following. 1. Reviewing federal jurisdiction, legislation, policies and agreements related to watershed management and protection with an emphasis on transboundary waters and watersheds on federal lands. Examining federal actions for selected transboundary watersheds such as the Ottawa River, Mackenzie River Basin, and the North Saskatchewan River as case studies to be determined by the committee. Third, identifying mechanisms for clarified and enhanced federal interventions to protect Canadian waters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform the honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendments may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Ottawa South if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, no.
No consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 93, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Congratulating the member for Ottawa South for his consistent advocacy in support of the protection of the Ottawa River and its watershed. I support this motion, M104, and I really look forward to the work that's going to be done in support of the establishment of the Ottawa River Watershed Council. In the late 1980s, I was growing up in West Ottawa, just a stone's throw away from the river, and this is the place I drank from, I swam in, that I fiddled around on, paddled up and down. I mean, this is the aquatic spinal cord of our national capital. It is meaningful to me personally that the member from Ottawa South has brought this motion. In the late 1990s, I actually commuted up and down to my work at the Terrasse de la Chaudière building in Gatineau in a canoe. And we go down the Ottawa River in the morning, down the rapids, and back up against the flow in the afternoon. And I've got a great champion for the Ottawa River as a friend, Max Finkelstein, and he was the real engine as we went and paddled upstream. But this river inspired me to become an environmental lawyer,
to defend our rights as Canadians to a healthy environment, and in turn, this afforded me the opportunity to work with the great organization that is Ottawa Riverkeeper, and to work with them on the very topic that we're debating today, the proper governance of this national capital's watershed. I've advocated for around a decade that we establish a similar kind of council, and so I really do want to commend the member for Ottawa South for bringing this forward. Of course, now I'm representing the riding of Pontiac, whose very history is defined by the Ottawa River and all of its great tributaries, the Des Moines, the Collonges, the Noir, the Gatineau, of course. And as the member for Edmonton Strathcona pointed out, it was the Anishinaabe peoples who called it the Kitchissippi, the Great River. And I would say miigwech to our Indigenous friends for teaching us so much over the years about the importance of this waterway. In particular, I would highlight the incredible contributions of the late Grand Chief William Commanda, with whom I collaborated to prevent uranium exploration in this watershed. La rivière est connue.
In French, the river is known as the Rivière des Outaouais. Over 400 years ago, Samuel de Champlain met with Algonquin chief Tissouet, who at the time governed a customs duty that the Algonquin applied to fur traders on the Outaouais River, the Ottawa River. The chief's authority and the historic role of Algonquin in regulating traffic on the Ottawa River are a very good starting point for debate on this motion. The Ottawa River watershed is one of the most impressive watersheds in Canada and continues to play an important historic, environmental, and economic role. For much of its length, it serves as the border between Quebec and Ontario. Located on traditional Algonquin land, it crosses our country's capital and serves as a corridor for wildlife, as well as being a natural road for residents of the region. The river provides fresh drinking water, lush agricultural land, hydroelectric power, and lumber we use to build our houses. The watershed gives water to us all. The Ottawa watershed is a regional economic engine that supports a large number of small and medium-sized businesses, including businesses involved in forestry, fisheries, and tourism. It also hosts an agricultural industry assessed at over $100 million. The river itself provides fresh water for many communities in the region, including the 30,000 voters that I represent in Plateau, Aylmer, Lombourg, and Montluc in Gatineau.
It's also a perennial source of electric power for Western Quebec, and Eastern Ontario. The ecosystem is fragile. There are several species, endangered species, threatened by historic use, current use, namely agriculture, forestry, pulp and paper, development on the riverbank, and wastewater treatment. And all levels of government must do more together to protect the resource. Water management doesn't fall within the responsibility of a single level of government. It covers the three levels. And the Algonquin people have rights protected under the Constitution associated with water use, including fishing and navigation.
Of the Ottawa River watershed is, in my opinion, inadequate. The Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board, which was established in 1983 as an intergovernmental body composed of the governments of Canada, Ontario, and Quebec, is responsible for regulating water flows, for hydroelectric production, and for flood prevention along the Ottawa River water basin. And its mandate is to achieve integrated management, by which dam operators can make water flow decisions with full knowledge of the impact that they're going to have on water levels downstream in other areas of the basin. But this committee does not have a mandate to protect the environment. And in fact, the board doesn't actually have an integrated management structure in place where environmental, municipal, Aboriginal, and other interests with respect to the watershed can contribute their views and contribute their knowledge. So it creates a bit of a jurisdictional silo, flows and hydroelectricity, but not the entire ecological picture. And this is an anomaly, as my learned colleague from Ottawa South has pointed out, as many other important watersheds, like the St. Lawrence and the Fraser Rivers, have integrated management plans, which involve cooperation between, at the minimum, federal and provincial levels of government. So I support this motion because it will enable our Liberal government and those experts who are so familiar with the Ottawa River to work with different levels of government, Ontario, Quebec, Gatineau and Ottawa, and other local municipalities to enact and implement improvements in Ottawa River watershed protection and governance. This motion will allow our government to negotiate an Ottawa River watershed action plan. That's what I would hope would come out of the work of such a council, and I hope that would be a collaborative initiative between all levels of government. In my view, this kind of plan could help pool resources and expertise of over 20 government agencies, universities, First Nations, and other organizations as partners, harmonize regional investments in waterways, in our waterway that allow us to sustainably develop the ecosystem, build on our government's ongoing work to strengthen federal law and policy impacting our waterways, and repeal the Harper Conservatives' drastic measures, which weakened all sorts of federal laws from the Fisheries Act, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Species at Risk Act, and Navigable Waters Protection Act. Before concluding, I would simply like to say that it is so important that we continue to work with the leading voices on this file. Le gouvernement fédéral doit continuer de pratiquer le fédéralisme.
The federal government must continue to work in collaboration with Ontario and Quebec and organizations like Sentinel Ottawa, which have worked a great deal on this issue in the past.
Mr. President, I would like to congratulate the member for Ottawa South for this motion, and having regard to the suggestion made by my honourable colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, I'm in agreement with her that the government should move expeditiously on this file. I would like to propose the following amendment to the motion. I propose that the motion be amended by A, replacing the words the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to with the words, in the opinion of the House, the government should. B, replacing the words the committee shall with the words the government should. And C, deleting all of the words after the words within the Ottawa River watershed. So the motion as amended would read that in the opinion of the House, the government should undertake a detailed study with regard to the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council, which would bring a comprehensive, inclusive, co-management approach to the Ottawa River watershed in order to foster ecological integrity, sustainable economic opportunities, and quality of life. In its study, the government should examine 1, the council membership, which would include but not be limited to federal, provincial, regional, and municipal governments, First Nations, industry groups, non-governmental organizations, and academic institutions. 2, important indicators such as water quality, biodiversity, and shoreline integrity in order to assist with the creation of a co-management plan and a conservation strategy. And 3, the economic, cultural, heritage, and natural values within the Ottawa River watershed. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I move this motion, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North.
Once again, it's my duty to inform the honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Ottawa South if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do.
He does? I'll just wait. Okay, we have moved by Mr. Amos, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, that the motion be amended by A, replacing the words the Standing Committee of Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to, with the words in the opinion of the House, the government shouldn't. B, replacing the words the committee shall with the words the government should. C, deleting all the words after the words within the Ottawa River watershed. Motion as amended that in the opinion... Oops. Sorry, we don't have to go there. Very good. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of the Ottawa Valley riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to speak to a motion which is being put forth by an MP from the City of Ottawa. Motion 104 asks for another study to join the multitude of studies that have already been done on the Ottawa River and its watershed. The motion then asks for a study to justify the expenditure of more taxpayers' dollars to create a new layer of bureaucracy to interfere with the lives of the people who call the Ottawa River watershed home. Residents who live in the Ottawa River watershed know that it will not be the residents of Ottawa who will be asked to pay for this new level of bureaucracy that's being proposed in this motion. It'll be the rural residents who live out on the land who will be required to pay. Before this debate goes any further, I believe it's important to inform this House that this detailed study the motion calls for has already recently been completed. A detailed study of the Ottawa River watershed was done in preparation for the designation of the Ottawa River as a Canadian Heritage River. The study was undertaken by the former MP for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the late Leonard Hopkins. There are veteran MPs in this House who served with Lenny who are aware of his efforts. Mr. Hopkins worked with a large volunteer committee for years in preparation of the designation of the Ottawa River as a Heritage River. That study was finished and is easily available on the web today. It covers everything that's in the motion. Unfortunately for Mr. Hopkins and for this motion, a fatal flaw in the study has been replicated in this motion. One of the concerns I raised as a sitting member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke was the inability of Mr. Hopkins and his committee to obtain the consent of the province of Quebec to designate the Ottawa River as a Canadian Heritage River, which would have then included the 2/3 of the Ottawa River watershed that is in the province of Quebec. When I asked my fellow Ottawa Valley MP Robert Bertrand, who represented the Quebec riding of Pontio-Gatineau-Labelle, what his position was on the issue, he told me he was not consulted. This surprised me, as Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Bertrand had been caucus colleagues. The Quebec provincial government of the day took the position it was not interested in participating in the designation process, as this could result in relinquishing provincial jurisdiction to the federal government. This motion is asking to set up a management plan for the Ottawa River watershed with no authority to act in 2/3 of the Ottawa River watershed. The province of Quebec has no interest to invite the federal government to interfere in matters of provincial jurisdiction. I note with curiosity that the then Quebec Minister of the Environment, representing the Quebec government on the issue as a Liberal member of the Quebec National Assembly, who turned down participation in any heritage designation of the Ottawa River, sits in this House today as the MP for Outremont as leader of the NDP. I have no reason to believe that his position has changed today. That represents a major flaw in the designation of the Ottawa River as a Canadian Heritage River by the federal government. The designation only includes the Ontario portion of the Ottawa River, which is just 35% of the watershed. 65% of the Ottawa River watershed, including the bank on the Ottawa River in Quebec, is not designated, except where the river is an international boundary that limits Canadian jurisdictions, such as the St. Croix River in New Brunswick. There are no designated heritage rivers in Canada where just one side of the river is so designated. Recognizing the position of the government of Quebec today, I ask, what good is the creation of an Ottawa River Watershed Council when 2/3 of the watershed will be excluded from any study? Or, Mr. Speaker, is it the intention of this motion to ignore the concerns of the people of Quebec and set up a bureaucracy that is not wanted to impose regulations and controls that are not needed, starting with this proposed study to take actions that will be rejected? People who live in the Ottawa River watershed have been cooperating for years when it comes to common shared interests. The Ottawa River Regulated Planning Board was established in 1983 by the governments of Canada, Quebec, Ontario to ensure integrated management of the principal reservoirs of the Ottawa River Basin. Costs are shared, with Canada picking up 50% of the tab and with Ontario and Quebec sharing the remaining cost 25% each. The board consists of 7 members
Canada with 3 members, Ontario with 2 members, Quebec with 2 members. The member agencies that make up the board are Quebec Ministry of Sustainable Development, Environment and Parks, Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources, Hydro-Quebec, Ontario Power Generation, Environment Canada, Public Works and Government, Services Canada, Canadian Coast Guard. The goal of this integrated management is to provide protection against flooding along the Ottawa River and its tributaries, particularly in the Montreal region, and at the same time maintain the interests of the various users, particularly in hydroelectric energy production. As has been demonstrated before, rivers bring people together more often than artificially separate people as a boundary. This is true with the Ottawa River. Mr. Speaker, the next most important reason I will be voting against 104, and I encourage all members of this House to reject it also, is that the motion before us today fails to recognize the comprehensive agreement in principle that was recently signed between the federal and provincial governments of the Algonquins of Ontario. That agreement, among other things, proposes to transfer ownership of 36,000 square kilometres, or 117,000 acres, of land in the Ottawa River watershed to the Algonquins of Ontario. In addition to land and cash, Algonquins have negotiated hunting, fishing and trapping rights, as well as other natural resources in the Ontario portion of the Ottawa River watershed beyond what is being proposed for land transfer. That includes Algonquin Park for hunting and fishing. Ottawa River watershed management is an integral part of that negotiation, which is ongoing. What has been signed in this agreement is in principle only. It's anticipated that it will be years before a final agreement is reached, so negotiations continue.
I'm afraid the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The honourable member will have 4 minutes and 30 seconds when we return to this topic, or this subject, or this motion, rather. In accordance with Standing Order 38 du règlement, une motion portant
a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. The question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Pardon me? My time already taking up? Okay, Mr. Speaker, on February 14th, I directed a question to the Prime Minister on behalf of Corporal Tara Jantz, a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, regarding her eligibility for an entitlement to a disability pension in relation to an accident that occurred as a result of her service to Canada. In 2005, Corporal Tara Jantz suffered a severe back injury in her line of duty. She was medically released and is in receipt of a partial medical pension from Veterans Affairs. According to Tara's medical specialist and her family doctor, as a consequence of her injury, she suffers from a painful condition referred to as atonic bladder. This is in addition to the condition for which she receives a partial medical pension. Sometimes referred to as a flaccid bladder, in her case, the condition developed as a consequence of her severe back injury. The back injury impaired the ability of the nerves in the bladder to relay proper signals to the brain. This causes a buildup of urine that requires her to self-catheterize, a painful and expensive procedure she must follow the rest of her life. Based on the bureaucratic opinion that because women are more susceptible to bladder infections, and a bladder infection and this condition must be related, she was denied a pension for this disability based on a previous bladder infection. Rejected by the Department of Veterans Affairs for an entitlement for her bladder condition in November 2013, Corporal Jantz appealed that decision to the Entitlement Review Panel, which confirmed her earlier decision. On October 12, 2016, Corporal Jantz was denied her appeal by the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, which upheld the decision by the review panel to refuse to acknowledge that the condition known as atonic bladder, which Corporal Jantz suffers from, was caused by the condition of mechanical lower back pain, for which she is currently in receipt of a partial pension payment from the Government of Canada. Ironically, the Appeal Board was prepared to confirm that Corporal Jantz suffered from atonic bladder that occurred at the same time as her severe back injury. They chose to treat the two as coincidence rather than recognizing the obvious link. Corporal Jantz had a very unsatisfactory experience with the appeal board. She found that the counsel was provided to her from the Bureau of Pension Advocate and was unprofessional and generally unprepared to represent Corporal Jantz's case. Corporal Jantz received no opportunity to review her case with the assigned advocate, at the most receiving several minutes before appearing before the appeal board. Important details were omitted from her appeal case, such as the presence of 2 spinal fractures, facts that were omitted in her original assessment that are considered highly relevant to the assessment of this type of injury and condition. Somehow, the presence of a tear on Corporal Jantz's disc was missed. Her file was riddled with other inconsistencies, suggesting that other medical issues were missed. This had a negative effect on her case. While referring to her family doctor as a general practitioner and suggesting that as a non-specialist his opinion should be discounted, no mention was made that this doctor was formerly a military doctor operating in the capacity as a chief base surgeon. Mr. Speaker, veterans aren't interested in hearing how many new bureaucrats have been hired or that empty offices are being opened in government-held ridings. They're not interested in listening to the Liberal Party fight the last election using the same tired campaign rhetoric that was used to confuse veterans and their families. Mindless talking points scripted from the Prime Minister's office are not acceptable to veterans. Veterans want action. Veterans want a fair hearing, and I request a thorough review of this case.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. As the member knows full well, due to the Federal Privacy Act, I am unable to comment on any specific cases nor any appeals at the Veteran Appeals and Review Board.
Our government acknowledges the contributions made by the members of the Canadian Forces and veterans and the efforts that they continue to undertake to protect Canadians at home and abroad.
Amount of gratitude to the women and men who have served in times of war, military conflict, and in peace, and to their families who serve along with them. This is especially so for those who were injured in the course of their duties. And while I cannot talk about specific cases, Mr. Speaker, I can discuss how our government is committed to providing veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, the RCMP, and their families with the support and benefits they need and have earned when and where they need them. Veteran Affairs Canada provides a range of programs to promote the well-being of those who were injured or became ill in the performance of their duties, including disability and related health care benefits, rehabilitation services, financial benefits, and support to families. In Budget 2016, we did commit $5.6 billion to increase financial benefits for disabled veterans. This includes increasing the value of disability awards to a maximum of $360,000, increasing the amount of earnings loss benefit to 90% of an eligible veteran's military salary, and expanding access to the permanent impairment allowance for those with career-limiting service-related injuries. These enhancements deliver on commitments in the mandate of the Minister of Veteran Affairs, and they respond to recommendations from key stakeholders, including the Veterans Ombudsman. To increase services to veterans, we also began to reopen the 9 Veteran Affairs offices that had been closed across the country, access to services that veterans need. We are on track to have these offices opened by this spring. This government is and will remain committed to supporting our veterans and their families by providing the benefits and programs they need to succeed in civilian life. I encourage any veteran who feels they may have a service-related illness or injury to reach out to Veteran Affairs so their needs can be discussed and support provided wherever possible. Mr. Speaker, while I've outlined some of the services and benefits provided by Veteran Affairs Canada and the efforts taken to support veterans and their families, we recognize that we can do better, and we will. When a specific case issue is raised, I can assure you that we are fully committed to making every effort to address the issues and to find ways to improve the system, and welcome an opportunity to meet with the member opposite to discuss further. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the decision by the Liberal government to not compensate a veteran for an injury sustained while on duty on the basis of gender is just plain wrong. What was particularly distressing to the veteran when I raised this question in the House of Commons last week was the nonsensical answer from the Liberals that hiring more bureaucrats would somehow make up for poor decision-making. This has nothing to do with hiring more bureaucrats for opening empty offices in government-held ridings. Veterans aren't interested in fake promises. They've been in government for over a year. A selfie picture is no substitute for real action. This decision needs to be fixed, and there is a fix. The military ombudsman has given his report and made the recommendation that determining service attribution for medically releasing members should be, and it states, we recommend that the CAF determine whether an illness or injury caused or aggravated by that member's military service, and that the CAF's determination be presumed by fact to be sufficient evidence to support application for benefits. I've moved that we implement that recommendation on 2 separate occasions, the latest being today, and the Liberals all denied implementing this on behalf of veterans.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Veteran Affairs takes the health and well-being of veterans very seriously. We remain committed to providing veterans with the support they need to lead successful, financially secure, and healthy lives beyond their service to Canada. I'm proud of what we've achieved to date, but there is more work to do to advance the overall well-being of veterans and their families. Again, I reiterate the invitation to the member across the aisle or any member of this House to meet with me so that we can work together to improve the lives of veterans and their families. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I last took up the issue of this government's commitments to Indigenous women and the environment was in November, when Amnesty International had just released a report on resource development in northeastern BC. The headlines read in following days, in approving dam permits, Ottawa forgets its reconciliation promises. So the federal government was, what we said at the time, that the federal government had been green-lighting development projects without any consideration for inequalities and risks to women that are too often a result of mega project development. The Amnesty International report also identified that there are no federally funded on-reserve shelters in northeastern British Columbia. So I'd like to know what the government has done since this very troubling study was released in November and we last talked about it in question period. I had the privilege of traveling to the Peace River Valley in July of last year to meet with the landowners, the Indigenous chiefs, the traditional territory of Treaty 8 Nations. I met Yvonne Tupper, who is an inspiring, strong Cree activist woman who's made her home in the Peace River Valley. She wrote to me just last night, Site C will destroy migration paths for predators and they will stay on either side of the river. Wolves, grizzly bears, wolverines, and eagles' nests destroyed. We are connected to the land. Women and young girls should feel valued, appreciated, and respected like any and all women and young girls should in BC, in Canada, and in the world. We deserve it, considering our lands are being stolen in vast cases. I also heard from Craig Benjamin, who was one of the authors of the Amnesty report. He wrote to me this week, the thing that has really struck me from conversations with Indigenous women in Treaty 8 territory is hearing again and again that places like the lands threatened by the Site C Dam are vital healing places, and that a government committed to stopping violence against women has to be committed to standing with Indigenous women and their communities when they seek to protect those healing places. The other point we stressed in our report, he writes, is that we have had more than 2 decades of studies in Northeast BC repeatedly linking large-scale resource development to known threats to women's safety and well-being, from rising costs of living to shortages of housing and childcare to rising substance abuse and violence, all of which was quite simply ignored in the assessment of the largest resource development in the region in recent history. We heard testimony this week at the Status of Women Committee from Kathleen Leahy saying Canada has for a long time looked at infrastructure spending as its #1 solution to economic growth problems, And then she goes on, if I get time, I'll read more. She goes on to describe the need to do a gender lens assessment of such spending to make sure it's going to have equal benefits for men and women, but also, most importantly, not disproportionate negative impacts on women. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask, what has the government done since the tabling of this Amnesty International report on the Site C dam approvals to ensure that there will not be further federal approvals that do not go through a gender test to make sure that our most vulnerable people and environments are protected?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to address the question by the Honourable Member for Ladysmith Nanaimo regarding the Site C project. In the fall of 2014, the former government approved the project and set legally binding conditions with which the proponent must apply. The federal court upheld the decision of the Governor and Council on August 28, 2015, and this decision of the federal court is now under appeal. Mr. Speaker, the validity of this decision is currently in front of the Court of Appeal and will be settled in due time. Our government is committed to building a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples that is based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership, Mr. Speaker. I am aware that the Amnesty International report indicates that the increased rates of violent crime and diminished access to social services have placed Indigenous women and girls at increased risk of harm while denying them the protections and support they need. There is no place for gender-based violence of any kind in this country, Mr. Speaker, whether it is committed against an Indigenous woman or any other woman. That is why the federal government is taking a series of concrete actions to address this critical issue. Mr. Speaker, across this country, some $89.9 million will be spent over 2 years for the construction and renovation of shelters and transition houses for victims of violence in provinces and territories. Budget 2016 committed additional investments for women's shelters on reserves, up to $33.6 million over 5 years and up to $8.3 million ongoing. Mr. Speaker, there are other investments that will provide women and girls better opportunities and hope for a future where they will be safer, more secure, and have better choices. Nearly $970 million for educational infrastructure on reserves, $100 million in 2017-18 towards early learning and childcare on reserve, more than $330 million for a renewed youth employment strategy, and finally, Mr. Speaker, renewal of the urban Aboriginal strategy, to name just a few. It's all part of an $8.4 billion investment, Mr. Speaker, over 5 years to improve the socioeconomic conditions of Indigenous peoples and their communities and bring about transformational change. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that we will honour our commitments to Canadians. We will work with Canada's Indigenous peoples and other interested parties to achieve results for all Canadians and generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll point out that it was this government, the Liberal government, that issued fisheries permits in July of this year that allowed the project to go forward. So this is entirely in this government's lap, as has been pointed out by the Assembly of First Nations Chief Perry Bellegarde, the BC Union of Indian Chiefs, Chief Philip Stewart, and many other leaders in the strongest words. Last week we heard from Margot Young at the Status of Women Committee. She said, again, talking about the disproportionate impacts on women, you must think about the gendered consequences and have a lens that allows you to access the gendered inequality consequences across a range of policy options. Really, what a national gender equality strategy would allow is this kind of systematic thinking about this issue that would really make the change to women's status in Canada. So I ask again, through you, is this government going to evaluate infrastructure projects with a gender lens?
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Our government, to reiterate, is committed to gender equality and to ensuring that women and girls can live free from violence. Our government engaged with experts, advocates, and survivors across the country to develop a federal strategy to address gender-based violence. Approximately 300 individuals from over 175 organizations participated in roundtables and consultations, and over 7,500 responded to an online survey. This feedback, Mr. Speaker, from Canadians will help to inform the development of a federal strategy. We are working to create the conditions to ensure that Canada is a place where all women can reach their full potential. We look forward to launching the strategy in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to address the question of the carbon tax cover-up, as it's being popularly called by Canadians. The issue at hand is that the government has promised to introduce a nationwide so-called price on carbon that will rise to $50 per ton of carbon. Now that sounds like an academic question, but what it will do, according to Finance Department documents I have obtained and made public, is lead to a cascading effect of rising prices on consumers, businesses, and families. Naturally, these three groups want to know how much they're going to have to pay. That was the subject of my access to information request of the government. Government responded by indicating it had tables that calculated the cost of a carbon tax on families depending on their income. It broke households down into 5 groups, quintiles. 5 groups: the very poor, the middle class, the upper middle class, and then the rich. The only problem is these tables have no numbers. They're blacked out so that nobody can see them. Hence the term carbon tax cover-up. Now we know, based on the admission of the document, that there will be higher prices for consumers, businesses, and families. Higher gas prices, home heating prices, electricity prices, groceries that are shipped by truck and train will become more expensive. People who are low income will pay disproportionately more because the items taxed form a larger share of their household budgets. Rural people and remote residents will pay more because they have to travel longer distances, and in some cases they have longer and colder winters for which they must heat their homes. The question is, how much more will they have to pay? Now, there are some people who support carbon taxes, and that's their right. But most of those people claim that they want carbon taxes to be revenue neutral. That is to say that any new taxes Canadians will pay would theoretically be returned to them through offsetting tax reductions. Some say, for example, income taxes could be reduced. The old saying is, we will tax what you burn, not what you earn. Others say, give it back in the form of rebates or just checks in the mail. But to know whether or not a family is experiencing a net cost as a result of the carbon tax, we need to know what they're paying for it in the first place. If, for example, a family has to spend $4,000 on carbon taxes, well then any government claiming that it's going to neutralize the cost would have to bring in measures to return $4,000 to that same family. This government was elected on the promise of helping the middle class. But if the middle class is paying more in carbon taxes than getting back in benefits, then the government is doing the opposite of helping. It's harming the middle class. And therefore, in order to determine which it is, we ask the government to be open and transparent, as they also promised during the election, and release these documents unredacted for all eyes to see. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Give a response to the question that had been asked regarding employment, and I'm going to continue forward. Monsieur le Président, our government
Mr. Speaker.
Its bold plan to strengthening the middle class and those that are working hard to join it, actually for ordinary Canadians. And we know it's working. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Job growth is the best it's ever been in over a decade. The last 6 months were Canada's best 6-month stretch since 2002. In our first full year in office, the government created more jobs than the previous government did in 2013, in 2014, and in fact, in 2015. For the most recent labour force survey this past January, employment rose, Mr. Speaker, by 48,300, following a gain of 46,100 in December. Mr. Speaker, these employment gains were well above market expectations. This is the 5th gain in the last 6 months and continues the strong trend of 2016. But, Mr. Speaker, we know there is still more to do. We will continue to invest in families and in communities to help the middle class today and build a sustainable future for the entire country, Mr. Speaker.
We have taken the initiative, knowing full well that when Canadians reach their full potential, they can build a better life for themselves, for their family, and for their entire community. In so doing, they are building a better and stronger Canada for current and future generations. As Canada's population ages, our prosperity will depend increasingly on education and training that young Canadians will need to get ready for the jobs of today and tomorrow. And our government is making those investments, Mr. Speaker. We have increased the amounts of Canada student grants for students from low or middle-income families, as well as for part-time students. As a result, over 360,000 students all across Canada will get more assistance in order to continue with their studies. We're also working with provinces and territories to expand eligibility for Canada student grants so that even more students will be able to get non-refundable student aid. In addition, our government has invested over $330 million a year in the youth employment strategy to help young people get the skills and experience they need to find and keep a good job. Our government has also taken steps to build on these investments and strengthen the youth employment strategy by investing an additional $165.4 million in 2016-17. These investments will make it possible to increase the number of students who have access to the Skills Link program. That program helps young Canadians overcome barriers to employment. It will also make it possible to create new green jobs for young people and to support job opportunities in the heritage sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The problem, the lack of transparency with this government. I asked a question about revealing government data on the cost of the carbon tax to the average person and family. And this member stood up and read a totally unrelated speech provided to her by a minister's office or probably by the PMO, because either she doesn't have an answer or she's afraid to provide the one that she has. The reality is Canadians are suffering. Just last week, we had, just this week, an elderly man said he's giving up his home and his truck because he can't afford to pay for the heat and the fuel. Meanwhile, the carbon taxes that he will pay will help millionaires get rebates to purchase $150,000 electric cars. And this member, who's supposed to speak on behalf of the government, can't even address his concern or explain why her government is covering up the costs. Why is that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give the answer that was prepared for the question the member was supposed to ask this evening.
With regards to Canada's workforce, Canadians are among the most highly educated educated people in the world, placing at the top of all members of the Organization for the Economic Cooperation and Development, or better known as the OECD, for post-secondary attainments. More than half of Canadian adults have a post-secondary education or degree, Mr. Speaker. We are world-renowned for scientific research and discovery and can often be found on the cutting edge of clean technologies emerging right now on the world stage. We have abundant natural resources, outmatched only by our greatest resource, and that is our people, Mr. Speaker. And I think I have made it abundantly clear that we are making effective targeted investments to that continue to unleash their full potential and, in turn, Canada's full potential. Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.